shield comes out from Daily into a full blind on the trinket. Beautiful punish. Target acquired going after the road, but Laner's getting shattered in the backline. Abizura gets polymorphed from out of nowhere. Shadow Prince clickers have done it. Too slow. Frost Nova, big crits. Frank goes down. 2v2 time.
Using his prep vanish. Honestly, this rogue year 5 right here, he's dead.
You go Cleveland an early dead here. They're year 5 in so much trouble. Try to get damage on the Sandman. Look like he's gonna go down in the note.
So when he has to kill Balling right here, he closes it out and gets the kill on match point, pulling it off.
Oh my goodness.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to day number 2 of the Classic Arena Tournament. My name is Aya. I'm going to be your host, and once again, I am joined with Zico, Venruki, and Supatees. Yesterday, we were in the European region, and now we're hopping on over to North America. Then, do you think these teams are ready to go?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly hope so. I saw a lot of them logged on yesterday, practicing, doing war games, kind of testing out exactly how these matchups will go. And the thing about these matchups to keep in mind as well is these teams have kind of known who they're going to be playing against. So I would expect them to be in kind of tip-top shape and ready to go against their opponents.
Absolutely. We're going to have, we had some insane competition yesterday, and I think North America is going to bring it also as well. We've got 7, it's best of 7 today, just like it was yesterday. And we've got 8 teams over here in the region. That's down from 200 teams that signed up for this arena tournament. And that is a lot of fierce competition. So we're kind of getting to the best of the best here. How do you think that the teams are going to perform, Supatees, compared to what we saw yesterday? Like, is it going to be just a little bit different than what we were expecting from Europe versus North America?
I think in Europe, we're expecting the Chaz versus Mir matchup as kind of like a grand finals. We didn't get to see that yet just because Chaz's team is in the lower bracket, whereas some of the most high intensity matches of NA could just be happening right now in the upper bracket. Like I'm thinking Sup Fresh against Congrats FLABERZ, Snuts' RMP against Chris Thorman's RLD. Like you've already got really big names going head to head just in the first couple of rounds of North America. So the intensity might kick in high gears a little bit quicker here for North America.
Let's certainly hope so. You guys just saw that prize pool, $100,000 combined prize pool, and that is some big money for just like an easy, quick weekend. Here are the top 8 teams we've got in North America. Bing Bong, Congrats, FLABERZ, FISHSTICK, Gaming. Look at all these names in here. This is some clever team names in here. Do you have any favorites, Zico, out of the North American region?
If I had to make a prediction for a winner, it's got to be my boy Snuts in that Sup Fresh roster. But, there's a lot of strong teams here. Surf's up. Definitely, if it comes down to an RMP mirror, I could see them definitely showing up. And of course, I also want to give a big shout out to my boys in Congrats FLABERZ. I've played with those guys personally. They're very, very, very good individuals as well. Know how to play their classes very, very high, on a very, very high level. And of course, they are in that upper bracket. And I think that matchup there between Sup Fresh and Congrats FLABERZ in that quarterfinal, I think that one is going to be very telling, because whichever one of those teams that goes down to the lower bracket, they are going to be cleaning house down there.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the games that we are going to see today. This is the bracket where it stands right now. There were some, quite a few games that got played beforehand before we saw these top 8 teams. So quite a few teams have been knocked out already. We're going to get some knocked out again this morning. We're starting in the morning in the lower bracket down there. You can see No GLAVES versus PhD, and then Bing Bong versus Surf's Up. So just right off the bat, we're going to have 2 teams going home. But what do we want to say about this first match that we've got coming up here, Ben? I mean, it's No GLAVES versus PhD and Misery. What can we expect from those 2 teams?
Well, PhD and Misery, they're going to be playing the Priest Hunter Druid, as their name would suggest. So they play that double healer hunter we kind of talked about yesterday. We didn't see it in Europe, but it is a very potent composition. And then, of course, their opponents, I do believe they can play double healer warrior as well as Turbo. So Turbo could be a decent answer for them, but this team, this double healer hunter team, they've been playing this composition basically since season 1. They have a lot of experience with it, probably the best double healer hunter in North America. So I feel like this is one of those matchups where really anything could happen.
I love that. I feel like we saw quite a bit of that yesterday too. Like maybe a few surprises in what we were expecting them to play, how we were expecting the results to go. But I mean, if it's any indication of what we saw yesterday and how high that level of competition, Zico, was, I feel like we're going to see kind of the same thing today, where it's just like these teams are really giving it their all. They're really playing these like really precise, clean plays, and it just seemed like all around everybody was really showing up.
Absolutely. I think we saw some in Europe, some teams kind of flexing off and trying other compositions that we didn't expect them to run. And definitely people with some surprises there, and people in general did show up. And we saw some great games. We had a lot of game sevens, a lot of back and forth games. One of the games even got down to a 1 versus 1. But one thing about no GLAVES is if it is the team that I think this is, they don't play the traditional double healer. The traditional double healer is with a priest and a druid. These guys, however, I think will be playing shaman priest healer with a warrior, so they won't have that longevity with a druid. However, they will have those Wind Fury procs. They will have that casino warrior, and that can be extremely devastating. Yeah, Ben, you have a lot of experience playing that.
I do actually. I really like that composition. If it is, we could dive into it more if it is exactly what they're going to be playing, but it would be interesting. So it looks like, that is what they're going to be playing, the double healer warrior, but a little bit of a unique variant with the restoration shaman and the discipline priest. So you get a little bit of that extra offense with double purge, bringing in the shaman compared to the druid. Of course, you lose some control, you lose a little throughput, but offensively, this matchup, I think it could be explosive. Even though there's 2 healers on both sides, I think this is one of those matchups that could end relatively quick. For PhD and Misery, I think they might try to play a mana game. So Otteris is going to have to do a really, really good job keeping down that poison cleansing totem and removing the Viper Sting from Cypress, or he'll be going out of mana really quickly.
We see Hamster trying to get into the fight, but Nian Tonso is going to be intercepting with a full Cyclone, but a double fear from Cypress, walking into that snare trap, and that's one of the main advantages of the double healer hunters, this frost snare on the ground that will just slow your enemies for you to just whittle them down with mana burns. You already see a Viper Sting dispelled, running the Scorpion Pet to get a poison cover for that dispel as well. Definitely going to be playing the mana game. We can already see Cypress down 30% mana. He's fishing for mana burns himself, gets silencing shot on that one. Nian seems to be the target, but with that slow trap, it's so difficult for Hamster Boat to actually connect. Another snare trap onto the left side. They're going to be running laps on this pillar, keeping up the Viper Stings and trying to burn down the mana. Hamster Boat is trying to rush down like Zemek here, managing to get some connection onto him. Trinketing, going for the fear. Power play by Hamster Boat. Pain suppression right before the mace stun. Bash onto Hamster Boat, buying like Zemek time to try and get out of line of sight. Cypress is getting counter pressured decently at this point as well by JFat as a silencing shot comes out. See if he can keep up the pressure. Nian gets stunned up by the mace stuns. Hamster Boat might get some Wind Fury procs here. Nian and Barry needs another snare trap. Snare trap down. Nian's out of line of sight. Mana burns coming in from Cypress. Lots of mana burns coming in from Cypress. Like Zemek could be out of mana any moment.
Yeah, he is totally tapped here. Great offense coming in from no GLAVES, but PhD and Misery, their main objective in this match is to just survive as long as possible. Hamster Boat needs to find a target though. Just a few moments ago, Nagrand was turning into Alterac Valley with all these, snow traps down on the ground. And that's going to be exactly how kind of this double healer hunter composition plays. You play around that snare trap, just try to out mana your opponents. Essentially, you play off the blue bar instead of their health bar. Cypress right now, caught into a Blackout Sun. His mana is not looking great. And Lexemic actually got an Innervate and went completely to full mana. So he was totally tapped, uses the Innervate, full mana, and he still, of course, has that Shadow Fiend as well. So I would actually put this match now in favor of PhD and Misery. But it can be really difficult. JFat is, I think, going to have his work cut out for him actually landing a kill in this match. So even just getting the healers out of mana, that's only part of the battle. Now it's going to be up to Niem and Lexemic to really assist with offense and try to get something going.
Nice spell reflect by Hamster Boat. Oh no, Atari's running in place. Hoping he's just having a temporary lag out moment here because that could be devastating. JFat going for aim shots. Big damage coming out here onto Cypress, and it does look like Atari's is tapped out at this point, but with the rules, after the gates open, it is up to your opponents. So it is an unfortunate first game here for no GLAVES, but PhD and Misery definitely with a solid performance in the first 2 minutes, having burned so much mana early on. But if we get to see this matchup again, which we probably likely will, I don't think there'll be any real changes. finishing the game as a double healer hunter or just as a hunter team in general is so challenging, especially if there's high armor targets. And if they're on the pillar, just getting an aim shot, getting enough hits to actually close out the game can be difficult. And that's where the real challenge comes in for them for the rest of the series. Although they get this game 1 for free, I'm not sure the rest of the series will also be free.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate way to end that for sure, but we are going to get into a game number 2 as soon as we can, as soon as those players are ready. PhD is going to take the victory for that one, but can we talk about, Zico, how it was going up until that point?
Well, it's hard to completely see how it was going. I think the opener was actually pretty good for no glaives. They got a lot of mana burns. They did tap out Lexemic on that mana bar. However, Lexemic did get that full innervate, and that's one of the strengths of the Druid. When the Druid, I mean, we can see it right here in the opening stages. Nian getting feared up. He does get dispelled out of that one, and he gets a lot of CC here. And then here is one of those moments where Lexemic is just getting a lot of mana burns. You can see Cypress just kind of running down like the Terminator here. They also had a nice swap there to the Druid at some point. They almost took him down there, and you can see Cypress just keep running around the pillar here, looking for those burns. And that's the swap to Nian right there that I was talking about. Almost KO'd him, and that's one of the dangers when you're running with that warrior shaman. You definitely have a lot of ways to kind of just close the distance, and then actually if you do hit a target, you can just proc few Wind Fury, few Mace Dance, and take him down. But I think up until that point, it was a somewhat even game. They had the priest out of mana on the side of no glaives, but they did force out the innovate and those mana regen cooldowns, and they still had some mana to work with on the shaman. I do believe they also still had the mana tide totem to work with on the side of no glaives. So it was a pretty even game, and you know, like Ben and Sid already highlighted as well, it is hard to land that kill if you are on the hunter side, especially if there's a lot of high armor targets. You know, a lot of the time you need to land a trap on somebody and go for like kind of a low kill or slow kill where you're kind of withering somebody down, or get a fear into somebody out in the open, and then you can get, you know, a bash, or the druid can root him in place while the hunter is getting some work done. So it's hard to say. I think we're just gonna need a rematch, but I would say PSG and Misery probably were still in a little bit better spot there, even with the DC.
Well, I mean, if what you're saying is right, and they were a little bit, pretty evenly matched, even if we saw PhD maybe have a little bit of an advantage there, do you think that this is another series that we see just like first one of the day, Zico, then going to a Game 7?
Oh, it's hard to call. I think we need a few more data points. I think in general, I would say Druid probably is king. Most people tend to run a Druid for a good reason, and that's because that all-out aggression usually isn't what wins you the... Yeah, okay, Ben disagrees because... he plays with Shaman, he plays with Absterge, shout out to Absterge, but I like personally... my Wind Furies. Hey, I leveled the Druid to play with your warrior event, so you better change that attitude, okay?
No, but the secret is you play with a druid and a shaman, and then you're really happy.
Until you get rooted.
Yeah, but whatever. I can handle it. I think that's what Sidu's team ran, and unfortunately they're not in the top 8. So maybe that kind of speaks a little bit about the composition.
Do you have a comment on that as a third-party observer, Supertees?
For offense versus defense?
Do you not want to get in between there?
Part of me wishes that I leveled a priest instead of a druid. I feel like if you're a priest until you play into a druid, you're having the most fun being aggressive. But yeah, right now it's edging more and more towards defense as armor and resilience is getting higher. Druids are going to start scaling a lot better here in TBC as they did originally, I would imagine. So it is going to be tough for the non-druid teams, I would imagine here. But moving into game 2, hopefully they're able to correct everything that happened to them, whatever their malfunction was. Because it was looking like a close game, and it could still be their series.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's really no doubt about that. This map is really good, too. So just so you know, after the first game is played out on a grand, the second map is just kind of random. So we've gotten a good map. There's not that same kind of pillar that they can just run around. Hamster Boat's going to have a much easier time actually connecting to a target in this match. And just with a little bit of uptime, if you're getting Wind Furies, if you can actually sunder up a target, that's when you feel really, really powerful. Sunder up a target, you have double offensive dispel. The Shaman and the Priest can just spam dispel a target. And if you get a few lucky crits, a few lucky mace stuns, you can drop someone really quick in this match. So PhD and Misery has to be very careful.
Well, actually, they changed that. Well, in the last tournament, it was like that, but in this tournament, or in the 5v5 tournament, it was like that. But in this tournament, the loser does pick the map. So
that's really good to know. We were saying that all yesterday.
Yeah. So this is a map that was picked by No GLAVES, and I mean for good reason,
Makes
right?
sense,
yeah, it makes sense. Playing the Shaman and the Warrior, there's not a whole lot of line of sight here for JFAT and the gang to work with, and here we're gonna see kind of a slower start so far. And a fun little note about Nien is actually that he used to compete in League of Legends. Actually, he was a pro player there, so it's very fun to see him here on that Druid, and I think he did finish at the top of the ladder actually. In the 2v2 ladder, I do believe, last season. So he's been having a phenomenal kind of entrance here to the TBC arena. And now the gates are open. The game has started. He's got some good crowd control here onto Hamsterboat, but now Hamsterboat finally going to intervene back to his priest here, looking for his target here. Nien still just tossing out the roots, and now he's actually going to be a target. Needs to be a little bit careful here. Could get swapped to. Heroism gets popped. A lot of pressure here. The Druid is a great target if they can get that uptime. Fear comes out here as well onto JFAT. Lexemic with a good deflection here with that pain suppression. Nien should be okay here. And look at Lexemic as well, doing a great job here, buffing those rank 1 fortitude buffs here is going to just allow Nien to not get purged as much, because one of the big strengths here for No GLAVES is that they can spam purge somebody with 4 purges at once. And now here comes the double trinket actually being forced out there from that fear, and beautiful pressure coming out. Lexemic getting wind feared, getting feared. They got a full fear onto Nien. That might just be the game. He is super low. Hamsterboat can just connect. One execute is going to connect. He has the Mortal Strike effect, just a little bit more damage. There's the wind shear, Shadow Word Death, and that is going to be a quick win here for No GLAVES, really heating up here on the ruins of Lordaeron. What an excellent performance.
That's exactly what you love to see. Kind of make swaps between the healers, hit what you can, and that's the nice thing about having the Shaman on the team, is it's kind of a support healer. Like the Restoration Shaman doesn't have the most throughput healing, but your utility in a match is really strong. Being able to offensively purge your totems, to immune fear, you have Earthshock to assist in damage and throw in interrupts, Wind Fury totem, and that level of support can really bolster Hamsterboat's damage. And that matchup basically played out exactly how they want. Ruins of Lordaeron certainly helped their ability to stay on target. And you can bet we're going back to the Grand, because PhD and Misery certainly likes those pillars on the Grand Arena.
It's like they're just gonna finish out the game here, I guess? Were they trying to get a cross kill, or are they just kind of buying time?
It could just be buying time, talking about what went wrong. You know what I mean? Like, if they can just kind of stay in the game for as long as possible, they can discuss, maybe some of the things that didn't go the best in that match. But I think a lot of it just comes down to the pillar. And luckily for them, they won game number 1 on the Grand, so that's going to put them in a prime position if we do go the distance in this series.
For sure, No GLAVES taking that game number 2 victory. Here it is right here as well.
Yeah, just look in the replay. Like, they played so much more aggressive on Cypress. You can see Atari's right on top of Hamsterboat. They used the map so excellently. Just run them down, stay together like this little blender ball, popping the heroism when they're all together, mashing out the purges. Like, you're going to see Atari's here, just removing as much as possible. Zico talked about it. Lexemic trying to use rank 1 fortitude as a buffer for that purge spam. But because they're running the double purge, it's so difficult to stay ahead of it. As soon as they grabbed the momentum here, they went for it. Nien did his best. He NS clones the warrior. That's why Lexemic had this moment of surviving. But then he got feared at low health. And then the shaman and the priest are holy novaing him, auto-attacking him, just buying time for Hamster. They scatter the warrior. They're trying to NS Chain Lightning. You know it's over when the shaman's going for NS Chain Lightning. They were not going to let him survive with the peels onto the warrior. The healers were saying, we're going to take this kill. You're not making it out here. We see all the CC going into our warrior. We're going to go all in, pick the good moment, and nailed the kill. But when we play this out on the Grand with pillars, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to get through those slow traps, through the Druid crowd control to get on the priest like that.
So it kind of seems like, Sid, given what we've seen for game number 1 and game number 2 here, this might just be one of those series where it kind of goes back and forth between who's winning just because of the map choice, and these guys take it all the way through to game 7?
Probably, unless there's some wild card that we're not expecting from one of the teams. Like, They have a different comp. They break out randomly here. But I would imagine that it's going to be Nagrand back to runes if we're right about that, about the rules, because we were obviously missed that yesterday. We thought it was random. So if the loser picks the map, then I'm going to assume it's going to Nagrand and going to runes because it's so heavily favored. Like, that snare trap is so difficult to deal with. Even on blades, I feel like they want to avoid blades as well, because those small pillars in the bottom can be abused the same way with the snare traps.
Yeah, Hunters and Burning Crusade basically have three things that they can do. They can either spec Beast Mastery and try to kill you in the opener. That's number one. And then number two is kind of mixed with number three, which is drop a Frost Trap and Viper Sting and just survive until the enemy team is Like, that's basically Hunter in a nutshell for Burning Crusade. So if you can play into that advantage on the Grand Arena and kind of just run around the pillar, as a warrior, it is very annoying because you're snared more than they are. So unless you're getting imp hamstrings, unless you're getting mace stuns, they're going to get away from you, and that's why it's so difficult to actually secure a kill.
You make Hunter seem so easy then.
I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying their strategies to win. Those are their strategies to win. That's just a fact. Yeah.
All right, well, it's game number 3. We're tied up. No Glaves having won that last game. But if we go to game number 7, we're going to have to see a swing match victory from No Glaves. Otherwise, it's PhD's series to win. It's game number 3 on the Grand Arena.
Yeah, we're going to see here, once again, Nagrand Arena, pretty comfortable pick here. And I think the reason why we're not going to see Blade's Edge, at least not picked from PhD and Misery, is because Shamans do like Blade's Edge. Sure, it's very nice for a Hunter playing, around that big pillar on the bottom side, but a Shaman, they don't mind having their totems up top and playing downstairs, or having their totems downstairs and playing up top, and basically having 100% uptime on things like the Tremor Totem and things like Wind Fury Totem as well, of course. So we're going to see here if they can maybe take this swing match, or if PhD and Misery can kind of choke them out. But now we've kind of seen what both teams wants to do. Their win conditions here on the side of No Glaves, despite, being a double healer team, they are playing very aggressively. They're going all out with these purges. They're going all out with the fears, trying to find those early kills and spamming out those mana burns, of course. Whereas PhD and Misery, they want to just drain, like Ben said, just drain them and slow them down, proc some entrapments, get those frost traps down, and just kind of play it slow and play to that druid advantage.
You can see the stalemate at the start of the game. They don't want to be walking into any crowd control for free here. Hamster Boat's just poking forward and backwards. Maybe he finds Nien in stealth. It could be a good way to start the fight, but they are definitely playing it slow. Cypress now moving to midfield a little bit, now pulling away. And it really just depends on who wants to start this, because the Hunter's getting free poke damage right now, so I would imagine they're fine with this. The proc and prayer of mendings, getting them to spend a little bit of mana. A little bit is better than nothing. That's the name of the game for the double healer Hunter. It's a war of attrition. They'll take whatever win, no matter how small it is. You spend 10 mana, that's a win. It will keep lining you and keep whittling you away like that. The difficulties for them, again, we talked about in game 1, is closing the game out. Like, how do you kill the warrior? He's such a tanky target. Priest might be good if you can purge off the inner fire, but then getting cross CC on the shaman can be so difficult. So it's really easy for them to snare and stall and mana burn, but to get the CC to close out the game is where the challenge is for their team's strategy. Whereas No Glaves, if they can get on a target, closing the game is going to be no problem. So if they manage to break through the defense here when the fight does eventually begin, I feel like the pressure is going to be way higher on the side of No Glaves. Hamster Boat once again charging to midfield. Still reluctant to start off the festivities here. Who's going to be the aggressor? They're pushing out for eyes, so now they can find the druid. So they wanted to wait for that. They're finding the druid so they don't get CC'd from stealth. They're charging forward. He gets pounced anyways, though. Good pounce from Nien, healing the warrior away. Looks like they're trying to get a trap there, but not able to get it. The intercept comes out from Hamster Boat. Double fear onto Nien. He's going to get dispelled here by Lexemic. JFAT's still stuck in it. We see Mace stuns onto Lexemic into a warrior fear. Mana burns from Cypress. When he's going to pull the trigger on that Skull of Gul'dan, he's running Power Infusion Skull of Gul'dan to just tunnel out a ton of burns when he needs to. Nien's getting crowd control into the warrior. Looks like the root wasn't able to land here on the Hamster Boat, so he's going to go after Nien. He's going to duck into bear form on the intercept, tank all of the damage. Not going to be a great target in bear form. Comes out of bear form, takes a hit just to get around the pillar. Cypress getting pressured heavily. JFAT getting lots of pressure out with his cooldowns right now. Good cross CC onto the Shaman. This is exactly what they need, but Hamster Boat peels it away with a Mace stun proc onto JFAT, allowing Cypress to line of sight. Like Semic has spent so much mana, though. He's going to need an Innervate, and they're going to have to protect it from being purged.
Scatter shot onto the warrior into a cyclone cast. Looks like it got grounded by Ataris. Good interception between Ataris and Hamster. They need to stop the Druid CC, get the warrior onto target. Mana burns in reverse from Lexemic onto Cypress. Lexemic is totally tapped on mana. He's going to need to sneak in a Shadow Fiend. He's going to need to sneak in an Innervate soon. Otherwise, if this warrior connects again, he could be going down.
Beautiful pressure, and I like to see what Hamsterboat is doing here. Just go after JFAT at this point. You can't connect on the priest, and then just let your shaman and your priest try to worry about that innovate. Hamsterboat's job is basically to just pressure as much as he can, and right now he can't hit any of the healers. He wants to hit Lexemic, but he just needs to hit whatever he can in the meantime, and now he is going to reconnect here for a little bit onto Lexemic, but Lexemic once again, look at all that snow on the map. That is a hunter trap, and you see that little root there? That's actually going to be a druid route, but the hunter does proc those as well with his trap, and those are undispellable. JFAT going for a big aim shot, and it is going to get line of sighted there though by Cypress Crew, and Cypress Crew now looking to potentially go back behind the pillar here. Lexemic does have some mana left, but that was the innervate there that was committed, so mana not actually in the worst position here. Atari is going to trinket out aggressively here, spam out those purges onto Lexemic, and they are trying to get that drink for Cypress on that side. He gets a fear there onto the end, but it does get dispelled, and now they're just going after JFAT here once again. Hamsterboat now in a scatter shot. Nian looking for the trap. Fake casts the shock right there, but the grounding totem is going to be too strong, and then he fake casts the pommel, but he gets maced down on it. Cypress though got up in the open field here. JFAT laying waste to him. Beautiful cyclone coming out from the end. Charge comes in, trying to save the day here. Hamsterboat barely saves Cypress in that moment right there, but still very, very dangerous situation. And now Lexemic as well using that Shadow Fiend here. This is looking like a great game so far for PhD and Misery.
Yeah, Atari's actually trinketed earlier to stop a mana burn on himself. It almost cost the game here because he didn't have a trinket to escape that cyclone. But they do manage to hold on. They've got a mana tide totem, and Atari's needs to make sure he protects that. If that gets killed off, it's their only chance here to really recover mana, but he's holding on to it for such a long time. What is he going to pick a moment when he wants to go aggressive with it? He's trying to min-max it for the most protection. Doesn't want it to go down. Or maybe the UI might not be up to date. Maybe he has already used the mana tide totem, because it seems surprising to not use it at this point. Cypress has nothing. He's getting just destroyed by JFAT. JFAT's all over him right now. We can see a stun proc here on the JFAT as he is trying to stay on target. Pain suppression soaks a lot of hits, but another Viper. I love the insect swarm. Shadowword Pain. The dots need to be put up by Lexemic and Nian if they're going to execute a kill. Aim shot channeled. Ataris is rooted out of the match onto the far side of the map. JFAT's going for the kill, scatter onto the warrior, trying to stay on target, but the dots are getting dispelled by Cypress. They need to get that insect swarm back up as soon as possible. The Shadowword Pain, they need every point of damage possible to finish the game and kill Cypress here. He's running out into midfield. They could just shoot him. Pew pew hunter damage. He runs behind the other pillar after having crossed, but aspect of the cheetah. JFAT sneaks in an aspect of the cheetah to catch up the target to wing clip. You see Atari's trying to get aggressive on Cypress and close the game here, but Lexemic is now out of mana. Nian gets spell reflected on a clone, shocked on the follow-up. Good teamwork between Hamster and Atari's onto Nian. He's going to use that feral charge, root up the warrior, go for another crowd control, trying to get a root. He isn't able to find it. Cypress is still getting pressured. Is Cypress going to be able to hold on? They fear. They go for the peels. They try to hold on here. Somehow, some way, still staying alive, but aim shot is up. He's going to not heal. He needs to save his mana, wait for aim shot, maybe try and drink. The pet's going to come back, stop him from drinking. I love that he waited to heal, though. No spent mana into that mortal strike from the aim shot. JFAT's now out of mana as well, though. Trying to finish the game when you're out of mana as the hunter could be difficult. He's still trying to stay on target, but Hamsterboat intercepting back to JFAT, trying to get some pressure out onto the hunter, having given up. I like that. He's playing on the pillar that doesn't have a snare trap, hitting whatever target is on the opposite pillar. I think it's going to be a good tactic if he wants to maximize his uptime. Cypress has managed to squeeze a little bit of mana back from weapon swapping to that MP5 staff and spirit regen. So maybe they can hold this together. Niana still has a lot more mana, though, if he gets some roots and cyclones, but the procs are coming. Lexemic and Cypress both in a lot of trouble. Big heals come out from Atari's, but he just spent all of his mana to do that. JFAT trying to move around the corner, cyclone onto the warrior. They really need to get JFAT a drink at some point. I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to play this game. He's just trying to play with his mana regen aspect active and slowly passively regen mana and stay on target, but Cypress just keeps crossing the map. He keeps deliberately playing on the pillar that doesn't have a slow trap, and it's so difficult for them to stay on target. 0 mana. They fear the hunter, and he does manage to get the dispel. Lexemic now goes for a full fear onto the shaman. Cypress is all alone. He could be dying through pain suppression. They need more dots. More dots. Shadowword Pain comes up. Insect Swarm, Moonfire. Every dot is loaded onto Cypress. We see Rast flying in from the side. Nian charging in to root the priest to close out game number 3, and that will do it.
PhD in Misery take match 3.
Wow. I think
Absolutely
Atari's
beautiful.
Yeah, I think
Sorry, go on.
Atari's actually got rooted. He got feared into a root across the map. That's why it looked like he wasn't moving, but there's nothing he could do. He's totally tapped out in terms of mana. And PhD and Misery just slowly but surely pulling ahead in the match. And I kind of wonder, I mean, this could just be one of those matchups that does come down to map, but I kind of like what we saw the Shaman Priest Warrior do a little bit later in the game, where they were swapping pillars, trying to avoid the Frost Trap at all costs. But as soon as you get separated, that's when PhD and Misery kind of divided and conquered in that match. When both your healers are out of mana and they're not together, it's really hard to survive.
Okay, well, 2-1 now on the side of PhD. I feel like this is the first one, if we count the games that we saw yesterday and the games that we're seeing now, Zico, it seems that this is like the series that has really been maps as a determining factor. What would you say?
Yeah, definitely has been so far, but I think we still need to see a little bit more games. I think PhD in Misery have a pretty solid shot still at winning on Ruins of Lordaeron. I feel like their win condition is a lot more solid. They need to get that Viper Sting on cooldown. It's a very consistent win condition, whereas I think no Glaves, they need to get some lucky procs. They need to get a lot of uptime, and I think if PhD and Misery just plays their crowd control right, it's going to be really hard for no Glaves to get that uptime, man.
Yeah, 100%. And see, it's at this point of the game where it is so difficult if you are no Glaves to actually secure a kill. Hamster Boat just having a really difficult time actually chasing. So I think ideally what you want to see from no Glaves in this match is actually just, like I mentioned, just keep crossing pillars, try to get off the freezing trap as much as possible. And that'll give Hamster Boat an opportunity to even go after JFAT, because I think he is a target in the match. Yeah, even the pet, like if you can ever go after the Scorpion and take down the Scorpion in this matchup, it's going to give his healers a lot more flexibility to actually go for drinks. So I think there still is like strategy adaptations that can come in. Like, at this point, like if you're Hamster Boat and you're just running around a freezing trap trying to take down the healers, you're really getting nothing done. So this is not a good exchange for them, where basically JFAT is doing whatever he wants on Cypress Hill and no one's really backing him up. At that point, I think if you're the Warrior, you have to come back, hit the Hunter, try to pressure him away and force him off of your Priest. This is that kind of final setup where Arteris gets feared very far away. Cypress Crew, he has the pain suppression up for a moment, but as soon as that fades, you can see Arteris just stuck in a root across the entire map. There's going to be absolutely no help for him whatsoever. So I think for no Glaves, their main advantage as this composition is kind of working together as a single unit the entire game. So I think that's when you have to see them cross pillars, try to play off of the freezing trap, and try to be more opportunistic in the matchup and go after the targets that kind of present themselves in the open that are off the pillar, because otherwise I don't think you're going to be able to really close out the game.
Mm-hmm. And we know that they're gonna have to no Glaves, then they're gonna have to win that swing match as well. They lost that first one. Is that possible, do you think? I mean, so far it seems like it's just really anyone's series.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I feel like Nagrand definitely going to be a difficult map for them. I think it's extremely likely we're going to be going to Ruins of Lordaeron, where instead of having to run around the big pillar, you just kind of walk over top of it, which is this tomb, right, and you're in a much better position. So Ruins of Lordaeron, I think for no Glaves, much better. But on Nagrand, I still think there's things that they could do to win the matchup. Normally, as this composition, you play very aggressive, but I think they can slow it down a little bit. Try to force, like Semic, Nian, and JFAT into more prime positions, and that's where they could maybe pick up a win on Nagrand.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. Will they be able to zug down like Semic here on Runes of Lordaeron in game number 4 as they did in game number 2? Or will they be able to stave off the aggression, burn down an attrition out, no Glaves, and find a kill? I really liked like Semic and Nian's contributions to aggression in that last game. They were really the reason why they were able to finish Cypress. They can coordinate together. I saw wand attacks coming from like Semic, just maxing out whatever amount of damage they could get to be able to finish the game. And that's what they're going to need. They need every point of damage to get a kill on their target as the double healer Hunter. While they are very stable and have a lot of crowd control, their execution and finishing power is low. So they're going to have to work together to be able to close out this fight. Let's see if they can do it here in game 4.
they've managed to take the tombstone early on rather than being stuck out in the room at the start of the fight. But no, they don't care. They're charging forward. They're getting snared up. Nien is trying to move in for a pounce, but he can't get in range. He's trying to get there. He gets onto the priest. They get a pounce into a wild charge onto the warrior. Nien needs to get control of Hamster Boat right now, but he gets shocked on his cyclone. Cypress already getting blasted down by the Hunter, though. And remember, on Runes of Lordaeron, no pillars means no line of sight for the Hunter either. So let's see how much damage you can get out. Cypress going for power infusion, mana burns right off the rip. Like Semic already having used pain suppression. Nien having already used his medallion is desperately trying to get control of the warrior. But Cypress is just mana burn after mana burn after mana burn with heroism and power infusion. So fast are his casts. And like Semic finally gets to the pillar at the center tomb. And he manages to kite across the map. But he's already at 30% mana at this point with the team right on top of him. Nien rooting up Hamster Boat out of line of sight of Cypress. Cypress rolls over the hill, dispels it. They shock up Nien. They're swapping to the Resto Druid. They don't want that Druid crowd control. They're trying to punish Nien here. Gift of the Naru offensively, trying to make sure that his team is stable so he can do damage. He's tossing out lightning bolts. And like Semic has managed to kite across the map. So he's running long, straight lines back and forth on Runes of Lordaeron to try and mix up their strategy. They get a snare trap on the whole team. Like Semic is drinking, but JFAT's taking damage. He's going to use deterrence, try and slow down some of the pressure here, and still keep damage going on Cypress, keep the Viper Sting up when he can here. But Cypress is mana burning JFAT now as well, I think. Maybe Nien in that stun, but either way, if he can get mana burns on anybody, it's going to be high value.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And if that Viper Sting is not coming off, Cypress is going to be out of mana quickly. The aim shot does land. And this is a great strategy adaptation we're seeing from PhD and Misery. These long straight lines you talked about just basically force Cypress out into the open, Artemis out into the open, and that's when JFAT can really help heal. He's actually throwing scatters onto Hamster Boat, so when his priest is crossing the map and he could be in trouble, that's when the scatter comes in. Cypress in a lot of trouble right now, caught into a bash, big damage coming in. Adoras is going to have to keep him alive. Let's see if he can. He gets scattered. JFAT, does he have any more crowd control? Doesn't look like it for the time being. And now, once again, no Glaves in a position where they're kind of trapped in the room. The Scorpion's going to be keeping them in combat. JFAT goes for a feigned death, going for a drink. Nien's going to be the one that kind of moves forward to try to keep everybody in combat, but he may have overstayed his welcome. Needs to get in bear form. Have to be very, very careful. Don't really want to get stuck there with a warrior and a restoration shaman getting purged out, getting wind furied. But positioning-wise, PhD and Misery has really turned this map on its head, and No Glaves is really struggling to find pressure here, Sid.
I bet a lot of healers are salty about JFAT wearing the Apostle from Archimon's staff for mana regen on the Hunter. But it's smart for him because it's very difficult for him to drink. So any amount of mana is a very important resource. So he is weapon swapping to that staff to just make sure that he can keep a little bit of mana in the tank to go for a kill. But No Glaves are looking stable on this match, and at any point, if Cypress gets some power infusions up in 15 seconds, gets some mana burns, could be game over. JFAT is getting chunked down by Hamster Boat at the moment. Cyclones from Nien onto Hamster Boat, just in the nick of time for JFAT to get a little bit of distance here. Try and keep up his Viper Stings, try and keep the attrition war going for himself. Max ranging the warrior, trying to proc some passive shot stuns potentially, but they've got an entangling root. Nien's going to pull away, like Semic pulls away. The entire team resets, and it looks like we are getting a reset at the 4-minute mark, but Ataris doesn't want to allow them to reset. He's pushing forward, keeps them in combat with a purge. JFAT got a significant amount of mana. Nien could be going to full mana with the Shadow Meld. He comes out for a Cyclone onto the warrior. Hamster Boat, not enough rage to get the spell reflect going there, it looks like, for the Cyclone. So he might be getting cloned 3 times. No grounding totem. Another Cyclone. If Nien gets 3 in a row, he's out of the game for so long. Into a full root. Does he have the escape artist for it? Doesn't look like it. Cypress is trying to get over there to dispel into intercept, reconnect on JFAT. But now while they're on JFAT, Lexemic is drinking. And that's the slipperiness of this composition. Lexemic, if he's able to get mana, they're going to be in such a good position. They charge Ataris out of line of sight of Lexemic to stop him from drinking. That was a nice feral charge from Nien in that position. Lexemic is getting a huge amount of mana. JFAT's just scattershotting the warrior with Nien, getting control of the warrior, passively regenning mana with that staff and the aspect to try and stall. They try and put themselves in a neutral position. Both teams in a solid position now at this point. Ataris pulls away from the fight to sit down for a drink. I'm almost wondering if we're going to see the second game ever in history to have double heroism in it. We saw that yesterday with Walrus's Turbo, but we may see it in this matchup as well.
It's definitely possible. I kind of wonder, there's a moment there where Hamster Boat, he had a lot of pressure on JFAT. I think he actually had Sunders up. He got Cyclone, and he just sat it. He had his medallion up. He could have gotten out of it and maybe kept up the pressure. I just feel like if we ever see No Glaves have that kind of momentum where someone's, hovering around 30% health, they're sundered up, like you kind of just have to go for it and take advantage of those opportunities that present themselves. But right now, Cypress Hill getting chunked down, forced away into the room, going to be going for a drink, trying to stay alive the best he can. Outerist right now, I think he's rocking a lot of MP5 in this matchup because he's been doing a great job keeping his mana up with that water shield, really carrying the heals and the utility. Double Fear comes in, but it looks like a Tremor Totem is down. JFAT going for an aim shot. Right now, PhD and Misery there, more than happy to play aggressive and just playing on the enemy team, showing a lot of confidence here. Like I said, you stay in that room for too long with a warrior on you, you fall behind quite quickly. But Cypress is getting lower and lower, throws in the pain suppression with his last little bit of mana. Full trap lands! And it looks like he is going to have to use the Nature Swiftness. Cypress has just enough mana to throw in and Dispel. I do believe that Nature Swift is going to top off Cypress, but they basically burned through all of their cooldowns. Arteris, no Gladiator's Medallion left. Cypress almost completely tapped on mana, actually still just going for mana burns here. Wanted to get Lexemic out of mana, and now we're in a position where all of these healers aren't feeling too confident. There's no Innervate up. Lexemic and Nian, if they go out of mana, this is a great opportunity for no Glaives, as Arteris still has basically half of his mana left and can potentially keep Hamsterboat aggressive enough to secure a kill.
Yeah, we're following Cypress right now, and I'm just paying attention to his dot meter, like where are the insect swarms and the moonfires, because that's when you know they're going to go aggressive. You can track that on the boxes below his health bar in the middle bottom of the screen. The red boxes are debuffs. The more of those, then the more likely he's going to be dotted up and they're going for a kill. Right now, we don't see insect swarm or moonfire. They're holding their resources. They don't want to spend them until they know they can execute for a kill because they cost a decent amount of mana, so they don't want to commit it unless it's going to get a kill. And they also want to make sure that Cypress doesn't have mana to dispel those dots. They're trying to keep covers with the Fairy Fire and the Hunter's Mark as well to try and make Cypress waste even more mana. But they're pushing for the kill now in the room here. Lexemic got left a bit behind, though. It's just Nian, I think, in the room here trying to stop the drink of Cypress, but he's with Ataris and Hamsterboat. Hamsterboat's going to go after Nian. He's trying to retreat back out in the midfield with that travel form, but his mana is spent. No Innervate for 4 minutes. Oh, did he resist that intercept there? Looks like he might have.
He sure did.
So full clone on a Hamsterboat. He would have got a stun there. That would have been nice. Now Nian just gets to drink and Shadow Meld. No dots, complete reset. JFAT's alone in the room. Like Semic is trying to go in there. Hamsterboat sees him like, hey, what are you doing over there on my team? All alone. Nian gets mana. He's trying to come back in the fight. Will he be able to get there in time? JFAT's still alone in the room, trying to pull out and get in line of sight of his team. Nature Swiftness is up. He goes for a heal instead of a Cyclone, and they managed to recover. Grounding Totem looks like Cyclone might have got resisted. Now another Cyclone on a Hamsterboat. This one is going to land. JFAT is going to survive, but it did cost a lot of mana of Lexemic to get that little bit of an exchange off. And Heroism is 3 minutes away for Ataris. If they time a big burst moment with that and line up some mana burns, they could win the game. And it looks like they're just resetting at the moment with Cypress in the room, Hamster in the room. He's just killing the pet, I would imagine, in the room right now. Yeah, the Scorpion's out of there. That's a fast Scorpion.
Yeah, I don't even know how that just happened. It was zooming across the map. It looks like we are going for a reset here at 9 minutes elapsed in this game. And it looks like all healers are comfortable with just completely resetting. Heroism going to be coming up in 3 minutes here for no glaive, so that's going to be a big push. We really need to see, I mean, the key moments in the match are when Hamsterboat actually has someone low. That's when we need to see Arteris there for the groundings, for the shears. It's certainly easier said than done when you're running through freezing traps, but the more backup Hamsterboat has with the spells from Cypress and interrupts from Arteris, if they can rotate through and stop a bunch of Nian Cyclones, that's when they're going to be able to secure a kill. But anytime JFAT's getting low, we're just seeing Cyclone after Cyclone after Cyclone, and then a complete recovery. And unfortunately, they're not able to really capitalize on those situations. Now that everyone's mana is essentially full in this match, JFAT's going to be comfortable going for an aim shot. To see who that's on, it's a no pain suppression here by Cypress, but Lexemic actually trades out the pain suppression. Not exactly sure why. It didn't seem like he was in much trouble, but maybe more of like a preemptive maneuver to try to avoid spending very much mana. Cypress in the middle of the map, just eating aim shot after aim shot. Lexemic at the same time, trying to kite away from Hamsterboat. Cypress needs to get a Dispel on the root, but unfortunately, not going to be able to. The Druid root comes in after the Dispel. Hamsterboat with big uptime, though. He might even have Lexemic fully sundered right now. Lexemic's in so much trouble. Big Cyclone coming in from the end. I believe that wasn't Nature Swiftness Cyclone there. Actually, no, it wasn't. So just a hard casted Cyclone. Lexemic's going to be able to walk away. The Sunder will fall. And Cypress crew, unfortunately, isn't getting that same luxury. He's kind of pinned here in the middle of the map, trying to waddle across, trying to stop the drink of Lexemic. And now actually Hamsterboat's going after JFAT, trying to pressure him, but he's got left alone. This is not what you want. Finally, Dispel comes in. Nicely done there. allowing Hamster Boat to get aggressive. But this is what happens. This is why I say, if you're playing No Glaives composition, you have to work together as a team, because if your warrior doesn't have uptime, you have no offense. So that's basically your only job as the shaman and the priest, is to get your warrior uptime as much as possible so we can actually finish someone off.
See a snare at the entrance of the room here. Heroism coming up in 6 seconds. Power Infusion coming up in 5 seconds. That's going to be a big burst moment for No Glaives. But Hamster Boat doesn't have a medallion to time with that, so he may get cross crowd controlled, unable to execute on the kill. They pop the Heroism right away, going for the kill on Lexemic. He's got 0 mana. If they can keep Nian, nice shock onto Nian's crowd control. They need to keep Nian out of the fight.
He's in
They can
trouble.
kill Lexemic, and it's Chain Lightning. Where's the Tremor? Trinket for the Tremor, but Hamster Boat has no Trinket. They should have saved the Trinket for this push during the Heroism. This was their win condition. They waited the whole 10 minutes for it, and Lexemic is just walking away from it, completely out of mana. They couldn't stop the crowd control. No medallion to remove it, and Lexemic's going to survive. The swap to J-Fat. Lightning bolts from downtown. Atari's going for the kill. Lightning bolt after lightning bolt onto J-Fat, and it will close it out. Warrior who needs a warrior? I'm the Resto Shaman. I am the big damage. Atari's takes game 4.
Yeah, what's so interesting about this composition, one of the reasons why I love it, is I'm telling you, it's a double healer composition, but shamans, you play it like you would like an enhancement shaman almost, or an elemental shaman. You play really aggressive, throw in damage, play on top of your opponent, and yeah, the shaman can definitely be that X factor when it comes to taking someone down. And we saw that at the end, just throwing in those lightning bolts. JFAT kind of overstayed his welcome, and they did it. They managed to pull off that win on Ruins. It was a long game, you know, but at the end of all, they're the ones that were able to secure the kill.
Is that the longest game we've seen?
I think we had
Close.
one that was like
It was
13
definitely
minutes.
longer.
It was like 13 minutes or something.
This could have
That would
one of
make-
the longest games.
This series?
They could, yeah. What is the rule? Is it? I think it's 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Is the max allotted amount of time? This could be.
Yes.
I could see this as being the only series that could do that, unless we see like a 1v1 between healers or something. I could see that happening.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see, definitely. But that last game victory is going to go to No Glaives, as we can see here, and now we are tied up 2-2. What did you make of that, Zico?
Second heroism is a scary moment. Try to win before then. But for real, the main thing that I noticed here is that actually, if No Glaives really wants to play that defensive game, they definitely can, and I think they're starting to realize that as well. Don't play in the frost traps. Try to make the enemy team come to you, and then push in and get some pressure. And of course, as well, Ataris. What an absolute hero here at the end as well, getting those lightning bolts with heroes just free casting, respecking Ellie there for a second, but take a look at some of those moments here. This was still pretty early in the game. They try to get a lot of mana burns on Lexemic. They try to also pressure JFAT a lot more, which I like, because Lexemic, he's your main target. I think JFAT is the worst target for him to hit, but sometimes the worst target is the only target you can hit, and then it's better to hit him than to do nothing. So I think in general they did a better job getting actually that pressure out. And here, a very close call. Cypress almost going down, but he had barely enough mana left in the tank there to go for that dispel, get that big nature swiftness, and that's the resisted intercept that you guys were talking about a little bit earlier. And Nian and Lexemic both sat down to drink here after that one, and then they swap over onto JFAT here by himself in that room, almost take him down. This is a very scary situation to be in if you're JFAT as well, because you can get trapped in that room. You have both your healers outside, and of course, if an improved hamstring procs, you're just stuck in there. So JFAT definitely cheating death there a little bit. And then here they get a couple of burns here. Big push onto Lexemic, almost taking him down here. Fear comes out. They force out some trinkets. And this is where Hamster Boat trinketed. And he didn't have it available for that heroism, which is coming up here in 50 seconds. And then here is the heroism push, going kind of all in here onto Lexemic. They almost take him down here. Beautiful shock there as well onto Nian. almost taking him down. And that Frost Trap, so deadly right there. They get the Cyclone there with the Nature Swiftness. No trinket on the Warrior. Beautiful retiming on that reclone. And then JFAT here, he just overstays his welcome. This is where JFAT definitely did not want to be here. Yeah, I'm not sure during those clones if he could have moved away a little bit further. And here is the Ataris just going bananas here with the shock spam. The Hamster Boat actually in a scatter into a clone there at the end. And the Shaman just says, you know, it's okay. I'm taking this one now. And he just sends him home.
Okay, well, very well done by them. They were able to wrap that up. About a 12-minute game. Super Tuesday, I know you're talking a bit about the length, that we may see a 25-minute game. Do we see those long games only happening, do you think, on Ruins? Or are we going to see another one coming up here?
I mean, it's possible. It depends on what the teams want to do, right? Because they're like trying to find the lineup like the Death Star, and they're trying to find like the perfect moment to all in their resources and go for the kill. Because if they like it's like both of them have these giant fortresses of defense, and there's this one little hole that they're trying to land a missile in that could just blow the whole thing up. But they're getting shot down by fortresses at each other with double healer and defense everywhere.
Such a good metaphor.
They don't want to like stand on top of the fortress the whole game because they're going to explode. So they're trying to use the force to guide that moment, and that's why you have those moments in that last game. We had like a full intercourse of highlighted moments of they almost went down. That's them picking it and trying to line up the perfect shot at it, and they were like one inch off of landing the hit on the Death Star, and they just keep waiting for those moments. So their shots are going to be like the heroism, the power infusion, the death wish, the trinket on the Warrior. Those are the moments where they're really taking the hit at the Death Star because they can escape some of the defense that's preventing them from making that shot. And then on the opposite side, they're trying to run Cypress out of mana so he can't dispel.
Yeah. Now we are going to see a push here from No Glaives, deciding just to get this party started by moving in. And like we said, on this map, what we want to see from No Glaives is I think they need to realize that they can play defensive when they need to. They don't need to be the ones that play all out aggressive in this match, because I think if they find themselves just chasing around a pillar, running into frost traps, that's a matchup that they're losing. But if they kind of just pull back, you know, they force JFAT to try to stop drinks and overextend, then all of a sudden like Semic and Nien can get dragged out into the open, and they can play more to their advantage, which is off of that trap. But right now, just a bit of poke damage going out from JFAT. He wants to stay on that pillar. You basically have a situation where JFAT's team wants to play on a pillar, wants to play on a frost trap, and No Glaives does not. So both teams trying to play to their advantage and kind of just waiting for the other to make a move.
Yeah, and interesting thing about Cypress Crew, he's wearing that Regent staff from Black Temple. And also in the first game, and I think even the second game, he was running that Skull of Gul'dan. He was going for those big, aggressive mana burns with the PI and the Bloodlust and everything. But now he's running that Earring of Soulful Meditation, which is just, a lot of spirit. It's like Priest class trinket from Serpent Cavern. So he's going to have a lot more regen. He's just playing for MP5. I think he swapped maybe some of his gear, some of his sockets around for that longevity. And now Lexemic going to be the target of choice here in the opener. Heroism has been popped immediately here for No Glaives. The sooner you pop that, the sooner you can get it back, I guess. But they don't get too much of it. They only get that trinket and that pain suppression. They do get a full fear here, though, and they do pressure Nien a little bit. Now Hamster Boat is going to connect back onto Lexemic. He gets Cyclone, does trinket out of that one, and now he will have a little bit of uptime. Nice improved hamstring proc here onto Lexemic. He tries to reflect the Cyclone there, but unfortunately didn't have enough rage, I believe, there, Hamster Boat, or it might have been a little bit too slow there, I'm not sure. But that means Lexemic is going to escape, and they do have the Frost Trap down. And you can see already Nien looking for those early drinks. Lexemic's mana down to about half. Cypress Crew, though, his mana is already withering down here. He's first aiding, trying to just be a little bit conservative with it. So far, I would say we're looking at a lead for PhD in Misery.
Yeah, I would say so too. Lexemic sitting down for a drink, recovering a little bit of his mana. Hamster Boat trying to hit Nien, but Nien is basically just creating a bunch of space where it's difficult for him to actually keep a target. JFAT keeping the snares up. Now Hamster Boat making a swap onto JFAT, but a scatter will immediately shut that down. So the Cyclones and the scatters are what are really devastating for No Glaives, and PhD in Misery's way of essentially controlling the match. JFAT gets feared into the open. Hamster Boat, maybe they want to actually go. I feel like that was a decent moment to go after JFAT. He's got no trinket and intercept with no hots. And they might have been able to capitalize on that as JFAT was just so far out of position from his healers. But Cypress gets feared. Hamster finally connecting to his target. JFAT's going to be moving in for a potential scatter as well as a trap to allow Lexemic to get away. He definitely needs the help. Hamster Boat, that uptime on the Priest is absolutely devastating for his team. The Frost Hat does drop down. Lexemic will run to the safety of those snares. And now it's Cypress Crew in the open, getting mana burned by Lexemic. And just trying to root him in place and just allow JFAT to get any kind of uptime. Hamster Boat coming back, playing a little bit of defense, and this is exactly what you want to see. Hit the Scorpion a little bit, force Nien to hop multiple targets, just put pressure out where you can, and basically play goalie for Cypress as he attempts to go for a drink. And it's going to be really, really difficult for JFAT to actually land a kill. If Hamster Boat is playing pure defense and just going after JFAT, he can keep his team alive for quite some time.
Oh, JFAT actually trinketing out of that one. Go for the big aim shot here. Cypress getting blasted. That was the Nature Swiftness coming out here from Ataris. And I think they got the low. Did they get the low Cyclone? No, maybe we got resisted right there in the end now. Also getting a mace down right there. He wanted to get that low Cyclone onto Cypress Crew, which would allow JFAT to reconnect, but he does reconnect. They get a nice fear here onto Ataris as well. Lexemic trying to help out his team with the offense right now, but his mana is not doing super hot either, so he needs to be careful. Nien is basically completely tapped as well. Innervate is out and ready, and he could potentially use this one towards Lexemic and then sit down for a drink himself, and that is exactly what Nien is going to be doing because a Druid is a lot more mobile and has a lot easier time recovering his mana compared to a Priest. So Lexemic not going to be able to play aggressive. Atari is trying to sit back and look for his own drink, and we got kind of a Hunter versus a Warrior 1v1 situation. JFAT looking for the aim shot once again. The last one was a big crit. They're going all in here onto Hamsterboat. Nice blackout proc as well here. A lot of damage coming out, and Hamsterboat is a play target, but still taking massive damage here. Lexemic backing him up there with the Mind Blast, with the Shadow of Death. The smites coming in. Nice root here as well. Hamsterboat still not out of it just yet. They might just take him down here. JFAT getting disarmed, but disarm on a Hunter doesn't disarm his bow or his gun in this case. And Hamsterboat still with a lot of pressure.
That's it.
Can he survive? I don't think he can. And that is going to be a full fear onto Cypress. Beautiful cross you see there on both healers. And PhD in Misery will take Nagrand once again.
Yeah, I really like the way they played that one. Basically just getting the Priest out of mana, and then at that point just putting full control on the Shaman. So just getting him in crowd control, cutting off the rest of the heals, and going after the Warrior. Beautiful strategy adaptation there. PhD and Misery claims the third victory. They're one away from closing it out.
Very, very close. It is best of 7, like we've said, so they're not quite there yet. We've got to get a couple more games in before we determine a real winner here. But it just, once again, we're going back and forth. If you look at the scoreboard, it was PhD, and there was no Glaves, and then back and forth. You can see that time that the damage and the healing done. Why am I blanking on what we're calling this? Anyways, Zico, thoughts on that one?
Just a lot cleaner crowd control coming out from PhD and Misery. They got a lot of nice, opportunities early on there. There was one moment where Lexemic got a lot of burns there onto Cypress Crew, and of course, actually going after the Warrior, something that you typically don't want to do because a Hunter is a physical damage dealer. So going after another, like high armor target like a Plate Wearer is basically the worst target. That's why they go after the Clothy, the Priest of Cypress Crew most of the time. However, Hamsterboat gonna expose himself, a lot of the time into a bad position, and that's when they can strike, Sid.
Yeah, I mean, in this replay, you're just seeing PhD and Misery get more and more comfortable with the matchup. All of them are coordinated, aggressive. The Priest is out of mana way faster. This is where we all screamed when JFAT was getting aim shots off. Big proc crits, almost got the kill. Like, this was all PhD and Misery's game, really. They had full control. The innervates that we talked about on Lexemic, so they could split and then drink later on. And then when we went for the push, you look at the debuffs on Hamsterboat, Shadowward Pain, Insect Swarm, Moonfire is up, maximum debuffs. They can't dispel all of them. The Priest is running out of mana. And even though the Hunter's physical damage, those dots and smites and wraths are adding a little bit of extra damage that's just enough. They purged the Earth Shields off. They did everything that was necessary to be able to kill the Warrior in that moment. And Nien right here, hero play, interrupts the Lesser Healing Wave, gets feared, gets dispelled with Trinket, and then bashes the next heal right at the last second. Like, if that heal went off, maybe Hamsterboat isn't dead here. Then Nien goes for Wrath, trying to cast that. He gets kicked. He Moonfires instead.
and gets the kill with the Moonfire while Lexemic gets the double fear. Like, they were just looking comfortable in game number 4, and if they can look that good for the rest of the series, maybe there's no even comeback here for No Glaves.
What do you think, Sid, it'll take for PHG to win this next game if they can?
Well, the kiting on the straight lines was really good. Right at the end, it seemed like they disrespected the second heroism. They left JFAT behind. I feel like they had to innervate at that moment. I'm pretty sure they should have just innervated Lexemic and then stayed and healed JFAT behind the tomb. And if they had done that, I think they would have survived it. And then we would have gone maybe to the third heroism. I don't know if there's even enough time for that to happen. But those long lines of kiting is going to be important for them. And I would assume that we are going to Runes of Lordaeron. There's no other map. There's not very many maps in TBC, but the ones that are available definitely don't make sense other than Runes here for No Glaves.
Okay, we'll have to find out shortly as these teams are getting through the draft. But look at that, Super T's on the money. It's game number 6, Runes of Lordaeron, 3-2 currently.
All right, let's see if they can get us to a game 7. But every Nagrand, I'm trying to think of a single time Nagrand has been even in favor of No Glaves. Like, they had the unfortunate disconnect. That game was looking all right, but there's never been like a Runes moment where they're getting momentum and there was a snowball and it feels like they're about to win and they have a chance to win. So it's looking grim for them on game 7, and they still got to pull this one off. PHD and Misery popped off last game. Like, they're going to have a big boost of morale. They know they've got that game 7 in their pocket. So I almost wonder if they're going to play a little bit more cheeky here. They've mixed up their strategies. They went off the Warrior that game, the first time ever. Every other game has been going after the Priest. So a bit of wild card plays from them. Like Ven talked about, getting CC on the Shaman when the Priest is so the Priest just can't even remove any of it. Fearing that Shaman into the corner, rooting him out of line of sight where he can't even dispel himself if he's too far out of the fight. So PhD and Misery are just getting better and better, and it's No Glaves that kind of have to deal with team morale and making sure that they're keeping it as high as they can.
Yeah, and gonna see kind of the same in the start here. We don't want to see PhD and Misery exactly push in on top of all those totems and get too aggressive early on. Instead, they are going to try to let No Glaves push forward here. But we saw this in one of our previous games where No Glaves were happy to just wait, take that Shadow Sight, and come out and start the game off with Nian kind of out of stealth. Because Niam being in stealth, of course, will get him, an opportunity to maybe pound somebody into a Cyclone and start setting up that CC. And I think that's what they are looking to shut down here, potentially, on the side of No Glaves. Also, they obviously don't want to range those totems as well, because if you range those totems and you have to put them down again, it can definitely be tricky. The Shadow Side is up. The Warrior, I believe, took one in the backline there, and they are going to push forward. They do see the Druid here, Hamster Boat. He's going to shout the Warrior out there with the Demo Shout. They get a double fear, and now they are going to start the Pain Train here onto Lexemic. Mana burns are flying in the end. Actually, it does get dispelled right there by Lexemic. He gets shocked there on his Cyclone, but he interrupts one Mana Burn, and then he goes for the Cyclone, gets grounded into a shock here. Atari is doing a great job shutting down Nian, but Nian should be able to find the Cyclone there. He does find it onto Hamster Boat, I believe, unless it was resisted right there. And they are going to have a pretty decent opener here on the side of No Glaves, already burning down the Lexemic's mana halfway. They get a fear onto him as well, get his trinket out of the way. So this is a pretty solid opener so far, and now they're going to pop that heroism to try to snowball that momentum. They get a freezing trap here onto Cypress Crew, into a bash onto Ataris. They're changing their strategies here a little bit. They could get a Cyclone as well here onto Cypress Crew. They're actually going after the Shaman here. Can they get anything more on the Priest? It doesn't look like they find that Cyclone. Beautiful spell reflect there from Hamster Boat will reflect that Cyclone back to the end and shut down that pressure. But already big lead here well, actually kind of even. Ataris is pretty and so is Lexemic. Still a little bit early to tell. Heroism is about to run out here. Lexemic still forced to use some more cooldowns here. Can they get more uptime? If they can, they could potentially secure the game here. They do get a nice fear though onto both healers. They're looking for the scatter into the freezing trap once again. The end though going to be in a lot of trouble here from Hamster Boat. Ataris at the same time could also be in big trouble. Cypress Crew still stuck in that freezing trap. Ataris has nothing to work with. Can they get any more CC? They get the silencing shot. Cyclone being casted up, and they do get it. Ataris could actually go down right here. He has no mana to work with. But Hamster Boat is getting a lot of value here with his damage as well onto Lexemic. They don't want to leave this Warrior riding the Priest too much, because Lexemic could all of a sudden go down as well, Sid.
Another full trap on a Cypress. Viper Sting up on Ataris, needs that poison cleansing totem. It goes down, dispels it right before the scorpion poison. Water shield refreshed. Ataris needs to regenerate mana here as soon as possible. Chastise Root at the pillar. Lexemic looks like he was able to get some mana amidst all of that chaos, though, putting his team in a solid position. Ataris is totally tapped, Ghost Wolfing back to the room, but Cypress is now at half health in midfield. He could get swapped to as well pretty easily here if they do decide to go for it, but doesn't look like they want to just yet. Nian charges in, but charges into a fear. Cypress mana burning the Hunter. But JFET's got that weapon swap to the Apostle, so he's likely to regenerate. And they are swapping to Priest in midfield. He's fully dotted in a moment, casting in Solar Wrath, but with the Priest having so much mana, I don't think they want to commit to the kill just yet there. JFAT's in trouble. Hamster Boat switching back to him, now intercepting over to Nien to stop crowd control. Still staying on the Hunter for now, but a Cyclone is going to inevitably land. Hamster Boat wanted to line of sight that so badly at the Tombstone, wasn't able to. Now a Snare Trap is down while Lexemic is drinking. That's going to buy him a lot of time to get mana if they can proc an Entrapment. Scatter Shot to get more mana. Hamster Boat's just not connecting. PhD and Misery are really mixing up their strategies to try and throw a curveball on Runes of Lordaeron and just close this series out early.
JFAT running around with a spirit staff right now, literally with a healer weapon here, and it is the right thing to do when you are JFAT and your mana is this low. But beautiful pressure coming out here now onto Ataris, and I kind of like the strategy here. Go for the freezing traps onto Cypress. There's nobody else who can dispel them, and if you get one, well, that is an opportunity for you to try to take down the Shaman. So far, Ataris, though, he has been slippery. Now, finally, No Glaive is going to be retreating back into the room here. Both healers sitting down for drinks there, and that's going to force Lexemic as well as Nien to also sit down for their own drinks here. You can see JFAT here with his spirit staff equipped as well. Going to be sitting down. We're all going to be having a big tea party here on Ruins of Lordaeron before we continue this death brawl here between this double healer warrior and double healer hunter. Cypress Crew pushes in, gets a nice double fear. JFAT going to trinket out and try to shut down those mana burns, but Nien actually didn't get caught up with that fear and was able to stop it. Bit of an overlap, but Lexemic still taking a lot of damage. Scattershot onto Hamster Boat. Can they connect onto Lexemic? That is the question. Doesn't look like it. They fear up Nien actually with that intimidating shout. Hamster Boat now kind of waddling through that trap here, trying to make it back onto Lexemic. Lexemic actually getting a mana burn onto Cypress Crew. Cypress Crew with another beautiful double fear. Lexemic getting spam mana burned here. Still has his trinket, but he had to trade out the pain suppression right there. And so far, both of these teams definitely trying to not give an inch, but I would say No Glaives right now, not looking too hot here. Cypress Crew mana already dwindling down all the way to 0 from this Viper Sting. Lexemic still has a little bit to work with. Nien has a lot to work with, and so does Ataris. Blackout Storm onto Ataris, into a Feral Charge. Mana burns are coming in. Beautiful bash there. Lexemic just spamming out those mana burns here as well. JFAT, though, going to be taking a lot of damage here as well. And once again, Cypress Crew. Oh, JFAT almost getting casino there. Oh, still in a lot of trouble there. Beautiful Cyclone coming out here from the end to save the day. But this is the danger when you are playing against that Shaman version of this composition with that Death Wish and 1 or 2 Wind Fury procs, a Mace Down proc, and that can just be lights out for JFAT. But for now, he will stay alive. But Nien, though, caught up in travel form. Mace Down could proc here. Just an intercept for now. Nien looks like he might be able to get away here. Still very, very even match here, Sid.
Yeah, match point, Runes of Lordaeron. It would be a fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery. Both teams evenly matched, close calls. JFAT's pushing forward onto Cypress, trying to finish him here in the room, going for a 1-on-2, but Cypress is mana burning him in return. Silencing Shot connects. Cypress moves forward to try and get a fear onto the Hunter. JFAT dodges the fear, scatters Snare, avoiding the crowd control for as long as possible, but the fear does inevitably land, fearing JFAT back into their clutches in this room. Does not want to be here. Hamster Boat Cyclone, no trinket out. Heroism coming up in 5 minutes. That's when we saw Ataris pop off and get the kill 2 games prior, so that is going to be their big power play moment. It seems like No Glaives want to try and survive to that. Nien is camping them outside the room, drinking in Shadow Meld, just preventing them from leaving the room, poking them down. But I don't think they can stop Cypress from drinking unless the pet's in there right now. I think it is, but it's getting Mace Stun proc by Hamster Boat over here. They're trying to pull a Scorpion out. If that pet goes down, it could definitely be trouble here. Silencing Shot onto Cypress. They're pushing into the room here, trying to get aggressive. Nien's in bear form, anticipating a swap to himself, has Barkskin and Trinket. They need to get a kill before that second Heroism. It cost them the last time on Runes of Lordaeron. They're trying to navigate a way to do it, putting down these snare traps in the room. But Cypress got mana back. They're starting to push JFAT, Nien, and Lexemic away from the room. Hamster Boat is pushing forward. Cyclone, really want to see him save the medallion this time as well for that heroism moment. probably use it right now, or at least in the next minute or so. It'll be off cooldown for the heroism, but if heroism is up and he doesn't have a medallion for that push, I'm going to be really disappointed. That's their main point of winning the game here, I think. Like, Semic is tapped. No Glaives need to make a push right now. They have a good opportunity. Stop the drink right here. They do manage to. It looks like pain suppression forced onto JFAT. Don't want to be using that pain suppression on the Hunter, but they kind of have to. There's Innervate coming up in 8 seconds. And the Shadow Fiend off cooldown now for Lexemic. That Shadow Fiend going to return some mana unless they can crowd control it. Doesn't look like they have it. Cypress is trying to mana burn the Hunter, trying to keep their advantage, but now he might have overstayed his welcome. Stunned up in midfield, has to Trinket and Fear. Try and slow down the pressure. More mana burns from Cypress. JFAT has 0 mana and a Warrior on his back right now. But with that entrapment, or it might have been an improved wing clip proc, Hamster Boat is snared, unable to connect and finish his target.
Oh, scatter shot here onto Ataris. Are they going to drop another frost trap or a freezing trap? Doesn't look like he was going to go for either here. JFAT is using that aspect of the Viper, and he will regen a little bit of mana with that Spirit Staff. Together with that, nice blackout proc. Lexemic going for the mana burn, gets 1, and they will force out the pain suppression. Basically at the back of that one, Atari's mana not looking super good here. And now once again, the double healer warrior team is retreating back towards the room. Cypress crew looking for the heals, but now they're going after Hamster Boat. Aim shot connects. Do they have the damage? That is the question. Hamster Boat still taking a lot of hits here. He's going to use that escape artist from that gnome racial right there to escape that entangling roots from Nian. And now it actually looks like PhD and Misery want to get aggressive here and push in. They have good mana here onto everybody except JFAT. They do get a fear here onto JFAT as well as Nian, but Lexemic doing a good job here, not getting caught up in that. He's going to use the fear ward here as well. Very aware that the warrior might fear him, and they do get a fear onto Ataris. It looks like it was Tremor Totem though, or maybe dispelled by Cypress Crew. Cypress Crew's mana not looking good. Hamster Boat now in a blackout stun, gets a Cyclone here on his Death Wish. This is something that you hate to see as a warrior player, and heroism is still a far 2 minutes or so away, and Ataris basically on 20% mana, Cypress Crew on 10 or so percent mana. Both of these healers running on fumes. JFAT basically also there running on fumes, taking a lot of damage here from Hamster Boat. They need to get him off him. Scatter shot's gonna come out, actually procs a blackout at the same time there, and they do get a little bit of a distance there. Nice damage coming out onto Hamster Boat, and they're doing what we saw in that game earlier on Nagrand, where they decided to go after the warrior a lot more, and the person who can do the most amount of damage to a warrior on this team of PhD and Misery is actually going to be Lexemic with that priest damage, because his damage doesn't care about armor. JFAT actually running in on his tiger right now, trying to get some work done, looking for the crowd control. Can he find it is the question. He pushes forward here. Can he get something? Both healers completely out of mana here. Hamster Boat taking decent pressure. Lexemic now going to sit down for a drink, and so will Nian, and so I think Atari is also sitting down for a drink there in the back line. That the Scorpion Pet actually not able to move right now. Maybe he just parked it here so it doesn't go down, and it looks like he will be able to stop both drinks there, and both healers of PhD and Misery has recovered a little bit of mana. JFAT though does risk himself anytime he pushes forward like that, and he has 0 mana to work with. And now I think PhD and Misery, they want to look to get aggressive, and this is Nian's time to shine, Sid.
Yeah, let's see if they can close out the game here. 7 seconds away from heroism. Hamster Boat trinketing there prior to their big commitment of damage, so you might get CC'd out during the heroism. Their mana's not in a good spot though on the side of No Glaives to do a push with this heroism. It might be tough for them. They're trying to do it though. Fear onto the Hunter, committing damage here with Power Infusion onto Lexemic in game number 6. Are they going to take it all the way to a game number 7? Can they hold strong? 0 mana remaining. They swap the Cypress Crew in the room. All 3 members on top of him. Ataris has 0 mana. Lexemic is drinking in the backline though. They're pulling away from the engagement. They want to make sure they have mana for the heroism, I would imagine. Cyclones on the Hamster Boat. JFAT's just tearing into Cypress at the moment. Atari's getting stunned up, looking for a Cyclone. Grounding Totem and Shock available. Shock onto Nian. Lexemic got a huge amount of mana here for the push to continue here into the room. Can they close it out? Power Infusion up for Lexemic. He's pushing for a Fear. Needs to kill the Tremor Totem. Gets a full Fear. It looks like Tremor may have been down, or Cypress was able to dispel. Hamster Boat into the scatter, trying to remove the warrior. Mana burn spam, gets shocked, stunned up by Monster Boat. And now we can see Nian drinking outside the room with Shadow Melt. He's just trading drinks. They're almost like tagging in and out like a wrestling fight in terms of drinking and who's going to be on top of them to finish it here. But Cypress is out of mana, half health, full clone onto Ataris. This is where Nian is popping off on match point. Ataris trinkets into a full bash, and that's
Nice
it.
bash.
KO PhD and Misery, 7-2.
Yeah, and I think the reason why they didn't use that hero is because it actually has a pretty significant mana cost to pop it. So they really just didn't have the resources there to go for that kind of play. And a nice moment there for PhD and Misery as well to kind of move in there, drink up, let JFAT harass them while both healers are drinking, and then let JFAT drink up a little bit while the healers are harassing. And then, of course, Nian can kind of lead the charge and get that beautiful bash there at the end, just like we saw in that last game, and seal the deal.
All right, well done to PhD, able to win 2 games in a row, secure that series as a win before we managed to get to a game 7. Break down those moments for me, Ben. How did that work out for them?
I feel like PhD and Misery was kind of getting more and more comfortable as the matchup went on, kind of mixing it up, going after multiple targets, switching up their strategies, sometimes CCing out the priest and going after the shaman. They found themselves in a situation where the priest was completely out of mana. They CC'd the shaman and actually went after the warrior. So just mixing up their strategies. But what it comes down to is just like Semic and Nien do such a good job in this match, and JFAT as well. They do such a good job managing their mana. I kind of talked about how this composition in particular, you need to be experts of surviving and trying to last your opponents. So finding those key moments to drink where you can recover your mana, and also doing a good job using your pet or tagging in one of the healers that help JFAT slow down Cypress or Ataris from actually recovering their mana is just such an important thing to do as this composition. And then also on top of that, realizing there's a certain moment in the match where you actually do have a win condition. So, you're trying to get people out of mana, but ultimately, if you can get an aim shot up and the healers can assist with smites coming in from like Zamet, see Wrath sometimes from the end, throwing an Insect Swarm, that additional damage can really give you the opportunity to take someone down, even against these double healer setups. So it's just these consistent setups coming in from PhD and Misery that allowed them to pull ahead in this matchup. Another thing that they did quite well is deny Hamster Boat a lot of these kill opportunities. So like moments like this where the end is super low, he does a good job not panicking, just feral charging away, creating distance, and then Hamster Boat has to go after Lexemic. He gets a little bit of uptime there. But then as soon as Lexemic's going to be in trouble, the team comes back. And this is actually kind of a scary moment in the match where Arteris gets incredibly low. He's basically got no mana. Cypress is actually just letting Arteris do his thing and throwing in mana burns on JFAT, not really caring, realizing he's probably going to be able to survive with that high armor. And then once the Mana Tide Totem comes down, Arteris still isn't able to recover. And this is just kind of a testament to the consistent damage that JFAT is able to put out, really pressuring both of these healers. I actually, in terms of targeting, I feel like Hamster Boat during this match in particular could have actually committed to a target a little bit more. There's a few times in the match where it seemed like Lexemic is actually sundered up. He was incredibly low, but they just didn't have the intercept to actually find him and stick on their target. And instead, Hamster Boat would go and switch targets. So he intercepts over to Nien, gets the fear on him, but then he doesn't really have a way to connect to Lexemic. So I think committing that mobility a little bit better and more consistently would have maybe given no Glaves more of an opportunity in this match. But with the way PhD and Misery create space, keeps up their crowd control, keeps up, this is another really scary moment in the game where JFAT gets into execute range. This is not the position you want to be, but always in the end there with those clutch cyclones, keeping Hamster Boat out of the game. You get a scatter on Arteris, you get a cyclone on Hamster Boat, and then all of a sudden the offense is completely shut down. And PhD and Misery can survive those really, really scary moments. So you got to feel for Hamster Boat. It is difficult in this matchup when you're playing against a team like this. But at this point in the game, they get a full cycle on Arteris. He does have his trinket available. He trinkets out, but there's no mana left to work with. He's got no emergency healing. As a restoration shaman, when you fall behind, it's kind of a nightmare situation in all honesty, because unless you have your nature swiftness, you have to go for those hard casts. You don't have the luxury of just like putting up a power word shield or life blooms. You really have to cast, and I think they kind of started to realize that, at how easily they could shut down the shaman, and PhD and Misery found a lot of kills that way.
Well, no Glaves, they certainly put up a good fight. We saw, quite a few good moments from them. But in the end, PhD is going to be moving forward in that lower bracket. Unfortunately, that is the end of the story for No Glaves. Next up, we've got another elimination round coming. We've got Bing Bong versus Surfs Up. Stupid Tees, how are you feeling about this series we've got coming up here?
The Shadow Priest teams are always kind of just like the wild card. The fact that they even can play triple DPS, although I think it's unlikely here, into RMP specifically, they're just such a wild card comp. Even though you've got players like Wealthy Man on this RMP, like there's such an insanely stacked team with Swacked and Brain. You really don't know what's going to happen. Like that Bloodlust, maybe they're going to stack Gul'dan trinkets like we saw in Europe with that Shadow Priest mage, go for this big all-in burst moment. Maybe they can overwhelm them. So I don't want to count them out, but at the same time, RMP has been a good composition. You were betting on a game and RMP was in it and the other team didn't have an option. Might want to be betting on the RMP, and the fact that they're all skilled players as well, such long-standing veterans of World of Warcraft, that you'd have to go with Surf's Up. But Bing Bong could bring a surprise.
Do you have a comment on that, Ben?
If we got time for it, I mean,
Yeah.
This is a team I actually played with quite a bit, so I was really skeptical of the triple DPS. I played with them on my mage, and it ended up being really good. Even into like double healer teams, you just have so much damage with the Shadow Priest and the Elemental Shaman. The one thing you really struggle with, though, is any rogues. So rogues that can kind of all in you are really difficult. So that's why Bing Bong, I think, has actually been practicing the Restoration Shaman instead. So EMCL has been practicing playing Restoration, and I think in this particular matchup, it's extremely likely they just go with the more traditional Shatter play of Shadow Priest Mage and then the Restoration Shaman to give them a bit more longevity in the match. And Zico kind of touched on this yesterday. We saw a Shatter play in Europe. They're actually still in the top 4, I do believe. So this is a composition that is pretty well rounded, to be honest. You don't often see Shadow Priest, but Shadow Priest with a Shaman, with a Frost Mage is a bit of magic, and it actually is a pretty difficult matchup for RMP as well. As that Mage, you're very vulnerable to being purged out by the Shaman, as well as the Shadow Priest, and then you have a Bloodlusted Mage who can go for crowd control on your Priest. So I think this next matchup is going to be very explosive.
All right, I'm looking forward to this one. If you're just now tuning in, we just wrapped up our first series of the day where we sent a team home, and now we're going to head to another lower bracket series. It's Bing Bong versus Surf's Up coming up next. Best of 7 loser of the series will unfortunately be going home. So that's 2 teams in a row. We're going to get knocked out of the tournament. We're going to head to a break, and we'll be right back. It's Bing Bong versus Surf's Up. everybody, and welcome back. We are now on our second series of the day, still in the lower bracket. We are going to eliminate one more team today. It is Bing Bong versus Surfs Up, and we know, Zico, how long that last series ended or lasted. Do we think that we're going to see similar pacing in this one, or what's it going to look like?
No, I think it's going to be a complete 180 here. Last game was, two double-leader teams duking it out. And now we're going to have some aggressive compositions here. We're going to have that most likely Rogue Mage Priest versus Shadow Priest Mage Shaman. It's going to be a very aggressive matchup. And for the Shadow Priest Mage Shaman, usually they just try to run down the mage before the Bloodlust ends. And for the Rogue Mage Priest, they try to get some CC. They can run down the Shaman and make it a race. They can go after the Shadow Priest. There's a lot of different strategies that they can implement, but one thing's for sure, we are going fast.
All right, let's see some fast games. The Grand Arena game number 1, it's Bing Bong versus Surfs Up.
All right, let's see what we can get done here in the second round of the day of North America. Will the Shadow Priest team be able to stay alive in North America as it did in Europe? As it's kind of like these are the only teams that have a Shadow Priest on their roster. Although the composition is definitely a contender, it's still quite a rare sight, so you won't want to miss this. Surfs Up, we got players coming in from the retail game here. We got Brain. I deemed him like the #1 hardest paladin to kill, but I'm imagining here he's not going to be playing any paladin. So Rogue Mage Priest with Swacked and Wealthy Man, Reflexed, Saline, and it looks like Resto Shaman EMCL as he practiced it here. These were the Wizard Warlords in the 5v5 tournament. Now they're coming into 3v3 with the Wizard setup once again. Swacked is moving forward, but combat has already got grabbed. Swacked is not going to be able to get a sap. Where are they going to maneuver from here? They open up onto the Shadow Priest with a cheap shot, likely into a kidney shot, committing to the Shadow Priest, but Heroism has been popped. Water Elemental is out. Skull of Gul'dan gets polymorphed by Wealthy Man. Can they keep the mage out of the fight here? Now Wealthy Man polymorphed. Skull of Gul'dan on both mages. These polymorphs are lightning fast from each of the mages, and yeah, Swacked wants none of that. He is going to be running away from the Bloodlust as soon as possible. Saline, EMCL, and Reflexes are trying to dogpile on top of him with the Blizzard. Maybe push in for a triple Fear Bomb. Saline is getting into position. Fear Bombs it. Will the Forsaken going to remove that? They want to get aggressive during this timing, but they're getting kited so well. Swacked is just in stealth. They can't attack him. Opening now up onto Reflexes. Nature Swiftness comes through. Saline into the full blind.
Nice.
He has to sit this. If he trinkets, he's just going to be an open target later on for a kidney shot. Can Swack maybe get a sap? It doesn't look like the prep's available. No second vanish. They're going to polymorph Saline instead. He decides to trinket the polymorph with no dispel available to his team, but now he could be susceptible to a swap. We've got two good targets, only one block and no trinket.
Yeah, Swack getting incredibly low there, trading out the Cloak of Shadows, Brain with no trinket. This is a really scary moment here for Surfs Up. Honestly, I feel like Surfs Up's done a good job kind of diffusing the situation, but Bing Bong keeping the pressure up. Swack right now in a lot of trouble. He is far away from his healer. Brain behind the pillar, almost completely tapped on mana. They got about a 40-second window here. Reflex, though, I do believe has no more water elementals, so his damage is going to slow down quite a bit. And Surfs Up may have weathered the storm. If they can last until this Cloak of Shadows comes up, they might be able to survive. Saline needs to get off that pillar as well. Swack just getting free damage on Saline if he pushes behind the pillar. Not the ideal situation. Wealthy Man just getting blown up right now. Forced to trade out the ice block, and now there's limited defense for him also. Things are falling apart here for Surfed Up, and Bing Bong realizing if they can recover their mana, if Saline can actually go for a drink, then Bing Bong is in a prime situation to win this game.
Yeah, Reflex needs to stay forward, though, and stop drinks on Brain here with Blizzard around the corner. Blizzard going to hit Brain, stop recovery, but Reflex's mana is not great. Does he still have the mana gem? No evocation here. And it looks like they're pushing forward. They get a sap onto the Priest. They can open on Reflex. Probably get a second block here. Fear onto the Shaman. Sniping the Tremor Totem. Swacked is trying to chase down the Mage. Shadow steps over for the cheap shot. Ice block immediately forced here. Brain has mana for Mass Dispel. He's going to go for it. Mass Dispel. No ice blocks left. Saline and Polymorphs. Fears. Double fear from Saline, but now fully blinded with no trinket. Swack pulls back to the pillar. Wants to get a re-stealth before committing, otherwise it might be Cloak of Shadows. No trinket on him. Could be dangerous. Sapping the blind here. Not able to get the sap. Looks like a Shadow Fiend was on Saline. Not able to. They're committing to the Shadow Priest instead, though. Trying to just rotate over. Nice counter spell onto EMCL. That could be it. They silence the Mage in desperation, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. And Saline will go down in game one.
Yeah, just really well done. I mean, Surfs Up They understand this matchup. I can tell. In the moments when Bloodlust comes up, they just try to get control on the Wizards. Wealthy Man just throwing out polymorphs, they're throwing out blinds defensively, forcing them to make a difficult decision. Are they going to actually trinket out of the blind and then be a susceptible kill target, or are they going to sit the blind and then give up their opportunity to actually land a kill? So I just really like the way Surf's Up approached this matchup. But that being said, Bing Bong, they had certainly a lot of signs of life here.
Yeah, they seem to. Maybe they can get this next game. Before we do that, though, we got to take a look at the match score as well as, of course, looking at the replay and kind of breaking down exactly what happened. I mean, what do we want to see Bing Bong do then, Supa, as we move into the next game?
I mean, they had such a good game. I really liked Saline pushing in for the fear bombs. It's just like they punished him when they did that. They saved blind for the Shadow Priest twice now. Polymorphed him when he pushed in. Like, they responded to his maneuver. So it's really tough to say. Like, I mean, he can try and YOLO Shadow or Death of blind, but like, I mean, if he hits it, it might win the game. But if that's really what it's going to take, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to pull this off. They can go to a map with no pillar, Runes of Lordaeron. This could be another matchup where maps are very important. I would like to see them do that, because if they get them out in the open, they are just going to destroy them.
All right, Zico, here's that replay.
Yeah, I think this is kind of the moments that Ben was talking about. This is a very scary moment here in the start. Wealthman has very defensive positioning. He's just staying back, and Brain as well, doing a good job, defing that poly right there. And then here as well, at the end of that Bloodlust, I think this is where they blind. Yeah, this is where they blind the Shadow Priest, and they just try to slow it down. And the thing that I think Bing Bong should have done differently is they went after the rogue so much in this game. I think they should have gone after the mage a lot more, because they did go after Wealthy Man at one point, and they just instantly got the ice block. So I think this was actually the moment right here. They just tap target to Wealthy Man, 1 ice lance, 2 ice lance, counterspell, ice block. And I think that's really one of the strengths of the Shatter, is that you have 2 silences. So if you can counterspell a heal and just Shadow Priest silence the mage, you can easily get an ice block like that. And if you have Bloodlust as well at that moment, you can definitely ride that momentum and snowball it into a kill with that, Quadra Purge spam. With that said, though, another defensive blind coming out. Swacked definitely playing it kind of calm here in this game. And then here they do go. I think actually he did shift there. It wasn't a sap. And then here this is the resisted kidney there as well, actually. But this is the best win condition for an RMP. Tunnel the Shadow Priest, and as Van already pointed out earlier, if you have a target that's on low HP or half HP, you don't have anything. You have Nature Swiftness, and that is your only instant heal. Everything else is time to cast. And if you land a counterspell on that, it's game over. And same thing, they only have one, Dispeller. So if you can get a sheep on the Shadow Priest, there's nobody else who can dispel that sheep, and you can just go after the Shaman. So those are really going to be your best targets if you're trying to do it like a setup like that. With that said, though, you can always hit the mage if he's trying to do too much and just purge him down as well. So a lot of options for Bing Bong, and a lot of options as well. For Surf's Up as well. I do want to see Bing Bong kind of purge down the mage a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because I do think that's their main kill target for that Shatter play.
Yeah, it's really like a 2-for-1, right? Like you're purging the mage, you're getting off, Earth Shield, you're getting off his Power Word Shields, you're getting off his Renews, Prayer of Mendings, but at the same time, you're also getting off his Icy Veins, which is massive for Wealthy Man's offense, and stripped of that Icy Veins is going to be a lot more susceptible to pushback. Big opener here, potentially on EMCL. Swack going for Vanish. He actually gets broken out of his Vanish, unfortunately. Full kitty shot does land, but a beautiful Nova. Swack is actually forced to use a Cloak of Shadows there. So now without that Cloak of Shadows, going to be very susceptible. EMCL is actually in a pretty prime position. Saline getting full blinded, interrupt on reflex. Good control coming in from Surf's Up, but still, Swack could be in some trouble. If he's in the open for too long, he only has 1 Vanish left to really escape. Shadow stepping very deep in enemy territory, but Brain is there to back him up. Saline just getting polymorphed across the map. There is no cross dispel here, which is something Zico had mentioned. So if you get control on Saline with the blinds, with the polymorphs, you really limit the offense of Bing Bong.
Yeah, and this is again a kind of a mistake here from Bing Bong going after Swag this much. I don't think it's necessary. I think this is where you go after the mage, go after Wealthy Man, make sure that he's purged, make sure that he's not really doing too much. But now Sailing in a lot of trouble. Do they have a counter spell? It doesn't look like it. Wealthy Man did use it here already, so EMCL should be able to power Sailing back up here potentially. A lot of heals coming out here. They get a sheep onto Brain. I think it was Shadow of Death there. He had no trinket there, as far as I can tell. And they are going after Wealthy Man now on the side of Bing Bong. And we're going to see Sailing here getting actually stopped by the deadly throw. EMCL still in the backline, spamming out the heals. But now Wealthy Man has that counter spell. So if they get good pressure on Sailing, they can just counterspell EMCL and potentially take the game here. They do get the ice block from Wealthy Man, and they use the counterspell onto Sailing actually to keep Wealthy Man alive, which is exactly what EMCL wants. Now they get a kidney shot, but there's no counterspell for EMCL, and that means Sailing should be able to survive here. EMCL's mana, though, not looking too hot here, and they don't have much time left. Swag's gonna have that blind coming up as well here. Might not even need it. That pressure is just way too great here. EMCL can't do anything to keep his Shadow Priest alive. He's just running around in Ghost Wolf looking for a drink here, and they just run the Shaman out of mana there with pure damage. So Surf's up, playing it safe once again, having a terrible opener there as well, with that Sheep Shot getting resisted and then the Rogue getting taken out of Vanish. But still, they play it slow, they keep their cool, and they grab this one as well.
Wow, I mean, you know, even with that little flub up in the beginning, Zico, it's we're still seeing victories from these guys, 2-0. Right now, it's best of 7, so they're gonna have to get to 4 wins if they want to win this series. But things not looking too good for Bing Bong at the moment, Supatis.
I think the real grim thing was just the fact that he was Like, they're getting good pushes, they're getting blocks. I really like what EMCL is doing in the game. Like, you can tell he's an Ellie main. If you just watch EMCL, even though he's getting attacked in the open, this was the flub up. So his cheap shot resists, he goes for Gouge, then he gets Nova'd, and then he goes for Vanish very early, gets pulled out, then gets Nova proc by Kona Cold. I think, no, another Frost Nova, has to cloak so early on. You're thinking this is over. Like, Rogue's already used a Vanish, Rogue's already used a cloak, they got the Shaman to like 80% health. Like, how on earth does the Mage Shadow Priest not win from here? But blind onto Saline, he's just out of the game. Those blinds are committed to him. I think it's right around now where you can tell that EMCL is like an Ellie main. He gets the heals on the Saline when he's in trouble, then pre-places all of his totems, and then goes for a lightning bolt later on. I think that's at that moment. They jump down onto the side at some point here. I think it's right about here. He has a choice. He could heal Saline on the deadly throw or pre-lightning bolt the ice block MD. Like, and he chooses to lightning bolt. Maybe it's too aggressive. Like, Saline is still dying here, but at the same time, there's no mana. Like, they kind of have to win. So it's like such a tough spot for him at that point. He's landing good shocks. He's getting good grounds. Like, he has really good disruption. Maybe he could switch his gear up a bit. Maybe put on a little bit more MP5 or something to be able to recover so he can have it a little bit longer. Because if he just had the bit more mana here, Brain's out of mana as well. And they got through so many cooldowns.
Well, either way, they did manage to pull it off, and now kind of the ball is in Bing Bong's court if they want to try and turn this around. They've got a few more chances left, so what do we want to maybe see them implementing, Ven, as we head into this next game?
I think it just needs to be more aggression and need to be really, really careful. I think they'd really need to commit to interrupting polymorphs and just playing aggressive. So go after the mage, use your counterspell on polymorph, use grounds on polymorph. Basically, what you need to shut down is any kind of defensive capabilities that the RMP has, and that's why going after the mage is so strong. Once you get his Icy Veins off, once he's getting spell pushback, if you're interrupting Arcane, you're not really afraid of his damage. Like, interrupting Frostbolt doesn't really have that high a value because theoretically he should be too scared of Frostbolt throughout the entire Bloodlust. I think that's the thing we're missing in this match. So I just want to see Bing Bong get a little bit more confident in the matchup. Just focus on going after the mage. Don't worry about defense as much, as it kind of takes care of itself if you can keep your opponents on the back foot. And I honestly would like to see them go to Ruins too. I think it's a good map where Wealthy Man won't really have anywhere to run and hide.
Well, we're going to see they are choosing a map right now. It is Bing Bong's choice since they did just lose that last game. So we'll see if they do pick Ruins or maybe something else. But, I mean, they've got to figure something out. They're running out of chances here, and they are facing elimination. They've knocked out quite a few good teams to get here. So, you know, it's surprising to me, Zico, that I think we're not seeing that aggression that maybe we had expected before we headed into the first game of the series. What do you think?
I think we are seeing some aggression, but it's just, in my opinion, on the wrong target. They're just putting way too much effort going after this rogue. I mean, even in that game, they had a pretty much perfect opener. They got the rogue out or they resisted his first cheap shot. Then the Shadow Priest dispelled him when he vanished, and they took him out. And then they got a nice Nova, which he had to cloak. And even then, with this kind of opener, they weren't actually able to take him down. So just don't waste too much time going after the rogue. Just if the rogue is going on the Shadow Priest, just fear him to force out his will, and then get some full fears on him later on, and go after Wealthy Man. You need to be a kind of controlled unit here, charging down the mage, spam purge Wealthy Man, use your silences on him, use the counter spell Nova to get Sheeps on Brain at the same time as you're doing this. And it's really up to Reflex here to be the man of the hour here, because he's for the most part pretty free here in this matchup. Now you are going to see the opener here come out, and immediately a counterspell comes out onto Reflex. EMCL actually going to use the Bloodlust right away, and Celine is still in a sap here. Now finally they are going to counterspell Wealthy Man, and it looks like they are going after Wealthy Man right now. They are purging him up a little bit here, looking for some polys onto Swacked, and Wealthy Man going to get a nice poly onto Reflex here. EMCL here, getting fully sapped here, and that could just be the end of the match right away here. Celine in so much trouble. Can he get anything? A DR sap, that's over. What did EMCL trinket here?
Kidney, I think.
Yeah, he got fully blinded on his trinket on Kidney. They've been using blind on Saline every game, so maybe he wasn't expecting it. He wanted to get the lust out for his team. They're definitely an aggressive team, so I'm imagining that was his thought process. But I guess they got to pay more close attention, like make sure a rupture's up or something, make sure something's on him before trinketing the Kidney. They can't play full YOLO like that. I kind of want to see them go back Ellie and just play, just give it a full send, you know, just smash point, just run in there, just Ellie mastery, just zap somebody. Like, I feel like that's what that got them this far. Like, I would like to see them go back to it.
Mm-hmm. So he does trinket that Kidney right there. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's kind of over. The priest is still sapped in the middle of the map. He's in prime position to get the full blind, and at this point, it's basically game over here for Swag. They're just trying to spam sheep him, but if they can't stop him from getting that sap right there, actually, I think Swag should have cloaked for that, because that was very risky. He doesn't really need his cloak for anything else, but he gets the sap anyway, and then he gets the re-sap there as well, and that is pretty much game over immediately right there. What an insane opener. And it's all kind of snowballed off of the fact that they're in a very poor position as that game starts. They get that sap on the Shadow Priest when he's in the middle of the map, and they get to go to the Shaman, who's also in the middle of the map right next to him. So definitely kind of bad positioning there on the side of Bing Bong, and nice punish there by Swacked and Surf's Up.
Yeah, they saw their opportunity and they took it. They shut it down just under a minute. They are now 3-0 here. So Surf's Up on match point. Bing Bong just not looking good, running out of options. They just cannot quite make that connection. I mean, what do you think is going on, Super T? Is the pressure getting to them? Like, is this kind of the performance that we expected to be a 0-3 on their side this quickly into the series?
Well, I mean, he's an Ellie main, right? They had picked up Resto and practiced it. I feel like he's doing a decent job for having just picked up Resto.
That's true.
In this specific match, but going up against Bing Bong, they just know how to diffuse the situations. They're playing smart and calculated. They're flexible as well. They're not only able to commit to these one linear strategies. Like that last game was a adaptation. Like, whoa, the Shaman just trinketed. Okay. Maybe they noticed that trend earlier on and were like, well, let's just win the game. If Shaman is always going to trinket opener, we can blind him instead. And then Bing Bong needed to adapt to that. That was like they had to like premeditate that adaptation from Surf's Up, and they just couldn't stay ahead of them. It seems like they're very fragile. It seems really frustrating as the Shadow Priest. Like, there's so much crowd control for you. You're the only dispel. You're getting sheeped, you're getting sapped, you're getting blinded, then you get stunned. You're like just trying to help the team out as much as possible. So enabling their Shadow Priest more, I think, is going to be important. I really just think they should full send the Ellie, even if it's a worse matchup, just because like that's what they zap themselves into the tournament doing that. Just like maybe they're not ready for it. Like, who plays triple DPS, right? And just run Surf's Up over purely based on the fact that they've played it for so much time, rather than the rest of Shaman.
What do you think about that, Van? Do you want to see them bring in the Ellie?
No, I've played the matchup. If they play the Ellie, every game's gonna look like that last game, which is not what you want. Yeah, so definitely not what you want, but I think what it comes down to is Surf's Up has a clear game plan, and I quite honestly just think they're outplaying Bing Bong. Like, Bing Bong, they need to interrupt Arcane. Like, they have to stop Polymorph. If Reflex is getting faked on every single one of his counterspells on Arcane, then Wealthy Man is going to be able to diffuse these situations and spam poly him, which is definitely not what you want. So I think Surf's Up. Right now, they're in control of this game, going for a Sap on Saline once again. Looks like they're going to be opening up on EMCL. Pretty much the exact same matchup we just saw, except EMCL this time isn't going to trade out his Trinket, which I think is way smarter. If you noticed, he's actually just at full health. So here comes the Bloodlust. This is going to be a little bit better. Wealthy Man actually separated from Brain. So this is not a bad spot to be in. Saline's going to be able to create some pressure here. Nice Earth Shock. This is already a much better start here for the side of Bing Bong. They need to get the damage here onto Wealthy Man, though. Nice gouge into a kitty shot. Swag's actually just going to be going after Reflex. Cloak of Shadows already traded out. Brain's good on mana. And this is the kind of pressure you would expect to see from a Shatter play.
Yep, double cooldowns, Cloak and Block. Brain deaths a Polymorph, though, saves his Trinket. Swag's moving for a blind play. No Trinket for Saline. He's going to be crowd controlled for some time, but Swag is hesitant to go for the kill with no Cloak of Shadows. Polymorph now onto the Shadow Priest. Deadly throw over onto Frost, trying to reconnect, shivving up the target, trying to get those wound stacks rolling. Dodges the Cone of Cold. Wasn't able to dodge the Cone of Cold. Pulling back to the pillar, not chasing with that snare. Another deadly throw into the Polymorph of Reflex, really slowing down his ability to turn the tides of battle. Now Saline could get swapped to. He lands a Fear onto the Rogue, trying to peel him away. Polymorph onto Brain. Brain has to Trinket out of this Polymorph to hold on to this Cold Snap Ice Block of Wealthy Man in the near future. EMCL's mana tied with Brain, but we saw in that Blade's Edge game that he burnt out a little bit faster. Silence committed from Saline, but he was stunned. Swag's just pulling away, poking Reflex, trying to attrition them a bit here. There's no blocks left for Reflex. Full Polymorph counterspell onto the healer. 3 versus 1. That is it, I think, on match point. Reflex is flailing. NS comes through at the last possible second. Will it be enough? Full kidney shot. Doesn't look like Blink is up. What, that sheep onto Reflex. He's down to half. Heals coming through from EMCL. Reflex somehow survives on match point. I thought it was over. I thought that was a KO, but Reflex stays alive here a little bit longer. Can they turn it around? They've got Swacked out in midfield. Shadow steps over for a vanish behind EMCL and not able to find the reopener. Reopens on Saline. Saline lands a Fear onto the Rogue. He's at 30%, but another counter spell from Wealthy Man onto EMCL. Saline's trying to heal himself, but he's on 1% and can't hold on. Surf's up with swap after swap. Bing Bong can't keep up.
It's really interesting. It's a pleasure to see Surf's Up. I mean, maybe people in the Classic community don't know about these players, but Brain, Wealthy Man, Swag, especially Brain and Wealthy Man, I mean, these guys are tournament veterans in the AWC, so it's kind of cool to see them on the Burning Crusade and actually putting on quite a show. You can tell that their strategies are very well executed. They're not taking a lot of risks. It's all calculated, and I'm really curious to see how far this team can get in this tournament.
I am curious as well, Ven. They're going to have to battle their way out into the lower bracket, but they are going to be moving forward. 4 now. Well done to them. Very swift 4 over them, so congratulations. And unfortunately, that is going to be the end of Bing Bong, but they put up a good fight there, especially at the end, but unfortunate for them. But Surf's Up, looking strong. What do you think, Zico? Do you think that they're going to make it to the grand finals out of the lower bracket, like Ven says?
I'm not sure. We'll see how deep of a run they can do. There's a lot of good teams, you know. We're gonna see, potentially a big matchup later on that could decide a lot of things down here in the lower bracket. If Snut's team, for example, gets knocked down here, that could be a very scary team to fight. But in this match, they actually did go after Wealthy Man. They got that ice block forced out immediately here, and look how much pressure they had on the Rogue as well. Even with the blind, they couldn't actually get any pressure. They just had to kind of retreat there, and a lot of it was because EMCL they resisted that first kidney shot, so they had a little bit more luck there in the start, but still this was an extremely close call onto Reflex, almost taking him down here. And this is another one of those win conditions that we're talking about. If you look at Saline now, he's going to get sheeped, and then he's going to get swapped to on that last sheep. And as soon as they swap to him right there, look, he's taking massive damage. And look at Wealthy Man here. AMCL is going to drop a grounding totem and try to go for a heal, but look at Wealthy Man. He just ice lands the grounding totem, instantly counterspells the heal. And as a shaman, this is what we talked about. You tunnel the Shadow Priest, you get a shatter on him, he drops low. The shaman now has to cast. Now, if you just hit the counterspell on that cast, you're more likely than not going to win the game, because even if he survives, even if the shaman can heal, because the Shadow Priest survives during that lockout, he's going to have a wound poison stacked up to 50%, and it's just going to be a nightmare actually trying to recover there. There's so many, Shadow Step kicks and things like that as well that can come in. So it's just a really tough situation to recover from, and that's the thing about Bing Bong. When they pop that Lust in the start, they need to get a lot of work done with it, especially onto Wealthy Man. This game looked a lot better, but it just wasn't enough. Surfed Up just looked too strong on the day.
Yep, looking very strong on the side of Surf's Up. So now we are heading over to the upper bracket. Up next, we've got Sup Fresh versus Congrats FLABERZ coming up next. Stupid Tease, what do we know about these two teams?
I mean, this is kind of the premier series, I think, for North America. Like, if there's a series I had to pick that you do absolutely not want to miss, it's going to be this series with Snuts going head-to-head with Chris Thorman's RLD versus RMP. Very intense matchup. These players, in my mind, some of the most well-practiced, having played since the entirety now of TBC's re-release. Like, they are grinding it out. Like, this is going to be a masterclass, I'm imagining, on RLD and RMP.
It sounds like it's going to be sort of a very, very finely tuned matchup from both ends, Sid.
Yeah, it's just going to be a masterpiece, basically, I think, is this series.
I like it. All right, well, stick around. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be those two teams. We can look at the bracket before we do that, though. We can see the team, the series that we just wrapped up. It's Bing Bong that got knocked out. No Glaves knocked out earlier this morning. So the two teams that we have left are PhD in Misery and Surf's Up from the lower bracket. And of course, they both have moved forward, and now they're just waiting on these quarterfinal games to wrap up so that they can get an opponent. So stick around. We will be right back. We're hopping up to the upper bracket. Sup Fresh versus Congrats FLABERZ coming up next. Welcome back, everyone. We are now in the upper bracket. It's Sup Fresh versus Congrats FLABERZ, game number 1.
This is a very fun matchup. And yesterday during the broadcast, I kind of mentioned that these are kind of the two compositions I feel like are the strongest right now. So them going head-to-head, I think it's going to be really interesting. Limity moving out into the midfield right away, kind of getting the game started, trying to get damage over time effects on floor mat. It's going to be all about Congrats FLABERZ kind of surviving in this matchup. Sup Fresh is going to be on a bit of a time limit. And this match can come down to Devour Dispels as well. If Limity can get really, really good Devour Dispels, he can keep his team in the fight. So that's going to be opening up onto Limity quite aggressively. But Chris Thorman in tree form right now should have more than enough healing to keep him topped off. And I would say this is a pretty decent start here for the side of Congrats FLABERZ.
Yeah, they stun up FLABERZ into Polymorph, swapping back to Limity here. Chris Thorman still just sitting in the back line, healing the team, keeping them stable. Looks like Devour not going to be used here onto the Polymorph of FLABERZ. Holding on to that, maybe got unlucky with the Winner's Chill. We see a Frost Nova, looks like it might have got resisted. FLABERZ commits the Vanish here onto Snuts, looking to stun lock him up here. Isn't able to land the kidney shot, unfortunately. Now caught in a fear by Tiki. Snuts is rolling behind the pillar, trying to connect over here onto Limity, it looks like. Format lining up the Frostbolt. Not going to go for the Shatter combo just yet. Has 2 blocks. Wondering if he's going to cold snap aggressively here, if he's imagining that he's going to be a target, or if he wants to go for an all-in with that later on. Mana heavily actually in favor of Tiki at the moment, but Innervate in the back pocket of Chris Thorman. And Chris Thorman is just avoiding all CC, playing max range, just keeping Hots up on the team, playing a very safe and defensive game. Snuts is on the back foot, down to half, no prep for him. Still down at half. Will they be able to close out the game on Snuts here? Dots are fully loaded here by Limity. FLABERZ trying to get a re-stealth, gets feared out by Tiki into midfield. Limity down low on mana, might need to life tap, and Chris Thorman needs to sneak in and innervate here very soon. If he gets purged on that, I think it's going to be game over for them. When is Chris Thorman going to go for this innervate? Life tap, number 1 from Limity, taking a big chunk of health to get some mana, keeping the dots up on the rogue, waiting for that next kidney shot. They need a kidney shot as soon as possible, but FLABERZ is just out of the game in crowd control. That innervate looked like it got purged on Chris Thorman. He's only going to work with 10% mana and an out of mana Warlock. They go for blind on Snuts, trying to hold him back. They're desperate to try and reset here. I think Chris Thorman is likely off screen drinking. He's playing so defensively out of the game. We don't even see him in the game on the camera for like the last minute or so, but they need to reset. They're using this blind sap to compensate for the innervate being purged. Now setting up for a stun into kidney. Chris Thorman got a bit of mana there with the drink. They're going to recover from that purge innervate moment. Now they've got pressure on Snuts. Snuts is going to cloak with Shadows. Shadow step over to Limity, but he's line of sighting Tiki. He's down at half. Tiki's moving forward, trying to get a fear onto FLABERZ in the near future, I imagine. Devour hits the poly, and they punish the Dispel. Double fear to punish it. Trying to go for it, but Will Forsaken into a full blind trinket from FLABERZ. Snuts free evasions, trying to anticipate a stun here. Loaded up with dots and exposed armor. He's going to be taking a lot of damage. Fake suppression still available for Tiki. This is battling out to the bitter end.
It definitely is. I really like FLABERZ reset there. He was able to get the blind into a sap onto Snuts and then open on him, taking Snuts out of the game for about 25 seconds, allowing Chris Thorman to recover. Limity right now in a bit of trouble. When the wound poisons stack up, that's when Snuts can really rip in, but FLABERZ getting these restells. Cheap shot unfortunately resists, and Snuts is playing an Orc, so it's a bit devastating for FLABERZ if that cheap shot, that kidney shot that he relies on to kind of take down Snuts and slow him down in this match is resisting. Snuts shadow steps over. FLABERZ just polymorphed very far away. Beautiful coil, though. Limity has had great positioning in this match so far. He knows when he needs to weave in and out, staying away from Snuts and really working well with Chris Thorman, but Chris Thorman completely tapped on mana. Snuts getting low. Tiki as well. Mana very limited. But I would say this is slightly in favor of Sup Fresh right now. Limity's getting lower and lower.
One more hit.
Can he really get away? Snuts is there. Very patiently played, but a close game. I mean, once floor mat is out of mana, that's really the scary part for Sup Fresh. They can outlast that mana, and honestly, it came down to that innervate being dispelled. If that innervate didn't get dispelled, I feel like the RLD played really well to stay alive long enough, and this could be one of those series that truly goes the distance.
We'll have to see, Ben. You think this is a game that goes to a series that goes to game 7 then?
I mean, it definitely could. I feel like it has. It's one of those series that there's an opportunity that it could go the distance or it could get shut out. But either side can definitely win it. We're seeing top tier gameplay from all these players.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly seemed like that if you took a look at that first game. Let's expand on that, Zico, just a little bit. How was Sup Fresh able to secure that kill?
Well, their strategy, I think a lot of it was to kind of run Chris Torman out of mana, and the way they do that is to, normally you would maybe see the priest chase after the druid, they get a fear, and then they try to take somebody down with crowd control, but not these guys. They were playing it more of a PvE strategy, Snuts, just going for those wound poisons, trying to stack them up as much as possible, and getting that expose armor up, going for that sheep shot into that kidney on FLABERZ, and they get some debuffs on FLABERZ into a full sheep, and then they use those fears on FLABERZ as well. Anytime he doesn't have that Will of the Forsaken, he's going to be sitting those full fears, and you can see Floormat here. All he's doing is just spamming out those rank 1 Frostbolts onto FLABERZ, and that is because they don't have a Dispel. All they have is that Fell Hunter, and it is an RNG-based Dispel. Floormat did a great job kind of managing his mana here as well, making sure that he didn't spend too much mana, and Chris Torman, and fortunately for him, his Innovate did get purged, and that is a big turning point for them, because they shouldn't get out-mana'd here by the RMP, at least not that early. So they kind of have to use their blind. Instead of trying to get a win with it, they have to use it to just reset. And of course, Snuts just got back to his target immediately after and just kept riding that momentum. And then here at the end, you can see Chris Dorman has nothing to work with. He's got Native Swiftness, he's got cooldowns to roll with, but he really doesn't have any mana to spend. And FLABERZ just stuck in those fears, stuck in those sheeps, not able to do too much there about that situation. So I think Subfresh, they had a clean strategy, and it worked out for them pretty beautifully. And I think Limity actually did a decent job kiting as well. It was towards the end there, they did get a lot of uptime on him, but in the early stages and in the mid game, he was kind of completely away and made sure that Snuts couldn't get too much uptime as well.
All right, well, Subati's moving forward into this next game. What's on the board for Congrats FLABERZ? What do you want to see them do?
Well, I mean, their main goal is to just avoid as much CC as possible. But it seems like Subfresh were ready for that strategy. It was pointed out, keeping up the winner's chill stacks on the rogue, so they can land a full poly. They wait and see if Devour hits the poly. If it doesn't, FLABERZ is out of the game for 3 polys and then into a full fear. But if he does hit the lottery, get the dispel, and Tiki's in position to fear him. So getting FLABERZ somehow into the fight more, I think is going to be important. But it's like their only move is to dispel with Devour, which is just, as long as Floormat is keeping up those rank 1 Frostbolt stacks of Winter's Chill, it's going to be really tough. So they're going to go to a no pillar map, so the RMP can't drag them into bad spots potentially. Chris Thorman can play max range with the tree form and max out his healing here. But I'm a bit worried because Subfresh seemed to be ready for this attrition fight that Congrats FLABERZ is bringing.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's really interesting just how the tournament realm works as well. Normally RMP, there's a few things you struggle with in this matchup. The priest going out of mana, and then of course the rogue being susceptible to being trained down. But you can they've kind of helped bolster that weakness a little bit by Snuts going on the orc. So every time he resists the kidney shot, that's going to be massive for the momentum. As well as Tiki can go for a lot of mana regen here. So he's playing a lot of MP5, a lot of spirit, and keeping his mana high during the game gives them a lot more longevity than maybe you'd see in like a ladder match. So those little adaptations definitely giving him a bit of an edge here.
Yeah, and we're going to see if they can extend that lead, a bit more aggressive map here. So hopefully they can get a little bit more done here on the side of Congrats FLABERZ. Let's see what they decide to do here in the start. They get a Winter's Chill, they sheep Limity. He does get that Devour. Anytime you see that little blue icon over somebody's head, that is usually the Fell Hunter going for that Devour. And they're going to open up onto Chris Dorman here. Ooh. Beautiful opener here. Sheep shot onto Tiki. Snuts gets blinded. They're going to go after Snuts. Snuts actually banished the death card right there. Beautifully played there. Ooh. And he did have to use his trinket. Both rogues here in stealth, but they have that improved stealth from the vanish, so they can't really go and pull the trigger yet. It's going to be Snuts immediately opening up here. And Tiki could potentially go for that Psychic Scream here. He's going to hold on to it in his back pocket. He might want to fear Chris Dorman, actually. And I think they're going to go after FLABERZ in this game. I think they're going to fear Chris Dorman and try to kill FLABERZ, or fear FLABERZ and kill Chris Dorman. I don't think we're going to see a Warlock race here. Tiki now going for some mana burns here. Let's see what they decide to do here, though. There it is. There's the swap. There's the double fear. And Chris Dorman might just go down here. Shatter comes through from downtown. Oh. And they have the counters, but they have the black. Oh. That is good night. Chris Dorman getting opened on there in a terrible situation. And that is basically KO immediately.
Oh man, Subfresh looking like Sylvanas, Chris Thorman looking like Teldrassil.
Oh no! Sid too soon.
Not looking too good for them. It was insane. Chris Thorman actually got really lucky this game. Like in the replay, you were saying Tiki needs to fear. I think the fear is not working properly on the UI. It doesn't track the cooldown. Tiki actually feared Chris Thorman after I think he trinketed the first stun, and it resisted. And if he didn't resist that, I swear the game was going to end like right there. So I'm really hoping we clip that in the replay because it just dogpiled on top of him. Tiki was there for the fear. I think we get it here. Hopefully, if the replay doesn't skip. So they open up on Chris Thorman. They're all in line of sight. FLABERZ opens up on Tiki. Blinds Nuts. Nuts trinkets to go for the kill. And Tiki knows that he can fear the trinket here. So he runs on top of Chris. He fears and it resists. I'm like 99% sure. What else would that have been other than a resist?
Yeah, it was.
That could have been the end of the game right there. Let alone then when they got the setup later. Like Tiki's getting mana burns on Chris. Like this map backfired. They used it so well. They were trying to use it to have 40-yard range, keep the Druid out of the fight, but Subfresh just ran them down, zerged him out of the game. And they just got really good swaps, like these fears onto the DPS, Polly's on the DPS. They're covering everyone, making sure no one can get stopped, and comboing together as a team. Like Subfresh, they're looking good. Like they played out that attrition in game 1, and they brought the aggression in game 2. And it's really up to congrats FLABERZ now to construct a response.
It's so devastating. Like a good RMP, this is what you see. I mean, we saw it in the last series, we're seeing it in this series. When you have a well-coordinated RMP and they kind of go in with a game plan, they can just keep you guessing the whole game from start to finish. What target are they going to go after? You know, whose trinket are they trying to bait? What really is their ultimate game plan? And just the way they played this one was just so beautiful. These swaps on Chris, even blinding FLABERZ in this match so they could get a full polymorph on him and he couldn't actually assist whatsoever. It's just little things like that set this team apart, and it makes playing into an RMP that's this good really, really scary.
And Ven, you kind of touched on it a little bit in the last series as well, how we're kind of seeing some of these AWC players step back, compete in Burning Crusade. I know that there's a lot of practice time on this team, on both teams, in this expansion, but how much do you think that like competitive history with these players translates over to other games like this one?
A lot. I mean, the thing is, like, a lot of these top players too, they're friends, so they talk strategies. You know, we have Wealthy Man and Snuts. They're both on cloud. You know what I mean? They're both on cloud 9. They've been playing together for years, so there's no doubt in my mind that they're talking RMP strategies and openers and feeding each other intel and trying to both go as deep in the tournament as possible. So it certainly helps having all that tournament experience. You know, figuring out your win conditions. These guys have years and years and years of play. I mean, Snuts has been competing since Wrath of the Lich King all the way into Shadowlands, now back into the Burning Crusade. So, you know, it's been a long time of World of Warcraft for him. And you can tell, I mean, his team won the last tournament with Sam I Am and Toes. And now, I mean, once again, they're looking great here.
Yeah, they certainly are looking great. Congrats, FLABERZ, though. Fumbling just a little bit in this series. They've got a few more chances to go. I think we're going to get that game number 3 started here. It's looking like it's on the grand once again, but they only have 2 more chances to clean this game up and maybe turn it around. But right now, Super Fresh looking good, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I like that they're swapping up their strategies here. You know, in game number 1, they went for a very standard, we're going to play the long game, we're going to get damage on the Warlock, and we're going to win it this way. And in the second game, they went immediately after the Druid, and that's a strategy I'm a big fan of. Go after the Druid, try to fear him on his trinket, or if the rogue peels
stop
Snuts,
Zico,
and then go after him. Sorry, what?
Stop Zico. I don't want people coming after my Druid, man. You're re-rolling the Druid. Yeah. Stop telling everybody to go after the Druid. Like, you're encouraging this.
Yeah. Well, you're encouraging what Sylvanas did to the tree, so it's only fair in my opinion, Sid.
Okay, I guess. Fair enough here. Let's see if Chris Thorman can avoid the torch here of Sup Fresh in game number 3. Only 2 wins away from taking the series and advancing to Championship Sunday. Both teams grabbing combat immediately, so likely no saps here. Snuts opens up unlimited. Where's FLABERZ going to go? He shadow steps in. Cheap shots Tiki. Blind Snuts. Same opener. Snuts trinkets out to blind FLABERZ. FLABERZ trinkets out into a full fear. It looks like Will of Forsaken already blown through. Frost Nova on his Will of Forsaken. FLABERZ can't connect into the full polymorph. They're just controlling the rogue, preventing FLABERZ from getting to his target. That's the name of the game of Sup Fresh.
finally, FLABERZ actually gets a re-stealth into a cheap shot. Let's re-stealth here.
Resist
Looking for a
kidney.
kidney shot, but can't get it. This is the most unlucky situation for FLABERZ. It was his one moment. Snuts with no trinket to get some pressure out here. Now Limity caught into the cheap shot. Snuts goes for a kidney. Did Snuts' kidney resist too? It may have resisted there on a Limity. He's going to run behind the pillar. Snuts cloaks to chase after him. FLABERZ is caught into the full fear. Winner's Chill Frost Bolt procs on him into a Polymorph. The Polymorph's on diminishing return there. FLABERZ is going to get some uptime here. Let's see what he can get done.
Yeah, they do. He has no Will of the Forsaken for that next fear, so he needs to get this. The Felhunter needs to resist the fear, and then it needs to dispel FLABERZ. So definitely a lot of lottery coming out there, but Snuts now finally going to be caught up in a kidney shot here for just a moment, and they're going to get a little bit of pressure here. Going to be able to slow down Snuts, and look at Limity here, who's trying to avoid Snuts. Florman actually trying to sheep the Warlock right there just to give Snuts some uptime. He actually dispels himself there on that Frost Nova, and here comes the Hellfire. They're trying to get Snuts out there, and they will be able to take him out there, I do believe. Now Limity finally going to get reconnected onto by Snuts here, and this is looking a lot like game number one. Floormat could potentially swap here onto FLABERZ. FLABERZ has no trinket, he has no vanishes, he has nothing. If they want to, they could potentially go after FLABERZ here, but they, I think, will stick onto potential Limity here. Full Fear comes out here. Tiki getting swapped to as well here with that pain suppression. He is a juicy target here for the Roguelog Druid.
There's the swap.
Full counterspell
FLABERZ.
secure, and there's the swap on the FLABERZ. He has no Cloak of Shadows. He's got nothing, and that's going to be the Nature Swiftness. I don't think it's going to be enough. Florman gets a blanket counterspell. Can he Ice Block out of it? It doesn't, and he will survive that swap. That was a very close call right there onto FLABERZ. If they just had a little bit more damage there, it's still not over yet. They get a blind onto FLABERZ. Yes, Trinket. He is hesitating a little bit with that Trinket. Floormat going for the evocation, and they are going to go after Limity here. And Chris Torman, he has got no mana left, no Innovate. Full kidney shot onto Limity, full fear onto FLABERZ. Will of Forsaken coming through. The Devourer comes through, but now he's stuck in a half sheep. He still has his Trinket, he still has his Cloak of Shadows. FLABERZ still has a couple of options, but he is running out of time.
All right, Cloak of Shadows, but Limity's in trouble. FLABERZ is going for a re-stealth while Limity is going down. He's trying to get a peel here, but Limity can't hold on. And now Supfresh continue to build their lead 3-0. What's going to stop them?
I'm trying to make a fruit joke about what would stop them, but I can't think of anything. Anyways, Supfresh, yeah, 3-0 right now. They're one game away from closing out this victory in the series and moving forward in the upper bracket. And it just looks like, Sid, I mean, you already said it, they're unstoppable at this point.
Yeah, it's just looking clean. They've got so many options in their strategy toolkit. They're not just a one trick. They're not just running one target down. I really like how they're taking the rogue out of the match because they know that's the weak point. Is Snuts getting tunneled by the enemy rogue FLABERZ. So they're just crowd controlling him perfectly, removing him from the fight as long as possible. So it's like Chris Thorman is just stuck in the back pressing Life Bloom. Like, all right, we're waiting for you to get out of fear. Oh, you're sheeped. All right, you want to like text me when you're out of the next sheep, and then we can go for the kill here. You're into a Nova now, are you, FLABERZ? Are you? Okay. You're gonna cloak it. All right, you're gonna connect now. Oh, they're swapping you. You're gonna die, FLABERZ. Like it's not looking good with how much control they're getting out there. And they actually had a really good dispel on FLABERZ at one point. He was 5-stack Winter's Chill, feared and polyed, and it dispelled the poly so he could will the fear. Like he actually won an insane lottery at that point. And he still couldn't get there in time to get some pressure rolling. So I'm wondering if you got to like flip the switch. They poke Tiki a little bit in this game. I think you'll see it in the replay here, Ben.
Yeah, definitely. They went after him just a little bit, but I mean, FLABERZ's main objective here is to just try to slow down Snuts. But Floormat's main objective is to make sure FLABERZ can't do anything, and we saw a lot of that in this match. This re-stealth was actually really, really nice. Bit of a misstep there by Supfresh, allowing him to get peeled, but I think this is actually where we see a nice little resisted kidney coming in from FLABERZ, unfortunately, and Snuts is able to continue the pressure. So FLABERZ, his job in this matchup is basically go for re-stealths, get clean vanishes, and try to just slow down Snuts at all costs with the cheap shot gouge kidney shot. And that job is becoming increasingly more difficult when he's just getting feared, when he's getting snared, when he's getting frostbitten, and Limity's uptime. The uptime on Limity is quite high. Now, what can happen, and what we saw in this game, is Supfresh, if FLABERZ decides to commit too many of his tools to try to peel, so if he uses Cloak of Shadows to get out of a Nova, he uses Vanish to try to reconnect to Snuts, he's already used his Trinket, that's when you can just hard swap him, and that is what we're going to see and just a little bit in that match. So that's really the fine line you have to walk if you're FLABERZ in this match. Is you need tools to sometimes live, but if you use all of those tools to try to keep your team alive, that's when they can really take advantage of it. And honestly, Limity did a good job peeling the situation. So look at this. He's feared out into a corner. There's a full interrupt here on Chris Thorman. What does Limity do to try to peel the situation? I believe he coils Tiki. He goes for a spell lock, Feldom spell lock on floor mat, and FLABERZ barely survives. Will of Satan comes out on that fear, but Limity really kind of the MVP there to try to keep his team alive. He's the only one that could really slow them down. But after that, you see Sepfresh just say, okay, well, Chris Thorman just used a bunch of mana trying to keep FLABERZ alive during that kind of emergency situation. Now we're just going to crowd control FLABERZ, and we're just going to go after Limity. And eventually, congrats FLABERZ. They just kind of run out of steam in the matchup, and it's this constant pressure, this unrelenting pressure coming in from Sepfresh that makes it really, really difficult. I think FLABERZ actually does get a reset there. He goes for the Shadow Step, but at that point, it's just too little, too late.
Wow, fine-tuned machine, Haven.
Yeah, I would say so. They're looking good.
Yeah, looking very good. And now we're going to move on to the fourth game. And it just seems like if we keep seeing what we're seeing in these last games, those last three games, we're going to see a Sepfresh 4-0 victory against Congrats FLABERZ. But maybe they pull something off here in the last game that they have a chance to turn it around in. But it's game number 4 in the Grand Arena.
All right, let's see if they can get FLABERZ into the fight. Oh, this is the best start they're going to get. Snuts and a Sap all in onto Tiki, it looks like this time around. They're really mixing it up. This is their best shot at putting a win on the board here against Sepfresh. But Snuts is out of the Sap. He's Fairy Fired, trying to pre-evasion. Go in aggressive here onto Limity, build up those wound stacks and get something going. But they didn't get too much from Tiki. Now going for the Death Coil. But a Chris Thorman swap out of nowhere, tricketing into a full blind. Tiki's in position for a fear as well. Snuts is re-stealthing with Vanish to get a Sap onto Chris out of this. Is he going to peel for Tiki, though? Tiki's in trouble. Sap out, needs to peel for Tiki. Cheap shot onto FLABERZ. FLABERZ could trinket this kidney and kill Tiki potentially. Kidney shot looks like it's not going to land here for Snuts. He hasn't committed it just yet, but Tiki is getting rolled over. FLABERZ is going all in. There's the kidney shot. Trinkets out to go for the win here on Tiki. Can they put a point on the board? Holy Novas from Tiki in desperation as he line of sights Limity, but another kidney shot comes out from FLABERZ. Limity is all over him. Cyclones on the floor mat. Congrats. FLABERZ are playing all aggressive here. I love the Cyclones from Chris Thorman. Floor mat's out of the match, and Tiki is going to go down. First aid from Snuts. The first aid from Snuts keeps him alive for another Holy Nova tick. He's just Holy Nova over and over, but no way. Limity is closing this out. Shadow Bolt for the kill, and I love it. Congrats FLABERZ. Realize, this sitting back strategy is not working. We got to push forward. We got to get some CC. We got to get something going, and they pull it off here in the last chance.
This is what I'm talking about, though. Like I mentioned it. Normally, when you queue up on the ladder, there's a couple weaknesses you have as RMP and RLD. Number one, you can go out of mana, because normally the Priest is going to play a decent amount of resilience. So if he's playing a ton of regen, he's definitely a great target. And also, normally the Rogue you're playing against is not an Orc. So I think they can't really do the conventional strategy of just, sit on the Rogue, peel him, and try to live, because Sepfresh has built their characters to outlast that situation. I really like that Congrats FLABERZ has mixed it up here, Zico.
Yeah, but a lot of it is because of this opener here. They get the Sap, and that's gonna give them so much uptime here onto Tiki. Tiki gets garroted after that cheap shot, and then usually you will see a Death Coil as well follow that one. And actually, they do go for the Death Coil here. It's a bit of a healer race, and Tiki does go for the pain suppression. And then here, unfortunately for Sepfresh, Chris Thorman does get the Nature Swiftness off, and then Snuts. He doesn't have enough time here to get the Sap, and he also here, Snuts wants to save his kidney shot for Chris Thorman. Chris Thorman is dead here if he can just help Tiki survive, but he's reluctant to using it, but then he decides to go for it anyway here. I think they should have just turned this into a healer race and they killed Chris Thorman, because they did have a free kill there on Chris Thorman out of that blind, and then try to maybe go for the 2v2. Still, though, it's a rough situation for Sepfresh because of that Sap opener. It pulls Congrats FLABERZ just ahead in that race by quite a bit, and of course Nuts with that first aid here almost saves the day, but those 5 wound poisons definitely really hard to work with. And then of course FLABERZ here not going to be snared, not going to be slow. They get the sheep on him, and they don't and Limited there. I think he got a Shadow Bolt proc actually at the end and just overkilled him by a billion with that with that instant shadow. I mean, it does a lot of damage.
Oh,
Okay, well, it's kind of becoming a theme here, I feel like, with the Burning Crusade. It's like we have these long series that could go to a game 7. And it's like you think it's going one way, and then the team that's losing figures something out at the last moment. And we'll see if Congrats FLABERZ can keep it going. How likely do you think that is, though, Ven?
Congrats FLABERZ. They definitely have their work cut out for them. I mean, that was a really, really strong opener where they could afford to play that aggressive. Normally, they cannot. So I wouldn't count them out just yet, because RLD is a really strong composition. I think it's got a really fair shot into RMP. Maybe even advantaged. Some people might come after me for saying that, but I think, if they clean up their gameplay and they kind of play their own game and try to mix up their strategies a little bit more, because, I mean, all these players are really experienced. But I think if they're just doing the predictable strategy every single game, then Sepfresh is kind of prepared for it. So maybe mix it up, go after the Priest a little bit more in the match. Maybe find more swaps over to Snuts. It is really, really difficult based off how they're playing. But yeah, I think they just need to be more comfortable in the match and try to mix it up. And I like the fact that they're, instead of just playing pure defense in that game, they decided to go really, really aggressive.
Yeah, I love it as well. Looks like they chose Ruins of Lordaeron as the map. This is their last chance here. They can't lose this one. Congrats FLABERZ. But Sepfresh, if they win this series, and Congrats FLABERZ gets knocked down to that lower bracket. Let's see what they can do here on game number 5.
All right, let's see what they can do. Supertees, it is Ruins of Lordaeron on match point.
It would be a fitting final resting place, and thank you for letting me squeeze that in before you start.
I got you. All right, so let's take a look here. We got Sepfresh versus Congrats FLABERZ, RLD versus RMP, and last game it was that Sap on Snuts opener onto Tiki on that Priest. Honestly, I think that Congrats FLABERZ can do an even better job all-inning Tiki. I want to see the cheap shot into the Vanish Garrote into the Death Coil strategy, and if Tiki trinkets the cheap shot or the Death Coil, which there's a high likelihood that he has to, then you send the full kidney shot. And if he doesn't trinket any of that, then you go for a counter spell with the blanket from Limity into maybe a Feldom counter spell or into another Garrote, and you just send the Eviscerate and you try to take Tiki down, because he's playing a lot of mana regen. He is, or at least in the previous games, he hasn't been playing a lot of resilience, and I think a lot of it is going to come down to this opener here. FLABERZ will have the advantage, by the way, when it comes to this opener. So Snuts is the one who's always going to be forced to open first, and they are going to open up onto Tiki here. FLABERZ tries to evasion the blind. They do get the cheap shot, expose armor. There's the Vanish Garrote, and now Snuts is here peeling the situation. FLABERZ in a full kidney shot, and they don't get a Death Coil here. They don't get anything here from Chris Storman either. I would like to see Chris Storman
nice
get
devour.
a little bit more involved here to get a nice Devour. There's the Death Coil into the kidney shot. That's the Brain Suppression coming out from Tiki, and I want to see Chris Storman now get a little bit more involved here, but he has to heal a lot here. Limity taking massive damage here from the damage of Floormat and Snuts. He gets kicked on cast, but still Tiki not out of the woods yet. It's a bit of a race here. Limity going to use that Spellstone here. He has no wound poisons effect on him as well because of that Orc Racial. This is an opportunity here for Limity to recover fully, and he will. Stormer's mana not doing pretty, but Tiki has no cooldowns left here. Could be easy KO with that next kidney shot.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if FLABERZ can connect right now. Tiki out of line of sight. Beautiful counterspell. Limity's got no Fell Hunter. He's got no pet. This one could easily be over. FLABERZ going to try. There's no Devour. That Polymorph's full. Limity is absolutely dead. Sepfresh, send Congrats FLABERZ down to the lower bracket. Good control. Nice counterspell there by Floormat. And it's at that moment. I mean, if you don't have a Fell Hunter for Devour, you don't have a Fell Hunter for Soul Link, that's basically lights out.
Yeah, the RLD missing their fourth player right there.
True. Truly.
Oh man, well, Sepfresh taking that one home 4-1 in the end. Like Ven already mentioned, they are going to be heading down to the lower bracket, so it's not quite the end for them yet. They're still waiting for an opponent down there as well. We've got to wrap up a couple of these games. Actually, no, they're going to play never mind. I'm getting confused. All right, Sepfresh victory down to the lower bracket for Congrats FLABERZ, and let's just expand on that. Here's that replay. We can see exactly what went down.
Yeah, I mean, this game was just all about Limity getting shut down. I feel like, the Fell Hunter on a stick weapon from Illidan, that came from Limity. That Fell Hunter came from Limity here. So they had some really good peels. They got a nice Devour here onto the Polymorph, which got a lot of uptime at the start for the all-in on the Priest. Chris Norman was getting good Cyclones, but when you're going aggressive like that, you also start falling behind on HOTS. They use the Blood Fury, but it also reduces healing, so they're trying to recover through
quite a scary moment here. They get Hellstone kicked on Drain Life. Limity just getting shut down really heavily. And then Chris Thorman got overwhelmed. Like now he's stuck in this position where he can only really heal. He's trying to stay ahead of the wound poisons. Can't go for clones. FLABERZ is stunned away, not able to assist with any damage. And I think the Feldom is right about here. So the Fell Hunter went down, instant CS, and Spellsteal Purge. It's gone. There's no way you're getting that pet back. Without that Fell Hunter, they basically can't do anything because FLABERZ is just never getting out of any CC now. Full Polymorph. Chris Thorman's with Innervate, probably going to get purged in a second. There's nothing they could do. So, well, congrats, FLABERZ. You know, they got that sap in that last game. They were able to execute on a kill on Tiki. Sup Fresh, we're prepared for that strategy here in game 5 and close it out.
Close it out indeed. They did. And next up, we're going to have yet another upper bracket game. But I'm curious to see how that one goes, looking at how the one that we just saw went. We've got 2 teams, Kicked Aim Shot versus FISHSTICK Gaming. One of them will be sent down to the lower bracket to play PhD in Misery at the end of the day. So if we look at these 2 teams, Zico, do you think that there's one favorite coming out of it? For you, at least?
It's hard to say, but I think Kicked Aim Shot is a really experienced warrior lock druid, and they could definitely turn, the tables around here in NA. We still haven't seen a warrior lock druid play yet, so I think those guys definitely, they have a lot of experience on that roster. They have a lot of good players there, and I think they could show us what that comp is made of, because so far we have seen the Shatter, we have seen the RLD, we have seen the RMP, we've seen some double healers, but we've not seen the warrior lock druid. We did see a couple of them in Europe yesterday, and it is a strong comp, so I think these guys are some of the best at it, so let's see what they can do here.
So Zico, for people that didn't see that comp yesterday, how is that going to play out? What are the advantages of it that we're going to be looking for?
Well, you're going to have basically high damage. You're going to have that warrior lock druid basically being able to outlast a lot of comps, running them out of mana. If the warrior gets to have uptime, it's basically the same thing as the RLD, but you have less mobility, but you have kind of more one-shot-y potential. A lot of just pressure with that composition. You can see sometimes a lot of teams or a lot of people on the enemy team are going to just be dying at the same time, with the warlock dotting everything up, and then the warrior just picking a target that's already on 50-60%, intercepting it, sending the mortal strike, sending the execute, and just taking somebody out. So it's all about keeping that warrior in crowd control, keeping that warrior immobile, and if the warrior gets to play too much, then he can definitely do a lot of work, especially if that warrior is J-Law.
All right, chat, make sure you're looking out for that one. But up next, like I said, and like Zico kind of already talked about, Kicked Aim Shot versus FISHSTICK Gaming. They are the ones coming up next. But before we move on to that, we are going to head to a break, of course. And when we come back, it's going to be that last upper bracket series of the day coming up next. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We're going
Ooh.
straight into game another upper bracket series. Kicked Aim Shot versus FISHSTICK Gaming, game number 1.
This is really interesting because I thought Willetins plays both Warlock and Enhancement Shaman, so I was under the impression that he would be playing as Enhancement Shaman and try to counter comp as a Turbo Cleave, but they're just going for the mirror. So mirror on the wall, who is going to be the strongest WLD in the upper bracket, and who's going to be going down to the lower bracket, I guess is going to be the main story of this one. Willetins charging out to the middle of the map. Beckinsale actually playing Undead versus Willetins on that Orc. So already a little bit of an instant difference between these two teams, as it looks like Warrior is actually going to be the main target early on.
Yeah, we saw Callie hold his intercept, so he wants that maybe for a swap later on, but the main peel seems to be for the Warrior here. There's that intercept swap to the Druid. Big burst of damage with that Shadow Bolt proc as well. Shapes down to half, Bark skinning into the Death Coil, trying to escape with the Wild Charge over to Frank, going for a bash, looking for a clone, but not able to. Frank trinkets out. Callie intervenes over, it looks like, trying to assist with Frank, but he's low on health. J-Law is chopping him down with that Death Wish. Who's going to fall first? Based on a J-Law in execute range. How much longer can he stay alive here? Warrior just smacking each other in the face. J-Law at 5%. Shapes Desperation. Regrowth gets wild charged by Frank, and J-Law could go down. Sword and board on 10%. Shadow Bolt from downtown. Willerton's going to close out the game. An explosive start from FISHSTICK Gaming. They got skewered.
Oh, what a crazy game.
Wow.
I mean, the main strategy, it seems like, for both these teams is have pressure on the Warrior. You put a lot of damage on the Warrior with Mortal Strike, maybe sunder him up, put dots on him, and then if you can find the opportunity on the Druid, make a swap to him. And then you have two targets that are really, really strong to go after. And ultimately, it was just J-Law who fell way too far behind in the match. They were unable to recover him, and FISHSTICK Gaming with an explosive first game.
Yeah, it actually came down to this Fell Hunter Devour, because I actually really thought that Kick Aim Shot was going to win this, because they go for the all-in here onto Calix, and Shapes goes for the bash. Frank trinkets out here, and then he gets NS cloned, and Calix not in a great spot here. At this point, it's Warrior versus Warrior. You got a Cyclone onto Frank, and look at Beckinsale. He gets the full fear right there, but look at that little Fell Hunter right there, charging over, gets the Devour, and that's actually what saves them. And in my opinion, if they just use J-Law's fear instead, that one is a physical fear, and you can't dispel it. That's what wins them the game right there. So a bit of a misplay there, going for the Warlock fear. I mean, it's fine to go for the Warlock fear, but at least Warrior fear the pet then, or make sure that the pet is banished or not in range of getting that dispel. It's small things like that that can decide these games. And Willertons with nice pet control there gets the Phalanter Devour there, gonna allow his word to stay alive, and then also he gets that Shadow Bolt proc in the end to seal the deal.
Okay, well, game number 1, pretty quick victory for FISHSTICK Gaming. How likely is it, do you think, that we see that situation repeat in game 2, Zico?
I think there's a lot of options here. You can go after the Warlock, you can go after the Warrior, you can go after the Druid, but I do think the Warrior is probably going to be the main target here for both teams, and it's going to be all about landing that CC on the Druids. It's going to be a lot about which Druid gets the better exchange of the other one, but it can also just be, a quick intercept into Death Coil if a Druid falls behind. It's really going to be about which Druid gets pressured the most and deals with it the best. If you trinket badly, which in my opinion, FISHSTICK Gaming, they kind of got lucky here. They did a really bad trinket on that bash, and they should have been in an endless CC chain and just lost the game there, but Kicked Aim Shot kind of made a mistake of their own there and allowed them to get back into the game, and then they capitalized on that. So it really just depends on which team can kind of ride the momentum better, which Druids can deal with the pressure better, and also get out those Cyclones and get out that CC, because Druids, they have a lot of tools in TBC. They can Cyclone people on low HP to prevent heals. They can use their Feral Charge to interrupt a heal or interrupt, a CC, and they can also use their Bash, War Stomp, things like that to set up crowd controls, as well as Nature Swiftness. You can use Nature Swiftness to clone a heal or to clone a Druid when he has no trinket. So a lot of options on that class, and they're really going to be big playmakers here.
For sure, a lot of utility on both sides here, but FISHSTICK Gaming, we did see Kicked Aim Shot, of course, lose that first one, so they are going to be taking the map choice for the second game as we head into here. But what are some utility? I mean, Zico said there's so much tools at their disposal, but for on the side of Kicked Aim Shot specifically, what are some utility that the audience wants to be looking out for them?
I think it's mostly about the fear usage from the warrior. Basically, your intimidating shout is a guaranteed trinket. It's like a blind for a rogue in this matchup because you can't dispel it, and you definitely don't want to sit it. You're going to be falling way too far behind. So if you can get that on a druid that has no trinket, the game should be won. And also, if you can get that to force a trinket, and then your druid can push in, land that crowd control, that's going to be another way to win the game. So it's all about setting up those kind of kill opportunities, and then of course it's going to be about the warriors as well. Small things like who can kite the other warrior better during the time that the druid is in CC, and who can put out more pressure as well. So it's just really about the warrior and the druid. Who can pressure more, who can avoid CC more, who can deal with the pressure better. And for the warlocks, their job is basically to stop the other warlock. And if they can do that, then they get more uptime as well. So the warlocks, in general, whenever it's a warlock versus a warlock in TBC, your main priority is to annoy the other warlock as much as possible and make him do nothing. And that's going to put your team in a better spot, basically.
I like that. The simplification. Your job as a warlock is to just be annoying. And annoy the other warlock. So the TLDR for that class.
Yeah,
pretty much, yeah.
I like it. Okay, well, it's game number 2 here. Let's see what they can do.
So, kick aim shot. They pick Ruins of Lordaeron, and FISHSTICK Gaming, they blind lock in Turbo. So they are mixing it up. They are not allowing kick aim shot to get comfortable in the matchup, which is really interesting. I mean, normally you don't see teams do this, where they actually switch their composition after winning. So they actually won the mirror match, and they're saying, you know what, all right, we're happy with that game. Now we'll mix it up. So they're bringing in the Turbo. Williston's on that enhancement shaman, maybe just flexing a bit, maybe just trying to keep kick game shot on their toes. But Beckinsale's going to have to do a really good job kiting here. J-Law, his main goal is just sit on Willerton's, spam hamstring him. Hamstring, mace stun, intercept, hamstring, mace stun, intercept. That's his goal. If he can do that, then he gets lucky. I think Beckinsale can survive.
Oh, big pressure onto Frank. Frank actually trinkets into a DR bash right there. J-Law doing a decent amount of pressure here onto Frank, but looks like Frank is going to be able to escape there. Actually, not yet. You're going to be Callie sitting in a root, and J-Law now finally going to be in a root. He's going to trinket out. J-Law might just take the game right here. He's looking for this little bit of extra damage. There it is. Could he get the execute? He's so low here. Beckinsale still going to be looking very, very good. There's the intercept. Frank still very, very low here with the fresh Mortal Strike on him as well. But look at Beckinsale as well. This could be a cross-kill situation. Beckinsale might be going down, and he does. Frank on 1 HP. Callie intervenes over and shapes with the Moonfire. Now we're looking at a 2v2 enhanced warrior versus warrior druid, and that's going to be the disarm coming out there from J-Law. Can J-Law keep himself alive, though? The purges are coming out from Willertons here. Who is going to win this one? The Masons are coming out here pre-shamanistic rage. As long as Shapes can stay alive in here in the room with Callie, or get Callie off of himself, I think this one should go in favor of kick aim shot. Willertons about to fall here. The executes are connecting. The improved hamstring is connecting, and it is going to be J-Law taking him down. And at this point, I don't think Callie X is going to be able to take them down. And he's rocking the sword as well. I know you're a big fan of that, man.
Kind of. I mean, I don't have one on my warrior, but it certainly is fun if you get some, some good procs. I think this one, I actually really like FISHSTICK Gaming switching up the composition. I feel like Frank he made some big mistakes. Blunder. You don't want to run on top of the Warlock and get fully dotted. I feel like he could have put himself in a much more advantageous position. So he can't get swapped, because if he is fully dotted and he gets intercepted into a bash, into a coil, as a restoration druid, it is really hard to recover there. Basically, you only have your root to get the warrior off of you, but if J-Law has his trinket, then Frank really has no way to recover. So here we go. He gets intercepted into a coil, into a bash, and this is where kind of Frank has a really difficult time recovering here as he go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, go on, Sid.
I was just going to say, like, he used so much aggressively. Using the bash on the druid, like, the bash is another way for you to get out. The NS can be a way for you to get out, too. He used it as a heal. So relying on the Nature's Grasp at this point as the only option to escape crowd control, I just feel like maybe he went a little bit too aggressively onto the enemy healer at that point and used a little bit too much to try and heal, and should just maybe stay further back. He obviously wants to get crowd control going onto the warriors as much as possible, but it was really rough because they were just able to get to him, and he had already blown through all of his stops. His main stops being the bash, NS. He didn't even, unless Nature's Grasp isn't being tracked, it might not be being tracked properly. But those are like your 3 big moments to get away from a warrior, and he already used 2 of them. And so J-Law knew that, so he just trinkets the only 3rd option that he has to get out, and knows that he can't get away. So maybe saving back. Maybe the DR bash isn't worth going for. We'll have to wait and see for the next part of this series. But regardless, the turbo, it got the cross kill. So like if Frank can stay far away, I feel like this is a good matchup for them. Beckinsale, like he got a couple of dots out, but other than that, it looked like a piece of paper, just getting cut through really fast. So as long as Frank has those outs for the Warrior J-Law, and I think if he sits back with the NS and sits back with the Bash, to make sure that he can Bash clone or NS clone after a trinket on a route, and then get J-Law out of the game, that the turbo should be able to do this, I think.
Frank was really, I mean, to be honest, Frank put himself in a really bad spot, had basically the worst opener you could have, but he almost lived. And I feel like if Callie had just like helped him even the smallest amount, like just thrown an intercept on the warrior and disarmed him, he would have lived. But he literally got no help from his team whatsoever. And I mean, at that point, if you're the warrior, even if you're playing turbo, I mean, of course you want to zug and go after the warlock, but I mean, you already have so much pressure. Your enhancement shaman's on top of him. His health's probably not going to go up. You can afford 1 or 2 globals to help peel for your druid a little bit to secure the win.
Sometimes you need less zug, more hug.
Yeah.
Or something.
So
Something like that. But anyways, it's game number 3. Go ahead, guys.
I really like as well that they swap out of it. So I really hope we see the turbo once again from FISHSTICK Gaming, because when you get that one mirror win, sometimes it's nice to just let it marinate a little bit. You know, let them kind of sit there and think about that for a second. Oh, are they going to swap back? Are they not? And meanwhile, you're just planning that zug hug strategy.
Yeah, it's also on the flip side though. If you're Beckinsale, J-Law, and Shapes, you might be thinking, yeah, they got lucky that game number 1. That's why they don't want to mirror us again. They won't, you know. So it's actually like a confidence booster that the enemy team or the other team is trying to counter comp you, as it will. Let's see what Frank decides to do here. Looks like he will be moving. I don't know why. Like his positioning, I just don't fully get. But he's playing very aggressive on Shapes. I guess he just wants to get the bash. But now into intimidating shout. Wilton needs to get the tremor totem. Looks like he will. And now Beckinsale is in a lot of trouble. If Callie can get a hamstring on him and Willertons can stay on target, there is no way Beckinsale can live this. He is just getting absolutely chopped up. Willerton's low as well. Gets intercepted. He's got no trinket in execute range. J-Law just throwing in as much damage as possible. Willerton's low. Beckinsale in execute range. And he gets dropped, but this could be a cross kill.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up. Disarm on J-Law. J-Law can't execute with no mace. Willertons is kiting away, dead zoning his intercept. Well, he's got to be careful. Disarm about to end. Callie moving over, and they're going to tap out. Turbo taking out Beckinsale in turbo time fashion. Very fast game from them. Frank was able to safely escape there. Really well played from them this time around. They're not going to get caught for a loop. And now it's going to be up to Beckinsale's team. What are they going to do to respond? What map are we going to be going to in response here? Because I'm imagining not Ruins of Lordaeron.
I am curious as well, Supatis. It's interesting. It's like we're seeing FISHSTICK Gaming figure out how to consistently kill Beckons. I mean, I know it did end in a cross kill last game, but we can see how they were able to implement that here in this replay.
Yeah, we're gonna see here. So the main thing for Turbo is just connect to the Warlock, get both the Enhance and a Warrior on your target. And of course, Frank doing a decent job here. Look at those Cyclones onto Shapes here, and J-Law as well, trying to kind of pressure down Willertons here. Nice intercept, but it's just kind of a race to the finish. Beckinsale going for that Voidwalker. He gets the Soul Link out, and he's looking to potentially sacrifice it. But if you sacrifice, he doesn't even sacrifice it. If you do sacrifice it, it just gets purged off instantly. And if you don't sacrifice it, well, you get purged off instantly as well. So it's just do I purge my pet and then I get purged and then I get purged again, or do I just get purged right away and save my pet the trouble and the grievance? And Beckinsale just kind of caught in a rough spot there, but that's kind of the matchup. If the Turbo gets uptime and Frank does a good job like that with the Cyclones, then the Turbo is going to have a fantastic time. And I don't know about you guys, but I personally love watching Warlocks get absolutely decimated like that.
It's
Is that your pastime?
It's
Your
actually
hobby?
one of
Your
my
hobby?
as a
It's in his
mage.
Tinder bio.
Yeah. So I play mage and warrior. When I'm on my mage, obviously, Warlock's being annoying. He's throwing in tongues and fearing me, and his pets just resist everything. But it's an extra satisfying feeling when you play your warrior and you just win fear of their pets in one shot. Though it's like a little bit of revenge,
No.
I'm sensing there's some warlock
There's some warlock animosity in these
distaste
two.
here. Yeah, animosity. What's going on? Do you guys want to talk about that? Are we
No.
okay?
I
What do
mean,
the
I
Warlocks do
play
to
with
you
warlocks.
guys?
I love warlocks. But
Yeah, what-
shout out to Azale. You know, I've been playing fives with them. We got rank 1 together in season 1 and 3. So I definitely like me some warlocks, but every once in a while they could be quite a nuisance.
Does Zale
Yeah.
know about this like pent up aggression you've got?
I'm sure he does. He's been annoying me since TBC on warlock. So
I don't hate warlocks. I have a warlock friend. What are you talking about? All right. Anyways, FISHSTICK Gaming 2-1 right now. It sounds like the way you guys are talking, Zico, it seems like this is kind of they're slated to win this series. Then, what do you think?
It's turbo time. I mean, I think the FISHSTICK Gaming, for them, they have the matchup that they need, and for them, it's all about making sure their play stays clean. If Frank goes in and just plays like the Terminator and just stays on top of the enemy team too long and gets caught up like that, it's not going to be a good time for him. But if he kind of has the right timing when he goes for that CC, maybe just take a defensive posture, try to help his warrior and his enhancement shaman connect to their target. And then once they're connected on their target, anything he does to the druid is always going to be good, because he's always going to have that extra, pressure. He's going to know that, shapes, he needs to heal somebody here. So anything that he does is just going to put extra pressure on him as well. And that's when he's going to be able to potentially grab those game-winning cyclones like we saw in that last game.
Okay, well, let's see if we can do that. Game number 4 here on the Grand Arena. FISHSTICK. 2 more games needed to secure a victory on this series. We'll see if Kicked Aim Shot, though, can tie it up in this 4th game.
I'm excited.
I wonder what compositions they're going to be going with. Going back to the WLD mirror, or are we going turbo once again? I feel like they should just keep going with the turbo. That's kind of what I thought they were going to play in game number 1, and seems like they have a pretty good strategy. It's always interesting when you're playing against the composition you also play, because it gives you a bit of insight onto what's annoying that other teams do to you, and maybe some of the weaknesses of the comp. So I think FISHSTICK Gaming have a lot of intel because of that.
Can I say something?
Sure.
That fish right there in the bread, that's what I look like when I'm focusing too hard on my game. Anybody else?
No, I don't. I look like the guy with the bow, just like absolutely
Okay,
focused.
okay.
Shredded with the hair flowing in front.
Yeah.
Mm. Okay.
I won't say
alright.
it. I won't say it.
Nope, say it, Sid.
I can't say
We've
it.
got time. We've got time. Say it.
No. Do you keep this composure when you got Beast Cleave running at you?
Let it go. All right, let it go, guys. This is how many years later are we? Like what? I'm trying to remember when that actually was.
When you're the first one, it's just forever now.
I
First
think that was
recorded one.
2009. Like, let it go. People don't forget.
Every other mage we forget. I can't remember how many times other mages have died without blocking, but I only remember that
It's
one.
kinda
I don't even
true.
know
That-
outside of that one.
That's
It's literally
so
only that
true.
one. Like, how many other mages do you know? Like, how many times does Wealthy Man die without blocking? He's at least once. It's probably more than once.
Yeah.
I feel like Venruki's probably died without blocking less times than every other current mage. But we just don't. We just only pay attention to the one time.
People don't forget. It's because it was so funny.
I'm glad you can laugh about it, though, Ben. It's good that you
I'm
have
not
that
going to cry about it. It wasn't that traumatizing. It was just a game of WoW.
All right, well, looks like we've got these players ready to go. Bit of a delay there. Thanks for being patient, guys, but we are in the arena. Game number 4.
All right, let's see what they get done here. WLD Mir Willitrans not wanting to play Enhance on the Grand Arena. Perhaps the pillar and the kiting and the roots of the CC of the Druid is going to be too much. That's why they're doing this in this matchup. Now we get to settle things. Was that just a luck? Was that fluke? A kicked aim shot? Are they going to be able to serve up victory here against FISHSTICK Gaming? Are they about to get plastered? Because this is going to be an insane amount of damage from both sides. An explosive matchup. Curious to see how the Warriors use their first intercept. We saw Kali, I think, sit on his and saved it for a Druid swap, whereas J-Law just charged in right away. So let's see. Warlock's going to meet head-to-head here with the Voidwalker shields, and yes, J-Law intercepts right away. Kali going to intercept as well.
Double fear, warrior fear onto the warlock and the warrior there. Not really a big fan there, considering you can use that to win the game on the druids here. Now a swap to Shapes with the intercept. Shadow Bolt proc. They saved a Shadow Bolt proc for that swap. Shapes gonna bark skin, duck behind the pillar, get into tree form, but now caught into a death coil, into a fear potentially from Willertons. J-Law's trying to stay there to stop it. Shapes is able to line of sight, get away to safety, but now J-Law got left behind. Warriors are just smacking each other in midfield. J-Law is the one that's getting the front end of the exchange here. Shapes is trying to recover. Back and Sail gets interrupted. No nature swiftness. Disarm comes out onto Callie. Callie intervenes out, or intercepts over to Shapes, it looks like, try and swap and get away from the warrior, but now a swap to Frank. Both druids getting swapped to in this matchup. Frank is going to barrel charge to Beck and Sail, kite across the map, get hots up. J-Law is chasing him, can't stay on target. Switches back to Callie. Shapes now caught into a full fear, into a mace proc here, onto J-Law. Can they finish J-Law with the fear timer here? Another fear onto Shapes. That could be it. I think it's going to be J-Law popping the Hellstone. Intervenes away at 10%. Callie trying to get in range for the execute. That's
Boom!
it. Slam dunk. FISHSTICK Gaming are going to prove that it wasn't a fluke in game number 1 here, and now move to match point.
Very impressive. I mean, FISHSTICK Gaming, they did it as a turbo. They're doing it as WLD. I'm actually kind of curious what their thought process is between switching their comps. Maybe on runes, they just feel like turbo's an absolute free win, and they're feeling confident on a more neutral map in the mirror. So FISHSTICK Gaming really coming here to play, and it's looking like Kick Game Shot might be sent down to this lower bracket.
Curious as well, Ven. Kind of looks like they're getting more and more consistent as we progress through this series. But let's take a look at this replay, Zico.
Yeah, and you can see here, Callie caught up in the coil here, and it's going to be a warrior race. I don't like that fear usage a little bit earlier on. I think Sid was the one who pointed it out as well during the cast here. They do get J-Law extremely low, so they have good pressure here. You get the disarm, but that fear from Callie doesn't really matter too much. They do a swap to each druid here, and then Frank does take a little bit of damage here. Does good kiting, and then it's all about that reconnection here on the warrior, and also about the warlocks. Here we do see Willertons gets a full fear onto Shapes, and he's immediately ready to get that re-fear here as well. He gets the re-fear. Beckinsale tries to fear Willerton before that fear connects, but as soon as he lands that fear, it's basically lights out. At this point, J-Law is trying to survive, and he also I believe he's keeping up his Death Wish for the entirety of that exchange. Death Wish actually makes you take more damage there, so J-Law might want to cancel that Death Wish right there, but he does get connected on with the execute, and we see FISHSTICK Gaming wasn't a fluke, and sometimes that's exactly what you need to do. You win the first game, it looks a little bit too close, you swap over to the turbo, let it marinate a little bit, let the other team think that you're too scared to mirror them, and then boom, after they're a little bit tilted from the mirror, then you swap it back in, and then you send them, and then now they're just on full tilt.
That's some Jedi mind tricks.
I like it.
And then profit and win the series.
No.
Yeah.
It's not over yet, but it's looking good, that's for sure.
That is true. Not over yet. They're going to have to win one more game. It's best of 7, of course. So Kick Game Shot, they've got some chances to turn it around here, but they haven't been able to win a game 2 in a row. So they're going to choose the map once again as we head into this next one. But FISHSTICK's just looking more and more consistent, Supatis, as we move forward.
Yeah, I mean, FISHSTICK Gaming have the recipe for success. As Zico said, letting their opponents marinate and then going back later and adding a little extra salt. And just it's really getting it's really cooking now here, moving into the last game of the series. It could be a 4-0. They might just be sending them back to the dinner table after this game, into the lower bracket actually, where they're going to have to eat up a very scary team in that lower side as well.
I'm just hungry.
I like food puns.
I do too. It works out. Okay, well, we've got chances for more food puns because we've got at least one more game in this. If that is a FISHSTICK Gaming closes us out in the next one. But like I said, Kick Game Shot, they certainly could turn it around. They were able to win that game number 1. It was on Ruins of Lordaeron, so I wonder if they go back to that, or maybe there's like a comp swap they could do in their Ven. I mean, what are their options? They pretty much only have one more chance left.
Beckinsale plays Rogue. They could try some like Warrior Rogue. I know it sounds really, really. I think he actually got Gladiator on it, and he plays it quite a bit. So Warrior Rogue Druid, not a terrible composition. I feel like it could be okay. into the turbo potentially. I mean, it sounds a bit weird, I know, but there is that as an option. I don't know if it's a great option, but it is an option for them. Maybe go on Blade's Edge, just try to spice it up. I mean, Ruins of Lordran, you already know what you're going to get. You choose that. You're getting turbo. Seems like if they choose their grand, they're getting WLD. Maybe throw FISHSTICK Gaming off their plan a little bit by going to Blade's Edge. I mean, who knows at this point? I think it's just been cleaner play. Honestly, Willertons has been doing a really good job in the match, just playing really aggressive. He's showing a lot of confidence, just pushing in, getting damage. He's not afraid at all in this match, so he's getting a lot of damage out on the warrior. He's also just doing a great job kind of bullying the druid. So not only kind of priming him so his warrior can intercept, but once those swaps are done, he's still just running at the druid to spam fear him, to interrupt him, to coil him, and I think he's been a big part of why their team has been successful in these mirrors, at least.
Yeah, some skill for sure on kick to aim shot, and we are in the upper bracket. They haven't lost yet at this point in the tournament, so they're facing just getting knocked down to the lower one if they end up losing this series here against FISHSTICK. So they'd have to play PhD and Misery, but like we've said, we're not going to count them out just yet. In the Grand Arena, they've got a few more chances to turn it around. If they lose this one, they lose the series. It is very, very close, but let's see what they can do here. Let's see if they can pull something together.
All right, now Grand Arena, we're going to see WLD mirror here once again. And let's see here. So far, it's not looked too good for kicked aim. I mean, these games have been extremely close, but it has been FISHSTICK Gaming here kind of getting those wins. And we're going to see now if they can swap out some strategy on the side of kicked aim shot, or they can just clean up the play a little bit more, maybe get some more fears onto Frank, or if Shapes can get a little bit more CC onto Frank and potentially get a win that way. Both Warlocks charging in here. I see Willertons immediately getting Cyclone, actually trinketing out of it aggressively. J-Law going to be connecting here onto Kali. Immediate disarm here from J-Law, looking to just build up that momentum, and actually gets disarmed himself right there. And now Maystan going to proc, and they're going to swap over onto Frank here. Shapes as well in dangerous territory. He's got full dots on him. Kali all over him. Spelllock after that intercept. Do they have anything more to work with here? Beautiful pressure coming out there, and they get a Maystan there into another Maystan. Gonna get another one. Doesn't look like it. Kali though dropping dangerously low here. The Warstomp resists, and this could be lights out for Shapes. Kali's just having a field day here. Another triple DR Maystan. Can he get another execute? That's it. No. That is, J-Law as well on the opposite side. Frank though, he does go down. Oh, can they do it? Could be a 1v1.
It's gonna go to 1v1. I think it's going to 1v1.
Oh my god.
It could be a 1v1 here. Kali trying to get a little bit of uptime here. Can he do it? Beckinsale versus Willertons.
Here we go.
Warlock versus Warlock. Let's go.
I mean, if you're Beckinsale, you've got the weight of the world on your shoulders right now. In order to stay alive in this tournament, you have to win a 1v1 versus Willertons. Willertons going for a Spelllock into a Drain Life. I believe he actually gets interrupted himself. No, he fakes it out. These Warlocks doing a good job. And actually, Beckinsale switched over to an Orc, potentially just trying to go for some extra damage. Life Tap comes in. Both these Warlocks, in terms of mana, are running on fumes, so their ability to recover is going to be quite low. It's going to be about devouring those magic dots off of you in this match and just try to fake out the spell locks to get life drains.
Match point.
But this is really scary. Willerton's getting low. Beckinsale going for a drain life, trying to fake out the counterspell once again. There's no death coil for a while. Beckinsale doing a great job, creating a lot of space, and it looks like he will pull it off, keeping his team alive in this match. But that was a little too close for comfort, I'd say.
Do we feel like Kali should have been running away, trying to like top up his health a little bit, or did he make the right decision and still pressing forward with like 10% health?
You're fully dotted and you can't heal, so.
I mean, yeah, good point.
Yeah, there's no food, there's nothing like that. There's no self-healing really for a warrior, so it's all about just charging forward and hoping that you can put up maybe a rend or just get a mortal strike off or something. But walk us through the replay here, Sid.
Yeah, I mean, Cal, look at this swap to Shape. Shape's got the most unlucky string of RNG I've ever seen. Like right here, he's out of the CS into Mace Stun. Right out of the Mace Stun, I think he goes into another Mace Stun, and he went out of Bear Form to try and get away at that same time. Then he gets resisted. So I think he got War Stomp resisted. Then he goes for Bash, I think right here.
And there's the bash right about now. He gets mace stunned again before he does it. He goes for bash right here, and it resists. Now he's like, I got nature's grasp, but I'm 10%. What do I do? He tries to run. Callie predicts his movement, intercepts him, connects. Then J-Law's on Frank still. Frank still has bash. Does Frank even try and go for it? Frank doesn't even try to go for it. J-Law's like, what do I do? I'm just going to hit at you. You swung at me first. That sucks. All right, maybe he'll die to dots. And Callie's like, all right, I'm going to intervene. Try and get some damage out or something. I don't know. Maybe kill the pet. He can't get to the target. Beckinsale runs laps. Really good kiting. And then in the 1v1, if we're following here, I think they're just keeping dots up. Beckinsale might have got a couple of devours more than we saw Willerton's get on his own dots, removing those dots to try and remove the extra pressure. And he just can't tap. He has no mana. He can't tap. He can't first aid with the dots. So Beckinsale taps him out at the end there, just in the nick of time. And considering Shapes' RNG, like the fact that they could still stay alive and win that, or still win the game, not stay alive, he went down, is pretty impressive.
I like that way of casting, Sid. You should do that more often. Like the POV, like what's in the mind of the player.
Shapes is freaking out. He's getting procced on. Oh, resisted? I know how that feels. And then your team thinks you're bad too. And then the team at the end is like, Super! Why didn't you heal? And it's like, dude, I can't with this right now. Like, it just resisted my 3 ways to live. This is not a healing problem, okay?
Just been there one too many times. Where
I don't know. Like, can't you just really?
Yeah, why don't you just heal? Like come on, what you
forehead?
Heal.
It's so fun when you're the warrior and you just resist everything and you're just chain mace stunning. You feel like you're just owning so hard.
You're gonna hurt Sid's feelings. Look at him. How could you do that to him?
I mean, I'm just talking about my own experiences. I'm not sure about, what's going on there.
You've got the Storm Herald POV, and then I'm the recipient of the mace stuns.
Mm-hmm. I actually just picked up my bone grinder, so feels good. Been saving my points.
Exciting. Okay, well, game number 6, we are going to be heading to FishStick Gaming on match point. If they win this next one, they win the series. But kicked aim shot, finding their stride, and they're picking it up a little bit. So the question is, Supatiz or Zico, do they tie this one up?
This is what I think is going to happen. FishStick Gaming, they're going to take it to Ruins of Lordaeron. They're going to lock in the turbo and kick aim shot. If they can win this one, we're going to game 7. Oh, okay. Never mind. I was wrong. FishStick Gaming going to lock in the mirror here. And, okay. We're probably going to get a mirror WLD here. And that one was a little bit too close to call here. Willertons wants his revenge after getting dunked here by Beckinsale. The old timer here, so we're gonna see if they can pull this off.
Whoa!
He's younger than you.
So a lot of people are.
All right,
well,
do we even know how old Willertons is? What if Willertons is randomly? It's like older.
I'm just saying, Beckinsale has been around for a long time here. He's got a lot of experience. That's all.
All right.
It's
okay.
Interesting measurement of age, but we'll go with it. Anyways.
Game 6. Only one game away from game 7 here, and surprising to not see the Turbo Runes of Lordaeron, as it had worked out so well for FishStick Gaming. Maybe they want to settle this, we are the better WLD maybe. They want to go into the mirror here. Both Warlocks going to charge into center field. We see Callie get intercepted, so Callie still has the intercept and can swap the shapes with it. J-Law disarmed right off the rip. He's going to just reverse disarm, if I don't get my weapon, you don't get yours, I guess. Disarms out of the way means that Peel as a threat is gone. Callie and J-Law trading. Here's the intercept to Frank behind the pillar. And J-Law connect into the death claw from Beckett, so he trinkets out of the death claw. Frank is on the run. Callie intercepts J-Law back to try and reconnect. Can he stay on target? Mace stun proc. Death claw into J-Law in execute range on match point. Callie's tearing in for the kill. Gets speared away on a global. Mace stunned once again. Callie trying desperately to close it out onto J-Law. Can he swing for the win in game number 6? Another Mace stun falling through. It looks like an intervene out for an intercept, but Callie resists the intercept stun, and J-Law is going to go down. FishStick Gaming getting some nice RNG there towards the end. Good momentum, good swaps. I like the effort from J-Law there at the end, that intervene intercept, but sometimes you're just never lucky.
Yeah, what is that? Is he pointing at them, or what is that emote I'm seeing, the Callie spam here? It looks like he's pointing at them. I'm not sure what that was. We're probably going to see it in the replay, but yeah, very nicely done there. They get that Trinket on the Death Coil, full Nature Swiftness, and then kind of a streak of bad luck right there onto J-Law. I believe that was another triple DR mace stun situation there. Cali definitely with the blessed mace there, but they did a great job there as well. If you want to walk us through this one, then.
I'm really a huge fan of these disarms. They honestly seem quite useless, if I'm being honest. Like, you want to have it for those really scary situations. If Jayla had a disarm for when he gets, kind of afraid, and basically Cali's forced here, he can't swap the shapes, but Jayla's rotting behind the pillar, and this intercept is devastating. Probably a crit mortal strike there. And at this point, he's just not able to recover. So Shape's great positioning actually caused Jayla to go down in a way here, because Cali had no choice but to go after Jayla, and because he was kind of stuck behind the pillar, there's just really no way for him to recover. And if your Shapes, all of a sudden when you're trying to get back to Jayla, you have Willertons there just spam CCing you. And at that point, when you're in execute range, mortal strikes are up, dots are up. The Druid just can't heal through the damage. These are very explosive games, but quite impressive here by FISHSTICK, not only winning the WLD mirrors, but also showing the flexibility of the Enhancement Shaman. I feel like this team's a real contender.
Absolutely well done. They are going to keep going too in that upper bracket. They've yet to drop a game in this series. We're going to see Kick Aim Shot dropping down. They're going to face off against PhD and Misery. That's going to be the very last series of the day. How do we think that one's going to play out, Sid?
That's really tough to call. I feel like Sup Fresh is on another level, though. Like, they're flipping the strategy books mid-series. They didn't get caught off guard by that attrition style from FLABERZ team. And even when FLABERZ switched gears, went offense, they adapted to that. So it's like, I don't know. The WLD is a good comp, I think, for the matchup. It's going to have some potential, but Sup Fresh are looking like they're going to be the 2x champs so far, I think.
Oh, okay. Any comment on that? Do you guys agree with Sid's take on that?
I think there's two teams, quite honestly, that could give them a run for their money. I think Wealthy Man's team, their RMP, I think they could go toe-to-toe in the mirror. So if they manage to make a deep run in the lower bracket, I feel like that could be a win for them. And also, there's one more team, PhD and Misery. If they can somehow make it all the way, the problem for PhD and Misery is they have really difficult matchups in WLD and RLD. Those compositions are really difficult for them, but if they fight an RMP, if they can somehow find a win, I think that would be another matchup that's really difficult for Sup Fresh.
Yeah, if you guys don't know who that is, we saw them play earlier today against No GLAVES. They knocked them out of the tournament. Zico, what's up?
It's too bad Ruins of the Order would have been a fitting final resting place, because they got fried by the FISHSTICK gaming. I like that.
Graphics team having a laugh. You love to see it. All right. Anyways, that wraps up that series. We were in the upper bracket. Now we were dropping back down to the lower bracket. 2 more series left. They are both going to be elimination rounds. We can see it right here. Up next, we've got Congrats FLABERZ versus Surfs Up. It's that bottom one down there in the elimination bracket. And then the very last one of the day, the one that I just mentioned and the one that just got its opponent, is Kick Aim Shot versus PhD in Misery. So, we've got some pretty good contenders up there in the top. Like you guys were just saying, Sup Fresh, FISHSTICK Gaming that we just saw. But I feel like the teams down there in the elimination bracket too can bet we're going to see some high level of competition. So stick around. We're going to come back to that elimination round up next after this break. We'll be right back.
It's fine.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back. We are on our second to last series of the day. It's in the lower bracket, so it's another elimination round. It is Congrats FLABERZ versus Surfs Up. We saw both of these teams play earlier today.
Yeah, now we kind of get a good chance to see just how good Surfs Up is, because Congrats FLABERZ was sent down to the lower bracket by Supfresh, Stutz's RMP. We'll have to see if Surfs Up has that same kind of playability. Wealthy Man actually is playing a Draenei Mage. So playing a Draenei Mage here, Swacked actually manages to find the sap. So instead of playing Horde like we saw from Supfresh, they're actually mixing it up and playing Alliance. Maybe actually going for an all-in strat here on Chris Thorman. They get the cheap shot into the gouge. The kidney shot will be absolutely devastating. Chris Thorman sitting this is super greedy, and he's going to get punished in a big way. The silence. Is he going to survive or just die in the opener? Huge greed by Chris Thorman, barely holding on. But the fact that he was able to live that puts his team in a great situation.
All right, the all-in has failed. Chris Thorman holds on to the medallion. FLABERZ medallion, looks for a re-stealth. Looking for a reset here. Who are they going to go after? Is it going to be Brain or the Draenei Mage? Is going to be the question here. Looks like Swacked is the target for now. Cheap shot for Peels onto Limity, but a double Psychic Scream hits the whole team. Looks like Will the Forsaken is going to be used there. Kidney shot onto Swacked, loading him up with full dots, trying to bait the Cloak of Shadows here, trying to get some cooldowns out of the way, but do they have enough damage to force it? Yes, they get the Cloak of Shadows from Swacked. Brain is trying to recover. Swacked is still low. Wealthy Man into Cyclones. Swacked stuns up Limity. Polymorphs onto FLABERZ. Good cross crowd control by Surfs Up as they turn the tide back in their favor. Chris Thorman's going to need to innervate soon. If Brain or Wealthy Man can get in a position to remove that innervate, it could be GG, but FLABERZ is going to preemptively cloak to get aggressive here and get some damage out. Will it be the right move? Will he regret it now with no trinket and no cloak? He could definitely be a target.
I mean, Surfs Up definitely had a clear strategy going into this one. They wanted to all in the Druid with the Perception Sap on FLABERZ. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off, and now they might find themselves in a situation where Congrats FLABERZ has pulled too far ahead. Chris Thorman's mana looking great so far. Brain not doing quite as well, but the offense has been a little bit limited here by the side of Congrats FLABERZ. Wealthy Man's been putting out great control, but now that Chris Thorman is getting CC on Wealthy Man, this is where things can spiral out of control. If the Druid is feeling confident from the RLD to actually get Cyclones out on the Mage, it'd be really scary. Wealthy Man going for potential crowd control here, using his Icy Veins as well as his Water Elemental, but there's really just no damage. He has to play safe. Swack's in trouble. Cloak of Shadows off all the wound poison. Brain should be able to top him off, but this pressure coming in from Congrats FLABERZ has just been unrelenting, and Surfs Up has fallen apart.
They're going to ride this momentum here. Swacked evasions. Wealthy Man into the second block. Cancels it to go for the kill on Limity here. Ice Lance after Ice Lance, but gets Cyclone shut down by Chris Thorman. However, Limity is limited on mana at this point. He's going to have to start life tapping, and the mana's not good for Chris Thorman either here. Brain still has pain suppression. Limity could get overwhelmed, but FLABERZ intercepts with cheap shot onto Swack. Into a death coil. Where's the kidney shot? FLABERZ caught in crowd control. Can't connect the stun lock. Swack might die to dots. Brain is trying to pick him up, but it's not enough. He's likely to fall. One more heal slips through. Cheat death procs. He blinds FLABERZ. They poly Limity. They stay alive. No mana left. They stay alive somehow, some way. Now trying to turn the tide in their favor. Frostbolt Ice Lance on the Limity, but now Swack into the full blind. No trinket out. FLABERZ is looking for the re-stealth. Brain is chasing him. Blizzard going to hit FLABERZ out of stealth. No sap. He's going to go for a gouge, but now caught into a fear. Looks like Devour Will's not up. Is FLABERZ going to trinket out of this? Trinkets out of the half fear, remaining time of the fear to try and reconnect. Swack pre-cloaks the stun. Chris Thorman charges in to try and assist. He's going to get cheap shot by Swack. There's a swap to Chris Thorman potentially as we see FLABERZ into a polymorph. They're trying to chase Limity, but Limity just crosses the map out into the open while Chris dogpiled in to assist his team, but FLABERZ is out of the match. He's in polymorph after polymorph. Brain is trying to drink. Wealthy Man's caught into the fear. This is running down to the wire. I can't believe this game has been 4 minutes already.
Yeah, I mean, just a slow victory here for Congrats FLABERZ. Can they pull it off? Cheap shot, kidney shot on Swack. There's no way he can live.
Zero?
Poison's going to be stacking up.
0.1?
I mean, a very small chance. I mean, Brain, I cannot believe that he is still alive. Going down to 1%, cheap death proccing, but Brain with the power infusion does manage to get those heals out, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to fully recover. Good Devour coming in from Limity, getting FLABERZ out of the polymorph as he continues his assault here on Swacked. Any crowd control, the next stun on Swacked. I don't know what he's going to be able to do except counter stun FLABERZ on his own. Still Limity getting out a lot of damage, throwing in Searing Pains. There's a Shadow Step, kidney shot, Swacked getting incredibly low once again into the gouge, into the Cyclone. just denying those heals. But there's a full blind, so I can throw a full blind on FLABERZ and potentially live. There it is. I don't know how Surf's Up is still alive in this one. Brain trying to get there for dispels, going for prayer, Vending's potential greater heal, faking out the counter spell if he can. FLABERZ moving forward, gets the restealth, gets Nova on it by Wealthy Man. What an insane game between these two teams. Liberty just trying to line of sight as Swack is putting out damage. I don't know how Surfed Up is still alive in this match. A full blind goes out onto Wealthy Man, slowing down the offense. Good feels here by FLABERZ. Death Coil into a kidney shot onto Swack, but somehow he's still alive. Brain in complete defiance, keeping his rogue up. Swack dancing with death, dances over to Liberty, but unfortunately, is he gonna fall? Power Word Shield with Cheat Death. No, FLABERZ shuts it down, but honestly, this was a crazy game. Surf's Up, they went in with a clear game plan, and it almost paid off. They almost won the first 10 seconds, 15 seconds of the game, and if they had taken down Chris Stormer, they had a little bit more damage. They would have looked like complete geniuses, but the fact that it backfired and Chris was able to just greet it put Congrats FLABERZ in such a great situation where they could win game number 1.
Wow, what a game number 1 as well. I mean, that might be the closest one we've seen today, maybe even all weekend, Zico.
I mean, we've had some close games. We've had a couple of 1v1s games, but yeah, that one was definitely very back and forth. And honestly, Chris Thorman surviving. I mean, there's two things there, right? Just the amount of courage it takes to just say, nah, I'm fine. I'm not trinketing. They didn't deserve my trinket. I'm not doing it. And actually live there. You have to have ice in your veins, to actually do that. That's number one. And number two, of course, they almost turned it around on the side of Surf's Up. Mm-hmm. Because once you fall behind like that, I mean, you picked your ratios, you've picked your entire game strategy around this all in, and you don't get the all in, you don't even get the trinket. You are so massively behind, it's like unreal. But the fact that they almost pulled it back, I mean, you got to give a lot of credit to, the defensive plays that they had, but also to Brain. This guy did a great job just using his pain suppression, sitting down to just drink for a split second and, just conserving his mana, using efficient heals and just having good positioning, etc., to actually survive and keep his team in the fight for so long. You got to give Brain a lot of credit there. But of course, congrats FLABERZ. Finally is starting off here against one of these RMPs with a good game one here and actually taking that win. Hopefully they can carry that momentum running forward. And this is a matchup that you typically don't see go for near 6 minutes, so especially not when the RMP is Alliance. So definitely both teams playing it well. And congrats FLABERZ. Hopefully for them, they can ride that momentum now for the rest of the series.
Absolutely, especially when you look at Congrats FLABERZ series earlier today against Sup Fresh. They're one of the favorites to win this. It was a very quick 0-4, so cool to see them get a little bit of success, and I'm with you, Zico. I hope to see them keeping that running, because as Ven has mentioned so many times today, it's quite a bit of momentum. But Zico, walk me through this replay.
I mean, this is the opener here. Icelands. Oh, if you got that one Icelands there, you might have actually just taken him down. But Chris Thorman survives scot-free coming out of that one. Honestly, if they could have gotten a Garrote there, I think, I don't know what happened to Swack there.
Swack didn't shrink it. He could have just trinket, emoed, anything, he would have won.
You should have just trinket, Vanish Garrote them and sent it at that point. When a Druid is that greedy, you just have to all in. But yeah, Swack there with a rare mistake there, but Chris Stormer manages to survive there, and so many close calls onto Swag. I mean, I'm sure we're going to see it as well in the replay, but there's so many moments where Swag Cheat Death is literally proccing and his blind just comes off cooldown and things like that, and he manages here is one of those situations probably right here. Swag dropping dangerously low, Brain getting a few heals out, and they manage to survive there, and Limited doing a good job kiting here. Swag still looking for the re-stuff, but he's got bleeds on him. FLABERZ chasing him around here, looking for the re-opener, and Wealthyman doing a good job keeping him in combat with that Blizzard. Then again, they're going after Limity there, trying to set those kills up, but beautiful game number one, and they are going to stay with those Alliance ratios. So Swagged here is going to have that perception here. If he can sap FLABERZ actually sitting in the room right now. If he can get the sap there, if Swag goes into the room, he's going to find Jackpot, but doesn't look like he is going to go there. And you see that buff on Swag's frame right there at the bottom right. That's the perception, that little eye there. Chris Storman finally going to be walking out there, and Swag not going to be able to find it. And now it's going to be FLABERZ who has that stealth advantage because of that Warlock pet. That pet has a buff. It's called Paranoia, which basically increases your stealth detection. Now FLABERZ going to get a sap here onto Brain, and this looks like congrats FLABERZ opener here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely looking like it, but you never know what can happen. Having that Paranoia buff definitely helpful, though. FLABERZ moving forward. Does he see him? He gets a sap! Oh, this is a bad start. Fairy Fire already. And FLABERZ likely going to be opening up here on Swag with a cheap shot. Is he going to get the gouge? Brain there for potential fear. Does manage to get the fear, and FLABERZ is going to sit it. He's not going to trade out his Will of the Forsaken to keep up the pressure, and that might have been a big mistake. Now they're actually swapping to him out of nowhere. He's going to have to end up trinketing anyways. He could just go down. Big heals by Chris Thorman. But that's one of those. I really like that swap there by Surf's Up. I don't like that FLABERZ wasn't willing to commit his Will of the Forsaken. I feel like that was kind of a blunder, honestly, because it just let Surf's Up capitalize on his position and get a bunch of the healing out of the way from Chris Thorman.
I completely agree. I think when you get an opener like that with a sap into Fury Fire, into a rogue just basically purged up and ready to go like that, I think they got to capitalize on that a little bit more. I'm not sure what happened to Limited there in the start, if he was able to connect, but they do get the full blind into the full sap here onto Chris Thorman, and Swag now going to go and commit here onto Limited to get the full fear onto Chris Thorman. Chris Thorman will trade out his trinket here, and that blind already a minute away here, so they have an automatic win condition here on the side of Surf's Up if they can live until that next blind. But FLABERZ right now going after Swag, and he has his Will of the Forsaken. He has a lot of cooldowns to commit here, and he needs to start committing those because the timer is ticking. Swag actually going to cloak Banish here, looking for the sap onto Chris Thorman. Maybe no, looking for the swap onto Chris Thorman. Sheep shot potentially into gouge into kidney, but look at FLABERZ here. Gonna chase him. He's gonna shut down that kidney. He gets a gouge actually.
Oh, nice.
And a counter kidney here by FLABERZ. He gets feared, and this is the Will of the Forsaken coming out. Chris Thorman getting devoured there outside of that fear, and now FLABERZ, if he gets his restuff in the sap, Swag is in a lot of trouble. It's potentially going to be the pain suppression. Brain actually does knock him out there with the Holy Nova. FLABERZ does have a vanish if he wants to. No, actually, he doesn't have a vanish with that prep. He's actually going to get Shadow Step Kidney on his evasion. They're looking to swap here. Beautiful counterspell from onto Chris Thorman. FLABERZ has got nothing here. They might just. He's just dead. That's the second blind that we were talking about, and that is lights out there for FLABERZ. I really feel like congrats FLABERZ. They didn't really do too much offensively in this game here. Trinketed that fear after the blind sap. You've already sat so much CC at that point that the next blind is just going to be up so quickly because it is a minute and a half cooldown, and once you have that second blind, it's just auto win.
Surf's Up, tying it up. Now it is 1-1, winning that last game on Ruins of Lordaeron, and once again we're having quite a back and forth game, and it's just, of all the series that we've had two teams where they seemed pretty close, I'm going to say it again. It just seems like these two guys, it really could be anyone's series. And I think this might be another Game 7. What do you think, Sid?
Yeah, definitely. They're looking evenly matched here. Maybe FLABERZ team, when we catch it in the replay, had some good opportunities. Like they had one of the best openers that they could have ever had, right? Getting a sap on an enemy team's rogue is like the best case scenario. But they weren't able to fully capitalize on it. It seems like both teams are a little reluctant to go all in. Like in game one, Swag could have all in when Chris Thorman wasn't trinketing. So maybe it's a matter of like balancing playing safe versus risky. It's a tournament. Like you don't really want to take a huge amount of risk. You want to see how it plays out, but then you usually end up regretting it. And here's that sap right at the start. They get cheap shot. FLABERZ is in position, and here he could Will of Forsaken on the opener here, but chooses not to stay on target. It's perhaps also the Devourer was unlucky, but that's the risk versus reward. And now he's feared 40 yards in the corner, almost dies. After that, Chris Thorman comes in with a clutch heal. And it's such a tough call, right? Like you don't want to just say it's like the biggest mistake ever, because it's like that pressure situation. Like, do I want to trigger this? Is this the time to do it? What if we don't get the kill? Then I'm going to regret it. And like you're thinking all these things. And here's the clutch end game where both these rogues were just on each other's backs, trying to stop each other and shut each other down. FLABERZ with the full blind, but Brain makes a high IQ play here, knows that there's going to be a sap reopener, so he repositions back in the room. FLABERZ tries to dodge him in the corner, but Brain knows where he is. He's going to sweep him out with that Holy Nova,
and stop it. That could have been death for Swag if Brain didn't stop the re-stealth there. And this kidney shot was like a little bit sooner. Kidney shot into Death Coil, but Chris Norman's into a silence, into full blind with no trinket, and there's just absolutely no way. Wealthy Man's just going to block. And that's what I mean by making the commitment. Wealthy Man's not afraid to use the block there. He knows that blind is the win. It's time to commit it. Time to go for the end of this. If it isn't, then someone must have made a mistake. But knowing that commitment, knowing your moments and taking them seems to be the most important thing right now in the tournament.
Yeah, and we've seen, teams either miss the mark on that or like just totally be honed in on when they want to find those openings and secure that victory. But at the moment, we're going to head to game 3, 1-1 now in this best of 7 series. So what do we want to see them do, Ven? I mean, both teams, they've had some time to settle into this series. They know what the other team is capable of. What do we see as far as adjustments go from either side, do you think?
I think it's just offense from Congrats FLABERZ. I feel like defensively they're not doing a bad job, but they just need to be more willing to commit those offensive cooldowns and kind of just go for it. Try to keep the enemy team on the back foot. Instead, when the Rogue Mage Priest isn't pressured, it's quite easy to just keep up your Frostbolts all nonchalant and get your polymorphs and keep people in Novas. It's when you're actually on the back foot where things start spiraling out of control and it becomes more difficult to get out of that crowd control. It's a very momentum-based matchup. So I think Congrats FLABERZ, I don't think they're doing a bad job. Sometimes they're playing really, really greedy and it pays off. But I think overall they just need to try to get them a little bit more on the back foot in this matchup. And honestly, maybe even punish Wealthy Man somehow for playing Draenei. I know it's scary because Brain is playing Dwarf, but potentially even going after Brain more in the match. He is going to have that stone form to stay alive, but they seemed like they had a lot of pressure when they went after Tiki and on the Supfresh matchup. So maybe that's something that they could do to mix it up a little bit and just keep the team of Surfs Up guessing.
All right, let's see what happens here. All tied up. Surfed Up's response. Now can they ride the wave to victory in the lower bracket? Both these teams face elimination from the entire tournament. I predicted that Congrats FLABERZ would be the one to make it all the way to the finals for a rematch against Supfresh, but right now, Surfs Up could have their number here and now, so they're really gonna need to step it up. They're gonna have to pick those moments. When do they need to be greedy? When should they commit all in? They're gonna have to make those decisions right now. There's no more putting it off. As we see Limity take the midfield once again. Combat going to be secured here for both sides. And FLABERZ is trying to wait out that perception of Swag. Swag's POV here, probably the most important right off the bat, because if he is able to find a perception sap, then the opener is going to be heavily in favor of Surfs Up. We're waiting to see if he can find it, and he is moving forward towards the healer. They're opening up on Chris Thorman, the all-in once again. Maybe a bait and switch, though, as they cheap shot gouge now into the kidney. The kidney has been committed. Pre-evasion. Swag gets blinded on it from behind. Nice maneuver by FLABERZ. Not getting evaded on that blind, but Chris Thorman's caught into the fear after the kidney, and he's CC'd for quite a long time. Limity is now counterspelled. They're trying to swap back to FLABERZ. FLABERZ pre-evasioning as well, anticipating some crowd control, but he's down to half health. Chris Norman's trying to recover. He doesn't have too many life blooms. Only one life bloom. He's getting purged down. Is FLABERZ going to be able to survive here? He's trying to line a sight at the pillar and avoid Wealthy Man as much as possible. Mind Blast comes in from Brain. FLABERZ shadow step kidney onto Swag, trying to set up some damage, but Brain seems more than ready to respond.
Yeah, beautiful start so far, actually, for Congrats FLABERZ. They don't commit too much here, and the RMP has used a lot of their offense, but they're just unrelenting with the swaps here. Now going over onto Limity here. Swag now finally going to commit his Cloak of Shadows. Actually going to be the first cooldown used here. Brain's mana not looking too good. Chris Dorman's mana not looking great either, but he does have that Innovate still in his back pocket. Full blind secured here onto FLABERZ. He's going to trinket out of that one, and now this is an opportunity for FLABERZ to go on to Swag here. This could be Swag's trinket here on that kidney shot. Brain is there, allowing him to kind of keep it here, and a nice polymorph there, and they don't get that devour. You can see all those debuffs there onto FLABERZ. Wealthy Man doing a great job. FLABERZ is not going to be able to play his character for a while. Limity, though, actually making it out a way here from Swag, just doing a good job kiting, and this is exactly the situation you want to be in as the RLD. Now they're forced to go onto FLABERZ here once again. Shatter combo coming in onto FLABERZ, comes crashing in there. Full kidney shot though onto Swag, but FLABERZ forced to use that Cloak of Shadows just from Wealthy Man's pressure there. That Frostbite proc into the Shatter, doing a lot of work there onto Flab, and now Swag here gonna come out of that kidney shot as well. Still has his Cloak of Shadows, just coming back up, and he will use it immediately Limity here to stack up those wound poisons onto Limity. And so far, it actually looks like Surfed Up is in the driver's seat still here, only having used their Cloak of Shadows. Swag also going to have that blind coming up very, very shortly. They're actually going after FLABERZ here once again. He's got nothing here, no Trinket, no Cloak of Shadows. They don't have Nature Swiftness as well. Do they have a blanket here? They do get a Shatter, and that's going to be pretty much it here. FLABERZ does get the Vanish, no blanket counterspell there onto Chris Thorman, luckily for them. And it looks like FLABERZ will defy death right there, but that was an extremely close call. And now they need to get something done fast because Swag has his blind ready out of the Cyclone.
Yeah, but he's cloned low health. Brain's got to be careful here with timing his cooldowns. Cloned again. Ultimate's trying to polymorph on the Warlock, trying to slow down the potential here. Swag gets cheap shot. Still very low on health. FLABERZ breaking out of crowd control, lining up the kidney shot, down at half health. Can't believe they're not using pain suppression. Swag into Trinket, go for blind on FLABERZ, setting up damage on Limity. Limity out of mana, gonna have to life tap here soon. Trying to get momentum, now swapping back to FLABERZ for a sap. Trying to stay on the Warlock, trying to force him to tap and build the wound stacks at the same time. Chris Thorman out of mana, no innervate. FLABERZ is crowd controlled for so long. Shadow steps in, trying to save the day, blinds the rogue, kicks Wealthy Man, stalls the fight for Chris Thorman. Chris Thorman needs to get mana here and now. Is he able to drink? He's off screen right now. Double fear from Brain. Wealthy Man's rotting down. He's got no blocks. Trying to go for the kill. Chris Thorman doesn't seem like he's getting mana back at this time, so I can't imagine that he was able to sit down for a drink just yet, at least, unfortunately. Polymorph now on the Limity. FLABERZ no Trinket. Limity no Trinket. He's still out of mana, trying to just attrition down the RMP. Wealthy Man rotting down just to the siphon life at this point. Kidney shot on Swag. Nice shadow step behind the evasion. Brain gonna pop the pain suppression to reduce the pressure. Wealthy Man caught in a fear, caught into a clone, getting the mage out of the game. Trying to stay on target. Swag in a Cloak of Shadows, run behind the pillar while FLABERZ is in a poly. Sun up Limity here on FLABERZ. Chris moving forward, trying to assist Limity here, but FLABERZ is out of the match. Might have to use that Cloak of Shadows aggressively here soon, but no prep, no vanish from either rogue. It's going to be tough for them to commit to a target.
Yeah, we're going to see here Wealthy Man going for the evocation here. Limity actually trying to summon his Fella Hunter. This is a dangerous situation. I think his pet is completely dead here. Limity is in the worst trouble in the game. A full sheep's going to be coming out from Wealthy Man, and he has no Soul Link as well to work with here. If they can just get sheeps onto FLABERZ, they got a full blind onto him right now, and if they can get a full sheep after that as well, or a sap, FLABERZ is never going to be playing his character. There's no more Devour Magics here. Limity taking massive damage, no Soul Link as well. Counterspell onto Chris Thorman, 20% more damage taken essentially from not having that Soul Link. Limity is going to life tap here. One Froststone is going to connect there. Ice Lance is a sticky one, not breaking it right away, and Wealthy Man is going to take him down, and that's that pet just dying. I think it just died to the Soul Link damage, or maybe they swapped to it real quick there. I didn't actually see if he used Fell Domination earlier in the match, but Limity, yeah, he must have, because it was 2 minutes ago, so that was his second pet, I think, just dying to the pressure. And once that pet goes down, that is essentially half the Warlock's toolkit. He loses so much defense when that pet dies, and FLABERZ is going to be sitting so much more CC as well when that pet is gone.
Game number 3, victory for Surfs Up. They are getting closer and closer to closing out this series, and congrats FLABERZ. They were able to win that first game, but they're kind of struggling right now. We can see the match score right here, another 5-ish minute game. They're kind of all lasting that same length. But then can you talk about specifically the win condition that Surfs Up was trying to wait for and find that opening for in that game?
Well, Surfs Up, they have a bunch of win conditions in this matchup, to be honest with you. So if they find the Druid in the opener, which we've seen a few times, they can go after Chris Thorman and try to get that cheap shot into Kidney Shot, into Garrote, into Spell Lock, or into Mage Counterspell. You can all in really, really quick and create a lot of pressure that way. So that's one way they can win, is going after the Druid. Another way they can win is by going after FLABERZ. And a lot of the time, you don't really train down the rogue, but you can create these really, really big swaps, find these opportunities in the match where FLABERZ maybe commits a Vanish, he commits his Cloak of Shadows, he commits his Trinket in order to help peel for his team, and then you can kind of punish that. And I see the opener here, beautiful peels by FLABERZ, actually gets a full blind on Swag, a gouge on Brain. This fear onto Chris Thorman is a little bit scary. That's typically what you want to do as the RMP, fear off the stuns so the Druid can't really recover, and that's when they go after FLABERZ here. They get a lot more pressure and a lot more momentum. So Surfs Up, they know exactly what they're doing in this matchup. FLABERZ did a pretty good job in this matchup, quite honestly, peeling and staying alive for a long time. But that third win condition I was talking about is after a while, if Chris Thorman runs out of mana, then you can just get full control of FLABERZ. Like he's sitting Fears and he's sitting Polymorphs. You can kind of just attack Limity. And eventually, especially if his pet goes down, that's a chance for you to just take him down. Or Wound Poison's too much, the damage from the Rogue is too much, the third water elemental of the game. And that's kind of, I suppose, maybe like an enrage timer in the match. FLABERZ barely holding on here. He gets the Vanish as well as his Health Stone. That was a really, really good swap there by Surf's Up. And Surf's Up doing a great job, really keeping Congrats FLABERZ guessing in this match by kind of just like polymorphing Liberty, going after FLABERZ, polymorphing FLABERZ, going after Liberty. Oh, look, there's a Druid. We'll make a swap over onto him. Not overlapping their defensive cooldowns. That's huge. I mean, Swag gets spam Cyclone here in a low position. And instead of panicking here, Sid called it out. He's like, wow, I really can't believe that they didn't use the Pain Sup. And I think it's because they had the game plan of, you know what, I'll Trinket, I'll blind FLABERZ, and then kind of the damage is over at that point. It's just Warlock damage with Prayer of Mending bouncing. You're going to be more than fine. And it's these little moments in the match where you're not overlapping your defensive cooldowns. It gives you a long time to live. If RLD can kind of snowball and get a lot of defensive cooldowns at once, then, or the mage isn't doing a good job controlling, the matchup looks completely different. But when you have an RMP that is playing so well defensively and the mage is controlling as well as we're seeing Wealthy Man, that's when the matchup can be a little bit more even, like we're seeing, and Surf's Up really capitalizing on that.
They definitely have, and they are now 2-1. So pretty solid game for them, solid series for them so far. So you could bet that we're going to see Congrats FLABERZ try and knock out a win here. See if they can tie it up 2-2. It's game number 4, the Grand Arena best of 7. So we're going to have to see a team get to 4 wins before they can close out this series.
Let's see if Congrats FLABERZ can bring it back here in game number 4. Swag gets a sap on FLABERZ. That is a devastating start. If he can move over and find Chris, it could be game over. Chris is pre-hotting in tree form. Will he be able to survive? The entire team is on top of him. He is getting overwhelmed, pulled down by the undertow, trinketed into a fear, trying to retreat away. He is not going to be greedy when his whole team is crowd controlled, but now that Trinket is gone, a full blind is likely to be imminent. Chris Thorman is trying to get aggressive though, cycloning up the mage, trying to turn it around, get some pressure for his team, but has to be careful. He has to stay out of range of that blind, trying to get heals up on Limity. Good devour here onto the Polymorph, but FLABERZ is still Frost Nova. Finally able to reconnect here onto Swacked and try and build some pressure. Limity actually got distance. Swacked has to Shadow Step Kidney. Polymorph from FLABERZ once again. Chris Thorman spent so much mana in this opener. FLABERZ getting out of the fear, trying to stay on target, trying to take down Swacked here. Rain down at half mana as well. Swack being reversed on by FLABERZ. Cheap shot. Going to be trinketed. Swack getting blasted down right now, taking a huge amount of damage. Popping evasion. Trying to stay on the Warlock. Frost Nova on FLABERZ. Dodging FLABERZ while attacking Limity. You see Shadow Fiend chucked out here, getting mana back for Brain and adding some damage into the mix. But can Swack hold on? Blind onto FLABERZ. Choosing not to use it onto Chris is an interesting choice here. FLABERZ actually going to just trinket and go for the kill.
Yep, and now there's an opportunity where they get crowd control on FLABERZ. There's the fear, gets devoured. Nice devour there. Swacked in a kidney shot, getting low, but Brain trades out the pain suppression. Chris has done a really good job with his positioning here. He's made it basically impossible for Swacked to get a blind or any kind of swap on him. So just playing at max range, Limity kiting away from him instead of on top of him. That's really good heads-up play there by Congrats FLABERZ, and Chris Thorman has to continue to be as far away as possible. But it is possible they swap on him. It looks like they just want to go after Liberty in this match. FLABERZ once again gets the cheap shot into the kidney shot. Big opportunity here for Congrats FLABERZ to actually develop some momentum. This gouge is going to be immediately breaking, and a polymorph on FLABERZ. Swack just trying to survive, maybe buying Brain a moment to reset his mana just a little bit. And Chris has kind of weathered the storm now from that kind of brutal opener. His trinket's rotating back up. He has most of his defensive cooldowns. If he's allowed to drink in this match, I feel like Congrats FLABERZ is in a good spot.
All right, let's see if Congrats FLABERZ can close it out here with the advantage they've established. Swack's locking down FLABERZ at the moment. Sorman trying to load up some hots here and deal with the pressure. Seems like he's dealt with it just fine. I feel like we need to pay attention to this Fell Hunter with that little dog, red dog running around here, the Demon Clifford. Because if that goes down and they can get rid of Feldom, it could be game over for them, just like we saw in the last round. We see a full fear break, unfortunately, looks like on FLABERZ, which means he can get some uptime. This is the perfect moment for Congrats FLABERZ to try and go for the win, but they're a bit reluctant to. Maybe Chris wants to go back for a drink, but Shadow Step from Swack on FLABERZ into a gouge. Swack trying to set up for a kidney. Cheap shot. looking for the kidney. Frostbolt's coming in off to the side from Wealthy Man. As he's just polymorphing the Warlock. They're going to run on that kidney shot. Where is Chris at the moment is the real question. Blind on FLABERZ. Wealthy Man trying to blizzard Chris and stop the drink, I imagine, off screen right now. And Wealthy Man is still rotting. Brain trying to move in position. Sap out of the blind. Swacked with the slow stealth of TBC. Just manages to get there just in time to sap that blind. FLABERZ choosing to sit all of this so that he can save himself with his trinket later. But I think he's getting feared out of the sap. Nice devour onto the fear. Might have been a will. FLABERZ back on target, going after Swacked in the kidney shot. Limity chucking out as much damage as he can and repositioning away from Swack. Really good kiting from Limity. Chris Norman now cycloning the pain suppression. Good offensive play by Chris as he repositions across the map. Now trying to switch the Cyclone. Now gets another Cyclone action onto Swack. I thought for sure that'd be on Wealthy Man. But now FLABERZ is polymorphed. The Rogue is out of the game. Limity and Chris Thorman are 2 versus 3. Limity is down to half HP at the moment. Gonna have to life tap soon. How much longer can he stay alive?
I mean, that really is the question. This is kind of that phase 3 where Chris has burned through his mana. Limity has no mana left, so he has to life tap and take down his own health while Wound Poison has stacked up. Swacked on target, gets fully blinded, kind of anticipated that situation. He's just going to trinket out as he realizes Brain's in some trouble. He gets coiled, has to trade his trinket. It looks like he will be able to survive. Limity's going to be the one that is ultimately in danger here. There's a full polymorph on FLABERZ. Luckily, it gets devoured. Maybe Swack might get peeled. Maybe, just maybe, Limity has got no mana left. Then 20% health, 10% health. What do? You have to life tap in order to play your character. But if you do, you go down.
War Stomp!
So close. The Water Elemental Wealthy Man might finish him off the ring in wands. And that just final phase of the game. This has happened so much to this RLD where they just get tapped out on mana. Limity, he just doesn't have any mana left. He's forced to life tap if he wants to play. And there, Limity didn't have mana for the last 20 seconds of the game. And Surf's Up just gets it to a point where Brain actually sat down for a few drinks in the match, was able to maintain their mana, and ultimately pull off a win. So really, really good matchups here by both these teams. But Surf's Up, I like this. I like the strategy. It's very clear to me that they know their win conditions in this match.
Absolutely, and now they are on match point, 3-1. They're so close. Surf's Up doing really well, but I feel like regardless of the score, Ven, it kind of seems like they're a little bit more evenly matched than the score is really telling as a story. I mean, you kind of said it yourself. Congrats, FLABERZ. There's so many moments where we could maybe see them squeak out a win, but they just aren't able to make that connection. What do you think?
Yeah, I think these are some of the best teams in this tournament. These are some of the best teams in North America, and you could tell. Even though I believe the score is 3-1 right now for the side of Surf's Up, it really does still feel like it could be anyone's series.
Yeah, that was an insane opener there. They got the Chris Thorman's trinket right there, and then you look how defensive Chris Thorman is playing. He's just staying far back because he's got no trinket. Swack's got blind, and if they get pressure on Limity, if they get pressure on FLABERZ, and they blind Chris Thorman, he's dead. Or if they just fear FLABERZ and Limity and they blind Chris Thorman and swap to him, he can also be dead. So Chris Thorman is forced to play like this based off of how bad that opener was, and that's because they were able to find FLABERZ and then find or open onto Chris Thorman. So kind of a dream scenario, and it's hard when you have to play from behind for such a long period of time. However, I want to see what they did on the side of Congrats FLABERZ a little bit earlier. They did it late in the game. They swap over to Brain. I think actually it might be this moment right here where they blind Swacked and they just go completely all in. The kidney shot gets resisted right there onto Brain as well, I believe. And this was a big moment right there because if Brain gets kidneyed right there, he's dead. Because he will trinket the kidney and then potentially just get coiled and then die in the coil. So I want to see them go after Brain more. I think it's quite obvious that Brain is running some kind of spirit gear, because at this point he is regenerating so much mana and he's able to keep his team in the fight for such a long period of time, and he's just falling back on the fact that he's a dwarf. But I don't think the dwarf is going to be that good for him. And of course here at the end to actually secure the kill, they got that cheap shot, kidney shot for crowd control on Chris Thorman, and then they got that full blind as well when he had no trinket, and just playing really well on the side of Surf's Up, and knowing their win conditions. They can go after the Rogue, they can open up on the Druid, they can use their downtime to go after the Lock, kill his pet, stop the Feldom, go after the Lock again. They know that they have multiple win conditions and how to use them. But on the side of Congrats FLABERZ, I feel like they've only been kind of focused on stopping the rogue and going after the rogue and making sure that the rogue isn't playing the game, when they can make this a 20-second healer race if they want to as well. Even though it is a dwarf, they can easily go after this priest of brain and just send him.
Well, let's see if they can do that. Congrats, FLABERZ. This is kind of their last chance. If they lose this one, they are out. This is an elimination series, so they are facing getting knocked out of this tournament. Surf's Up, looking to close this one out here in the next game. It's best of 7, 3-1 on the Grand Arena.
Yeah, let's see what Surf's Up does. I actually kind of like the fact that they're playing Alliance. You would think that against a Warlock team, you always want to be Horde for the Will of the Forsaken, but having that perception gives you a little bit of flexibility in the opener. If you get the sap on FLABERZ, you can just go all in on Chris Thorman. You also have that dwarf free, so like Zico kind of mentioned, I feel like Brain, because he's a dwarf, he can kind of rely on that stone form in order to survive the swaps, and he can maybe get away with running a bit more healing, a bit more mana regen, to give his team a little bit more longevity in the match. So we'll see what Swat can do on that human rogue, and what kind of opener we're going to see, because Chris Thorman, I'm going to be honest, a few times has been very fortunate to survive. I feel like there is a world where Wealthy Man, Swack, and Brain can just win in the opener if they end up getting this kind of sap onto FLABERZ and a 3 versus 1 on Chris Thorman. It could be very scary.
Yeah, and we are going to see that scary moment right now in the opener here. Swacked is like a shark in the water, looking for his prey, trying to fish for a sap here, but Swacked not able to find FLABERZ yet. And FLABERZ, oh, they might run into each other here. FLABERZ might actually see Swacked here. They're both spamming their sap macros. Oh, they're so close to each other. But that fell out there. I don't think FLABERZ is in paranoia range, because he should have seen him there. I think he almost had it right there. Very, very close here. Both rogues being very patient so far in the back line over there. And we got Limity just being a warlock against Mage Priest. He's basically immortal in this 2v2 with a druid against the Mage Priest, so he can do whatever he wants. But he needs to be careful that he doesn't, compromise his positioning too much, because he could get opened on in a bad spot. And FLABERZ is going to go after Brain here with the sheep shot into the kidney shot. And I want to see aggressive plays there. There we go. There's the sheep shot. Oh, there's the blind. There's the shadow step kick. And I want to see FLABERZ actually commit more. And there's the Cloak of Shadows. Actually kind of late Cloak of Shadows. I want to see him use that way earlier. Maybe vanish as well to get that Garrote silence. But Brain did use his stone form, so he actually couldn't have gone for that Garrote, and I think that's why he slowed down a little bit. So not a bad opener so far for congrats FLABERZ. They do get Swack's cooldowns, and they get that stone form out of the way and that Desperate Prayer already, and I want to see them keep going after Brain here. Whoa, big shatter though, connects on the FLABERZ. He's gonna trick it out. He might just die. He has no Cloak of Shadows. The tournament lives are on the line here. FLABERZ now in a full kidney shot. Wealthy Man looking for the damage here with that Skull of Gul'dan, with the Water Alley, and with the damage here from the Icy Veins. And now it looks like they're gonna go after Limity here.
Yep, going after Limity here. The tournament lives are on the line. This is the lower bracket of full polymorph on FLABERZ. They've made FLABERZ's life extremely difficult in this match. They're not going after him. They're just controlling him, and he constantly has to be careful of using those defensive cooldowns. He has his Cloak of Shadows up now, but Limity, this is that situation you don't want to be in. You've got no mana. You've got 5-stack wound. You've got Expose on you. You're getting dispelled by the priest. You need to life tap. He needs to life tap at some point, or he's going to be completely out of mana and not really be able to assist his team whatsoever. Going for a banish, gets interrupted. Wound poison does fall, but it's going to be stacking up and ramping up very quickly. Back up to 4 stacks. Chris Thorman trying to stay ahead of it with his Innervate, but if Innervate gets dispelled, that is a rough position to be in. Nice double fear coming in from Brain. FLABERZ and Limity going to be sitting that. Full polymorph now into FLABERZ. The Swack gets a new opener here on Limity. Big damage incoming. Exposed armor. Swack kind of showing his hand that he wants to just sit on this Warlock for as long as possible. The assisted damage of the Water Elemental of the Priest. Chris Thorman getting out of a crowd control with the Devour. Beautiful Devour there. Limity just trying to get away, but a beautiful rank 1 Blizzard from Wealthy Man is going to allow Swack to reconnect to his target. Nice coil. Is there a kidney shot out of the coil? Potentially, but Swack, he has the trinket, he has the Cloak of Shadow, so he's not going to be feeling too scared, and this is looking good for Surf's Up in game number 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Swag now in a full blind defensively here. He's got his trinket, and Swag could be a very nice target here. But Brain as well, taking a lot of pressure here. They need to try to force out the pain suppression at least, but it's kind of a race here. Limity is going to be the one losing that race. Swag with a nice shadow step kick onto Chris Dorman. Chris Dorman actually charging back and gets cheap shot. Does Brain have the second scream though? That is the question. It's kidney shot onto Chris Dorman, and I think Brain does have the fear because he's right on top of him, and that's going to be the trinket, and that is going to be Limity.
Brain zoom.
Immediately going down, but Brain could go down in a cross kill here. Can they make it happen here? Rogue Druid, very strong 2v2 composition, but Brain doing a great job just line of sighting here, just kiting. Chris Dorman not going to be able to do anything really here just yet. No, he does get the bash, gets
cloaks up in
on
one.
The Cyclone. If FLABERZ can connect here with the cloak, no, Swag gets a restuff into the cheap shot. Potential for a full kidney shot here as well. And that's going to be the Shatter combo coming out, and that is going to be FLABERZ. And congrats, FLABERZ. Actually going to be getting knocked out of the tournament here. Surfs up. They're going to continue surfing on in that lower bracket.
You got to feel for Chris. He gets Shadow Step kicked, and then he goes for the feral charge to try to root the rogue, but at that point it's too late. He runs right into enemy territory, into a cheap shot, into a kidney shot, into a fear, and the amount of regret he has for that feral charge is just off the charts. There's no doubt about that.
Oh man, okay, well, Surf's Up, live to see another day. We are going to see them continue on Sunday, Championship Sunday, where we're going to have North America as well as European finals. But like we've stated, congrats, FLABERZ. That is the end of their tournament lives for them. But I kind of unfortunate that it ended that way. I mean, I feel like they kind of played really solidly. There just wasn't really much it seemed like they could do, Supa.
Yeah, I mean, on the tournament realm, I feel like it's Brain's build, right? Like this opener, they got so much pressure because Brain is playing that dwarf. I think he was able to get Stone Form off here, which is why FLABERZ didn't want to commit just yet. I think we talked about it at the start of the game, at least Zico did. Right here, the Stone Form. So there's no real reason for FLABERZ to overcommit. He's going to be able to survive, but Brain was just timing his earrings, using them on cooldown, min-maxing his mana throughout the entire game, and I feel like, congrats FLABERZ, coming from the ladder onto the tournament realm, it's probably a different ball game, right? In terms of racial selection, you're probably not finding a lot of Alliance RMPs like this, at least not in NA, and also just this MP5 gear and builds that you have access to that you might not have on the tournament realm. So normally it's the RLD that can attrition and outlast the RMP, but the RMPs came in onto the tournament realm and found some builds that actually allowed them to attrition back the Roguelock Druid. So I feel like next time around, if they were to come onto this, that they would have a much better performance overall. I was expecting them to be one of the tournament favorites. So now the other one in the contention for it would have been Surf's Up. They're looking solid here. They got some cheeky builds. They've got solid play. They can play the early game, the late game. They're flexible. They're looking like a monster right now in the lower bracket. Like, look at the setup. You're talking about that regret on the feral charges right here. Kidney into fear, trinket out of line of sight. Your locks your druids You're not really going to be able to recover even if you weren't feared from that position. So it's going to be lights out for them. Surf's Up. We're going to ride the wave into Championship Sunday, capitalizing on the high tide.
So is this different from how you felt about Surf's Up in the beginning of the day, Sid?
I mean, I know that they're really good players, right? I feel like they're kind of like the quote-unquote retail team coming from retail onto TBC. So I knew they were experienced, veteran players of the game. But the fact that they're adapting to like what people would be considered like main TBC teams, like congrats FLABERZ, and really putting them down, right? Like this is 4-1 against them, really shows that they're prepared.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. So looking forward to seeing how those guys perform tomorrow. End of the road for congrats FLABERZ, but well done either way. They made it pretty far. I mean, they started the day in that upper semifinals. So they had a pretty good run. Surf's Up, well done. Looking forward to that tomorrow. I think they're up against, we can check in with the bracket later at the end of the day. We'll have a little bit of a recap. But up next, we've got, or we'll have it right here. Look at that. Subfresh FISHSTICK Gaming. That is the semifinals that we're going to see tomorrow in North America. Just remember, guys, we do have Europe tomorrow as well. And then Surf's Up right there. They don't yet have a competitor against them. But Kicked Aim Shot versus PhD Misery. That is the last series of the day. It's the one we've got coming up next. And loser of that as well, just like the last one, is going to be sent home. Do we have any predictions for this one, Zico?
Ooh, I would say Warrior Lock Druid is a pretty good matchup into Double Healer Hunter. So I am going to go with the homies over at Kick Aim Shot. Because the team name is Kicked Aim Shot, and PhD and Misery, they have Aim Shot.
Wait, isn't that a bad thing then? They're gonna waste their kicks and aim shot.
No, I think that's their game plan.
Oh, they're going. Okay, it's a winning play. I see. That's good advice. Yes.
Okay, well, we'll find out soon enough. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be the last series of the day, Kicked Aim Shot versus PhD and Misery. We'll be right back. It is the last series of the day. Loser of this one knocked out. Game number 1, kicked aim shot versus PhD in Misery.
Curious to see how this plays out. So I think we're all in agreement that this is a decent matchup for the Warrior, Warlock, Druid. Curious to see if they're able to stay on target here and overwhelm the double healer hunter, get their Warrior J-Law on target, and deliver victory to their side. If they are unable to, they will be out of the tournament. How many aim shots will be kicked is the real question of this series, though.
Yeah, Beckinsale is going to be able to play really aggressive. One thing they really have to look out for is the Fell Hunter. If the Fell Hunter dies, if JFAT's able to get some big aim shots on it and they can drop it quick, that's when the game becomes a little bit scary for the WLD. But they're going to be pushing forward. Beckinsale just looking to load up dots on whoever he can. J-Law is going to sit a lot of crowd control unless he gets lucky with Devours, and those Devours are going to be coming in clutch here in the opening stages of this match as J-Law is just unleashing pain here on Lexemic on his Tauren Warrior, going for those extendo arms. As the hitboxes on Tauren are larger, it's going to allow him to actually hit Lexemic through the pillar during these moments where he's trying to kite around.
Yeah, Tauren, I'm telling you, it's good. J-Law is going to get a lot more uptime when those snare traps potentially come down to be able to still swing away at the Priest, who is taking a beating at the moment. Fear out, scatter on the Warrior, trying to eat the freezing trap. Beckinsale eats it for the Warrior.
Nice.
We saw Nien trying to root him to prevent him from eating it, but that was great teamwork from Beckinsale. It's all about keeping that Warrior on target. Cyclone cast, nice. Spell Reflector looks like, or just Cyclone actually casted by Shapes to intercept that on Nien. Now he's out of the game with no trinket. Like Semic has to trinket, and did the pet go down? Fell Hunter in midfield. Shapes is spamming heals on the Fell Hunter. We can see its health bar next to Shapes in the middle bottom part here. He's able to recover the Fell Hunter. Pets are definitely prime targets in this matchup. Even the Hunter pet as well could go down. JFAT scatter shot, freezing trap. Is it going to land it? Looks like it lands Devour. Devour hits it again. J-Lot hitting the lottery right now, trying to stay on target, but Lexemic has managed to line of sight and get away from him at the moment. J-Lot's trying to swap over to Nien for a moment, keep up the damage, keep the momentum and pressure so they can tap the healers on mana.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to be doing if you are PhD. For a kick game shot, they just need to enable J-Law as much as they can in the match by getting out fears, as well as just getting out a lot of damage. Those Devour is really important. Eating the traps is another thing that's really, really important. Looks like J-Law is going to be throwing in a nice reflect there on the end. If Beckinsale can follow that up with a fear, it's going to be prime, and they might actually be able to take down JFAT. Scatter shot. Are they going to land the trap? They do. Is it going to get devoured? It is. There's a lot of luck going on for kicked aim shot. This is exactly what you want to see if you are playing WLD, but J-Law now going to be eating a root. No Devour for him. Unlucky, and this is maybe where PhD and Misery can stabilize.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up. I'm wondering if they would be using those snare traps if J-Law wasn't a Tauren here, because he hasn't put down a single snare trap, and they're just devouring every single normal freezing trap. And now another Cyclone comes out here, reflected onto Nien, and a Cyclone onto JFAT. The whole team is Cyclone. Lexemic is alone. Now a full fear dispelled by Lexemic instantaneously. Fearing up the Warlock, trapping J-Law. J-Law going to trinket out of this trap, try and get on target, but he can't get in line of sight. He's getting wing clip spammed by JFAT. JFAT turning his attention to the Fell Hunter in midfield, blasting aim shots onto the Fell Hunter. I don't think that Fell Hunter is too healthy right now. I think it was 2 aim shots, so this could cost a lot of mana for Shapes. Shapes going for an Innervate, getting a lot of mana back. Nien going for an Innervate here onto Lexemic. And that's going to allow him to recover, but Nien will likely have to drink here very soon. Lexemic totally resets. Shapes gets a decent reset as well. 3 minutes and 40 seconds in. Decent damage, though. J-Law gets bashed up. Is it going to be enough? Nien is interrupted. He's trying to keep J-Law under control, get Lexemic away, but that Tauren Racial is going to come in clutch. Another scatter. Freezing trap. Beckinsale tries to swoop in and eat it, but it's a snare trap. He's not going to try and risk it on that Devour. That's going to buy time for Lexemic to get away. JFAT's going after the Fell Hunter once again. Beckinsale pulls that back to the pillar. Nien going for root, gets pummeled on his root. Lexemic running laps around J-Law, avoiding him out of line of sight. PhD and Misery still trying to play the slow attrition fight, but without those mana recoveries, the Innervate and the Shadow Fiend, this game could be coming to a conclusion pretty soon.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. Beckinsale moving forward, looking for a fear, managing to find it, but it is going to be breaking. J-Law just going to be trying to stay on anyone that he can in this matchup. Got J-Law and JFAT in this matchup. Bit confusing, but we've got a trap now onto J-Law as JFAT gets Cyclone in the middle of the map. Beckinsale just doing what he can, just trying to run at the healers, but he's getting wind clipped as well. J-Law out of the trap, getting put into an entangling root. He's mighty warrior, looks so brave and strong, but he just can't move his character. But every one of those intercepts can be devastating. He gets bashed on at a clothesline there by Nian, protecting his priest and not allowing J-Law to really get on target, as he's going to be going after a J-Fat. He's trying to exchange blows here, maybe get a nice little mace stun, trying to get that damage rolling. J-Fat is now rooted up. Beckinsale and Shapes can go for a lot of crowd control. Shapes has been playing relatively conservative in the match, so just allowing Beckinsale to, I guess, push forward. But I feel like there is an opportunity for Shapes to actually move in, go for more Cyclones in the match, try to freeze out J-Fat if he can. Full fear. Looks like it is going to be breaking. Maybe J-Fat can survive. He gets coiled. If he gets intercepted, it could be devastating. He's got 3 Sunders on him. Refresh those Sunders. There's a 4th at the end, looking for a Cyclone. If he reflects it, it's going to be massive. Unfortunately, no reflect there by J-Law. That could have been the end of the game if he managed to reflect that.
Charge.
So, bit of a misplay there. If he can get the intercept, it's going to be big.
that
Shapes gets the
clone!
Cyclone. That's a big Cyclone. The end gets pummeled. Nice play there by J-Law. Can he get the Mortal Strike? He goes for the Mortal Strike, but that can definitely backfire. Can he get there? He's a little bit lower. No, gets taken down by the Moonfire. You're a warrior in that situation. You have 1 global. You either go for the Mortal Strike or you go for a hamstring, and it sure feels bad if you Mortal Strike and they just walk away from you and you get kited, but luckily his team was there to back him up. And Kick Aim Shot will claim game number 1.
Okay. Kicked aim shot, well done. Good way to start off this series. PhD in Misery. They're now going to be choosing a map as they did just lose that first game. Zico, let's take a look at this replay.
Just a lot of good uptown, good mana management, and J-Law as well, with some good RNG early on, but still, Beckinsale doing a good job, always keeping his pet, in a good spot to get those freezing traps, and J-Law just doing what you should do here in this matchup as a warrior. Try to put out as much pressure as possible, and of course, anytime the scatter's coming out, look at Beckinsale. He is absolutely happy to eat that trap and allow his warrior to just go and take that or allow his warrior to just roam free. Here's another freezing trap. It gets devoured, I think, this one. And yeah, it does. And what J-Fat is doing, the reason why we're talking about it being lucky is because J-Fat is actually putting up Hunter's Mark. And Hunter's Mark is a magic effect. So you can dispel the trap or you can dispel the Hunter's Mark. And then you add in Nian as well, putting up a Fury Fire. All of a sudden, it's a 1 in 3 that you get the trap. So if you get it multiple times in a row, you can tell that it's starting to get a little bit lucky at that point. But here, get some stuns, they get the Death Coil out of the intercept, they get a nice Cyclone onto Lexemic, a nice counterspell there onto Nian, and Beckinsale with excellent positioning here. They get the Cyclone onto J-Law, and then here Shapes moves in, gets the low Cyclone here, they get the War Stomp there into Cyclone, they get the Howl of Terror, then they try to fear Lexemic and try to kick Nian right there, and then J-Law has 1 global here, he goes for the Mortal Strike, which I do think is the right call here, because even if you don't get the kill here, both healers are basically just tapped, and the only real way that you recover there is if there's no MS up, so keeping that MS up gonna be the priority a lot of the time, but of course sometimes you do need that uptime, and it's gonna allow you to get more swings in, and an experienced warrior like J-Law, he's gonna know when to make the right call, MS, hamstring, or maybe even an execute sometimes as well, and they are gonna get the kill there. Beautifully set up and kicked aim shot, living up to their name right now.
They certainly are, and we are going to see them try and do that again here in game number 2. I'm curious, though, if PhD can figure it out, maybe tie it up. But, Ven, to you, what does the rest of this series look like?
I think the rest of the series looks a whole lot like that one, where basically PhD and Misery is doing their best to survive, and Kick Aim Shot is just running at them like the Terminator the entire game. They're not really afraid. The only viable kill target is pretty much the pet. So if they don't drop the ball with the pet and they can keep the Fell Hunter alive, then I feel like PhD and Misery is going to have a really, really difficult time actually closing this one out, especially if we see that same level of Devourer kind of luck coming in. Because you can bet, I mean, he's throwing up Hunter's Mark to protect the trap. He's throwing in probably Fairy Fire to protect the trap as well. But when that Devourer goes in your favor, it gives your warrior a lot of uptime, and it's really difficult to kind of reverse the pressure, because you commit that trap, which means you don't have the Frost Trap to actually kite around on the on the pillar, which puts you in a really, really bad spot. So difficult decisions to be made. I wonder if they're going to switch up the map at all. I think it's unlikely. Maybe where would they go? They could switch up the map. Maybe Blade's Edge. It's possible that they go to Blade's Edge and just try to like kite and run away from J-Law a little bit more in the match. But I'm not sure. Nope, we're going to Ruins of Lordaeron. So going to be going... I feel like Ruins of Lordaeron has to be the worst map for them. I'm kind of confused by this pick, to be honest with you. I feel like Warlock kind of has a field day. It's not going to be as simple as we saw them. Like if they use the center tomb, I feel like Beckinsale is going to have a field day. And also if they try to kite from room to room, Beckinsale's also going to have a field day with just spam fears. So I'm a bit confused by this map selection.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I think this map, it's definitely... Well, I think Nagrand is actually the best map for PSG and Misery, so I think that's where they maybe should have brought the fight. But it's hard to say, though, without actually seeing what kind of strategy they want to implement here. So we'll see what they actually want to do. But in theory, I agree. This is a map where you're going to have a decent amount of uptime, especially if your name is Beckinsale. But at the same time... maybe the strategy is to try to shut down Shapes on that drink. He will have a little bit harder time. He has to go, all the way inside the room at the back line there and try to look for those drinks. And maybe they can just kind of power through with some aggression there, get some burns. Or maybe they just want to play in their own room here. We're going to see right now, kick aim shot. Going to be happy to take the tomb. And they could be waiting for that eye to spawn before they really want to commit. But Beckinsale, a Warlock is a great matchup against a Hunter. If you're playing Hunter Healer and you're playing Warlock Healer, that's a matchup that you want to be the Warlock in. It's basically free. You're one of the biggest counters for a Hunter Healer. So Beckinsale is going to be happy with this. And then Nien, of course, is going to be sitting in stealth, which is why it is that 2v2 a little bit in the start. So if you are kicked aim shot, you have some time to wait here, but they're not going to waste any time here. Immediately charging in here, J-Law onto J-Fat. He gets caught up in the trap, gets devoured immediately, and now they have a chance here to push in. J-Law with a nice cross kick. Actually, it's going to be Beckinsale. He gets faked, I believe, there by Nien. Well done there by Nien. And they are going to have uptime on Lexemic, and Lexemic is the ideal target for kick aim shot, and he is the target that they essentially want to drain. They get a lot of crowd control here onto J-Fat, potential a Cyclone here as well onto J-Fat, and Beckinsale actually getting a counter Cyclone there by Nien in the back line. And the goal right now is just to pressure Lexemic as much as possible and drain his mana with that damage. And so far, Kick Aim Shot are doing a great job, but here comes the second trap. Scatter coming in. J-Law, he did not taunt it, and he will trinket it. He does not get lucky with the Devourer there. So as a warrior, you can actually taunt the Hunter pet to break out of those, and you can spell reflect as well right before it lands and reflect the trap, and you have that fellow Hunter Devourer. So the warrior himself can also kind of pre-outplay the traps a lot, in addition to the fact that you have that Devourer. So J-Law will trade out his cooldowns here and get a lot of pressure here onto Lexemic. And that is going to be the Nature Swiftness there being committed alongside with the Pain Suppression. So all of those healer major defensives are already out of the way here for PhD and Misery.
Yeah, it's a lot of uptime in this match that J-Law does have, so yeah, it's rough. I mean, like Semic, he's already burned through so much of his mana, he gets interrupted. The way they're kind of kiting, they don't really have any safe place to go. J-Law, luckily for the side of PhD and Misery, J-Law is going to get controlled quite a bit there. Gets full trapped into a full root. Maybe like Semic has a moment to breathe, but doesn't really seem like it. I don't know if he's going to be able to really recover his mana. The pet could get dropped. It's incredibly low. Did it actually get out of line of sight? I mean, that is the win condition for PhD and Misery, is basically kicked aim shot, forgetting that they have a pet and letting it die. That's the scariest moment in the match. If they can keep that pet alive, I feel like they're in a great spot. Another big aim shot going to be coming in. J-Law just in crowd control, and this is where PhD and Misery is going to find their stride. They get actual uptime on the pet. J-Law doesn't get to control his character because the Devour RNG isn't there, so he's getting rooted, he's getting trapped. He's not really able to put out too much damage. You can see like Semic went to full mana. Pet might get dropped, and it does. Now Beckinsale is going to have to hard cast his pet, or potentially go for that Fell Domination. I'll have to see if they decide to reposition, or if they just decide to go for it.
No Fell Dom available here for Beckinsale. He's going to go for the hard cast, and the name of the game now is to trap J-Law. You don't need to cover it anymore. You don't need to play the lottery, and just make sure that Beckinsale does not get that pet out ever again. And I mean, they could still win on the side of kicked aim shot, but now they are in a lot of trouble because Beckinsale does not have that soul link, so 20% more damage taken. They're even using those Viper Stings onto Beckinsale to make him life tap more, which he just did right there. And that's going to be just a little bit of extra damage coming in there from JFAT. Now they're looking for the scatter into the trap here onto J-Law. Do you believe that they will land it there? JFAT in a Cyclone. Lexemic has recovered a little bit of mana with that Innovate. And now the name of the game is going to be Nien versus Beckinsale. He needs to stop that pet summon. And I think they're actually in a great spot here. JFAT is actually quite low on HP. They do get an Entangling Roots here onto J-Law. They have no Dispel for it. He's going for the summon. Can he get it? A beautiful crowd control coming out, but JFAT, I do believe, stopped that one in the nick of time. JFAT is going to be completely fine in that position here as well. He gets Death Called, and Beckinsale once again going to be the target of choice. Nien sitting down for a drink, which is exactly what you should be doing. Lexemic still has a little bit of mana to work with, and kicked aim shot in a lot of trouble here, actually. This is when the game is starting to go in the PhD's favor. They're starting to roll out those roots, they're starting to roll out those freezing traps, and the Warlock is just trying to kite across the map and summon his pet. But right now, I would actually say PhD and Misery, despite this not being a great matchup for them, they're in a great spot.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is basically the best spot that you can be in. And it's still not that bad of a spot. I mean, JFAT is the one that's in trouble. He's the one running away, trying to barely hold on. He's fully dotted up. Mortal Strike luckily does fall. Big intercept, though. If he gets CMS up, it would be devastating. J-Law, no Trinket. Is going to get full trapped once again. And we already know there's going to be no Devour available. So it's all up to Beckinsale to get that pressure. He's missing so much of his toolkit, not having that Fell Hunter available. I'm not sure if they actually killed both of his pets. They must have, huh, for him to use that Feldon. But Beckinsale in a lot of trouble. A world of pain, down to 1% health, and he will get dropped. Shape's not able to keep up with the damage. And PhD in Misery finds their stride. And honestly, a matchup I feel like they probably shouldn't win, but they find that one win condition of taking down the Fell Hunter. And I would say Kick Aim Shot drops the ball a little bit with that one.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic play there. I don't know. I think they did kill the first pet there when we were kind of freaking out a little bit. Pet. I think they did manage to snipe it down. And the second pet, that was honestly just a big blunder. He foul domed it and he summoned it, and it just died pretty much like instantly. So you can't ever really let that happen. That is your main win condition, and a lot of it is about parking the pet in a good spot and making sure that your healer can heal it, and also going for those health funnels. Not sure if it was Beckinsale or if it was Shapes there. Could have done a better job with that, but the Lock and the Druid, of course, together need to work well there to make sure that that pet stays alive, because most Warlock-based compositions where you play a Soul Link Warlock, that's where, that's where all the power comes from. Without the Soul Link, you lose the Master Demonologist, you lose spell power, you lose, of course, the Soul Link, you lose the, spell lock, you lose the Devour Magic, you lose so many things if that Fell Hunter goes down, Sid.
Yeah, and it's just devastating. So here he still has Feldom. That's what I really want to track, is like, when did he commit this? So Shapes is healing the pet. We can see that with Shapes targeting. And when his pet went down, so this is after that moment, Feldom had already been used. They get the Fell Hunter out in the open. This is why they picked Runes of Lordaeron. Look at that little Fell Hunter trying to run away from JFAT. He is just pew all day. Fell Hunter's down. No Feldom. Now Beckinsale's like, what do I do? Later on, he starts to move into the starting room, which ends up being a really good decision for offense, at least. And that's why we see JFAT getting chunked down by J-Law, because it baits the enemy team to stack up. And then the warrior can just swing around on multiple targets. So pulling into the room was a good move here to try and stay in the fight. It actually almost got them a kill here while they were fearing and cycloning like Zemek. But JFAT just repositions out of the room. And luckily here, he didn't have Mortal Strike. If J-Law just had been able to get Mortal Strike right here before the scatter, the pressure might have been still quite high. But charging out with no Devour is definitely going to be a GG there. Perhaps, though, they could still win, even if they get a Voidwalker as a second pet. Because look at the mana situation. Like, he's playing with no Soul Link. He's just taking more damage the rest of the game, and they still oomed both the healers and the double healer. So maybe on Runes of Lordaeron, you go for a Voidwalker instead, because it's just so easy to kill it. Because, like, parking your pet, but then still having it in range to dispel J-Law, I feel like that's going to be a really tall order on Runes of Lordaeron. So I feel like I'd prefer them to just do a Voidwalker on the Feldom on that map if that situation happens.
I have a question for Zico. I feel like after watching that match and how long Beckinsale was able to live without Soul Link and without a pet, I wonder, is there any universe where he should experiment with affliction, just straight up unstable affliction in this match, and just completely cripple any chance of dispels coming in from Lexemic?
It's actually not that bad. I mean, he takes a lot of damage, but you have a lot of extra damage. And like you said, the unstable affliction means if you fear the druid and you get an unstable affliction on him before you fear him, that's a fear that it's only going to, disappear if it breaks to damage. Because going for a dispel, you're going to really punish yourself. So I don't mind it personally. And also you can play with you will be playing with the instant Howl of Terror as well. So having instant Howl of Terror against a triple dwarf team, with only one dispel is actually really nice. You just get unstable afflictions out as much as possible, and then you just go for the Howl of Terror, and nobody can really do anything about that. So it's a lot more damage, but it is more risky as well. And it's nice as well because you don't actually, your pet doesn't take damage when you take damage. It will basically accelerate the game from both points of views. Your team will have to heal the Warlock a lot more, but your team will also do a lot more damage on the side of kicked aim shot.
I want to see it.
Yeah, why not? I'm a big fan.
Yeah?
Good.
What about...
Yay.
Did you say yay?
Yeah, he agrees. Because it seems like it would be good after watching that matchup, how long he survived. And I swear, Unstable Affliction Warlocks do such insane damage. Howl of Terror is such an incredible tool to generate pressure. And all of a sudden, Lexemic is going to have to make a really difficult choice if he actually wants to dispel those dots.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting choice to see them implement, or maybe there's something else that we see them adjust to. Either way, game number 3 here, 1-1, currently on the scoreboard.
All right, let's see who's going to take the lead here now on the Grand Arena. Going to be able to hide that pet a little bit more readily with these pillars available, unlike Runes of Lordaeron. We'll have to wait and see if they decide to switch it up and go for that Unstable Affliction play. I feel like it might be unlikely. I wonder how often Beckinsale even runs the full Affliction over the Soul Link. Definitely not the more standard pick. I feel like the comps you play that in are usually with something like a Shadow Priest. But in this matchup specifically, where there's practically no ways to interrupt you, like there's basically no crowd control for you, you're going to do so much damage, you're going to get so much CC, that maybe you just floor the other team. It definitely has potential, and we'll have to wait and see if he does make that transition at some point, but it might not even be something that's on his mind. That's something that you might want to even ask him, if we could find a way to ask him after the series. But J-Law is just charging in on J-Fat at the moment. Scatter, Trap, Fear covering it as well. It looks like the Devour not going to hit the freezing trap. J-Law's locked out of the game. J-Fat's lining up aim shots on that Fell Hunter in midfield. Just going at that Fell Hunter. If that pet goes down, they can stop Fell Dom summon. Be devastating. The Fell Hunter's going to die. They're putting the Fell Hunter in melee range of J-Fat. Trying to bait maybe the Fell Hunter to bring J-Fat next to J-Law by just maneuvering it around near him on that Tauren Warrior. Like, come a little bit closer, I dare you. And allowing him to get some uptime, but intercept on the Lexemic. Beckinsale now parking his pet behind the pillar, fearing targets, fearing the priest, but the freezing trap lands. Devour doesn't look like it was able to hit there on the freezing trap. J-Law not getting lucky this time around. Beckinsale pulls back to the pillar, fears the Hunter, gets Hunter Trinket actually, silencing shot on the Refear, and able to fear the Hunter once again. Maybe more crowd control is a good option for kick aim shot as well. We saw them going for clones and fear spam and cross crowd controlling. They actually got a lot of momentum in that last game. Could be a way for them to find victory.
Yeah, and we're going to see Bacon so far doing a great job just keeping the pet close to him here. And now they are going to swap over to Nien here. Scatter shot, freezing trap. But every single time they're going for these traps, they actually fear the pet, which is why they haven't actually gotten any of these devours. Now the pet can devour. He does, and he does not get the freezing trap right there. And now the pet is going to be the target of choice. Bacon actually doing a great job here, kind of trying to dead zone a little bit with the pet. But now here comes the pressure on the pet. Aim shot's going to fly in. It looks like the pet is going to be taking a lot of damage here. Beckinsale going to be pulling it back here as well, and it's going to be J-Law just kind of free roaming here in the back line. He gets cycloned, not having a spell reflect right there. I really wish you could see the health bar of the pet a little bit more, because it is basically the only target here for PhD and Misery in this matchup. They're still going after the pet right now, trying to poke it a little bit there. Shapes actually taking using a lot of mana here to try to keep that pet alive, and we're going to see another freezing trap attempt here. And no Devour. They silent shot the
it
pet to stop
silenced
the
it, yeah.
Devour. They literally blanket the pet there. They just use every crowd control. And now they fear it as well. Just making sure that there's no RNG whatsoever here. So actually a lot of nice strategy changes here from PhD and Misery. But the pet is not resisting anything. It seems like it should be resisting like 80-90% of those fears. That's what it feels like, at least when I'm playing against Warlocks. But so far, they've been landing almost every single one of them. And the pet hasn't been able to do too much. J-Law now in our roots here. And J-Fat going to be the target. Actually dotting up J-Fat's pet now. So Beckinsale's had enough. He's like, you know what? You're going to kill my pet. I'm going to kill your pet. And we're just going to... J-Law is going after the J-Fat here and the pet as well here in the back line. But it looks like it's going to be the pet actually as the main target here. Now here comes a fear. No resist. Once again, full trap. Aim shot, and the pet is going to be in the middle of the map because of that. And he does come out now. They go for the Shadow Ward Death here. They try to take it down here. Almost going down there, I believe. But
it's dead.
It's dead. Yep, there it is. Beckinsale now. Is he going to go for the instant fell domination? This is the question now as well. Because Lexemic is on top of him as well. Lexemic is probably spamming that Dispel too. If he goes for that,
kick it. Look at him.
Yeah.
Look at a puppy dog ready to chase the ball. Like I see that. I'm going to feral charge right away. Like Semic's just spamming Purge on Beckinsale. He's got a tough choice, not only just to fell dom, but what pet does he want to fell dom? Is it worth bringing the Voidwalker out at this point? Mana's still high on Lexemic in the end. This is a really tough decision for Beckinsale to make that could decide the game and potentially put the swing match in their favor. Beckinsale is just taking so much damage without that Soul Link. He's being forced to make a choice. And Mana Burn's coming in to force him to life tap as well. J-Law is caught in entangling roots. Nian is tossing out Wraths for extra pressure. Beckinsale, when are you going to make the move? Lexemic's in a fear. This would be the time to do it, unless he's afraid of getting Arcane Shot on his Feldom right now. But that Purge was actually out of the way. He's still holding on to it. Maybe he wants to greed a moment. Maybe he's hoping, praying that he can maybe hard cast it. But J-Law's in another full trap. Nian is just wrathing Beckinsale. There's the Feldom. Almost bear kicks it. But Beckinsale gets his Fell Hunter alive. He's going to have to protect this one at all costs. If this next one goes down, it's likely to be game for PhD in Misery. And they're already landing another fear on the Fell Hunter behind the pillar while J-Law is just crowd controlled, locked in CC jail. He's just turning his keyboard, just trying to hit it. Did it die again behind it? It's dead again. I think that's over. Shape says 0 mana, no innervate. Like, how do you come back from this spot?
I don't think it's very easy to come back from this one. I think for Beckinsale, he's just gonna have to play without a pet. I think if he tries to summon his pet over and over, I don't think that's a good idea because they're just gonna dogpile on top of him. I think it's time to just try to play the game without the pet. Try to make sure that you can get something going here. Beckinsale's taking a lot of damage here. Mana Burn's coming out as well, and I really like what PhD and Misery is doing because Hunters, they can keep that one sting active, and Scorpion Sting is useless. All the stings are basically useless except for Serpent Sting, but it's actually more damage to Viper Sting a Warlock than it is to Serpent Sting him because he's going to have to life tap with that Viper Sting, as you saw Beckinsale just do right now. And I do believe that if they just try to play this out and try to force Nian and Lexemic to sit back and drink, they can find an organic moment maybe to summon that pet. But for now, it's going to be the Nian and Lexemic and J-Fat show. They get a full fear onto Shapes. No trinket, and they get the aimed shot. They get the silencing shot. Beckinsale, what is he going to do here? Lexemic looking for the Mind Blast, looking for the Shadow of Death. He connects with it and with the Holy Nova. And this strategy change is incredible here from PhD and Misery. Just fear the pet at the same time as they go for the Scatter Trap on the Warrior and try to send it. But the pet is supposed to have like a billion resist. So the counter to this strategy is to just go with the Void Star Talisman if Beckinsale is not running that. Highly recommend. It's time to equip the Talisman, my boy. And you're going to see those fears. None of those are going to be landing. I think Lexemic is going to have to go full spell pen if he wants to actually do this strategy.
Yeah, you know that strat personally, don't you? I've seen you.
Yeah. I am a proud 200 spell pen mage on live. I love killing pets. So I think it's time for the Talisman because that's the answer.
All right, well, I mean, they've got some time in between these games to maybe see if that's something that they do want to implement, but that last victory is going to go to PhD in Misery. And Ven, let's check out that replay.
Yeah, we can definitely check out that replay. And I mean, the main highlight of this replay is that J-Law didn't play the game. I mean, every cut we're seeing is just a J-Law in a trap. J-Law trapped again. He's still in a trap out of this. 100% getting rooted. Yep, that root's not getting devoured. And even though he's a mighty Tauren, I mean, he's just not able to move. I honestly wonder if they should just switch it up and go Alliance so he could at least play like a gnome and get out of that crowd control a little bit more. But this game, I feel like PhD and Misery, they kind of played this one. I think they played it really well, honestly. They managed to get a lot of pressure on Beckinsale here. At this point, I mean, you got no Fel Hunter, you got no Fel Domination. You're in trouble. You're in big trouble. But I think the main highlights of that game is just their ability to kind of fear the pet in the open, like we talked about. Get those aim shots up, get those smites up, and it's actually, I mean, if you can find yourself in that situation, it is possible to kill those Fel Hunters. So they need to try to avoid that at all costs. I'd like to see some sort of adaptation going into the next game, whether that's going Alliance, so J-Law doesn't have to sit every single one of those routes also, or Affliction is what I want to see. UA, send it.
I'd love to see them send it too as well. Now, Ven, earlier on, you said that you thought PhD's best map choice might be Nagrand back when they chose Ruins. Now that we saw them win a game on Nagrand, do you have any comments on how they utilized that map to their advantage?
No. I mean, normally when you see PhD play, a lot of the time they're just going to be dropping the trap that freezes. I believe it's called. I'm just going to ask for the record. The two traps are Freezing Trap and
Frost Trap.
What's the other? Frost Trap. So Frost Trap is the one that puts the frosty snow down.
Yeah.
Okay, so normally on that map, you see them drop the Frost Trap, and that's going to allow them to kite around these pillars quite easily. On Runes of Lordaeron, I really thought Beckinsale would have kind of like a field day, but by kiting in the open, the Fel Hunter exposed itself and was eating those aim shots, and it was actually just a really, really good map for pet killing. This game, kicked aim shot, they're not going to be messing around. They're going to be running deep into enemy territory right away as they want to get this game started and not allow PhD and Misery to kind of bunker up and set up that defense.
I would love to see the WLD play more aggressively. Get clones, get fears, get CC chains, cross crowd control, go for kills, stop playing so passively. Like, this Hunter team is just getting setups walking all over you. You need to put some pressure on. It looks like that's what they're going to try and do here in game number 4. Can they pull it off and tie it up 2-2? Move to a game 5, or will they be put on match point? J-Law already getting crowd control. Nice cross crouch run by Shapes. I love that offensive play on the Druid, interrupting the control on his warrior, but the freezing trap lands inevitably, and it looks like J-Law is going to trink it out to reconnect to Lexemic and get some pressure out during this time, while Shapes is caught in a fear into a silencing shot. And Shapes is going to have to play a very dangerous game if he wants to play offensive, because there's a lot of CC available for himself as well. But he's doing great. Cyclone onto Nien now, slowing down the heal over time effects. J-Law's getting uptime. Beckinsale's next to him to eat the scatter trap. Nien charging in. Nice Howl of Terror attempt by Beckinsale. Gets bashed up, goes for Howl of Terror again, gets silenced, but he's soaking CC for his Druid. Now his Druid can spam Cyclones over onto JFAT. Now a full fear onto Nien. I really like this offensive WLD play from Kicked Aim Shot so far.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to see. I mean, if you're the WLD, you are the aggressive composition. Your main job, keep J-Law on a target. It's just, if J-Law's controlled, that allows them to set up onto the Fel Hunter. The game becomes a lot more standard for PhD and Misery, but when J-Law just has uptime, he can sunder a target, he intercepts people that have dots, he can get up Immortal Strike. It becomes quite devastating. So I think Shapes just needs to do exactly what he's doing in this game. Just get in there, get crowd control, become another threat of the match. It can't just be Beckinsale trying to go for CC, because that was not working out. And I feel like this game is already off to a much better start here for the side of Kicked Aim Shot.
All right, let's see if they can keep it going. Beckinsale now in life tap range. So you're going to have to make sure he's fully hotted. You got pressure. Said Lexemic out of mana. Nice crowd control. It's going to get a trinket from Lexemic. They're switching to JFAT. Scatter shot. Where's the eat on the freezing trap? Beckinsale's ducking on it. Is he going to be able to get it? No, but a Devour does, and J-Law's connecting onto JFAT. This is very scary for the Hunter right now. Unless he gets an improved wing clip proc here, it's going to be deadly potentially. JFAT getting rooted up as well. J-Law getting huge uptime. Mace stun over onto Nien from that whirlwind. JFAT still down to half. Lexemic's innervate coming onto him is now going to get him full mana, though. Look at that recovery. Lexemic was totally tapped. Now he's back to full, but his health bar isn't. He's caught in a fear. J-Law's right on top of him, tearing in, trying to chop him down. Scatter shot. Where's the freezing trap? Lexemic in position for fear. Fear's away. Fel Hunter resists it. J-Law, where's the Devour? It doesn't get lucky. J-Law's going to trinket instead. Try and get back on target. Shapes is moving forward. Has one more mana bar after his innervate. Force Stomp into clone. Nien into fear. Lexemic isolated. J-Law right on top of him, stacking up his Sunder armors, getting ready for the big push. Nice crowd control on JFAT and Nien. Love this crowd control by the WLD.
Aim shot staying right on top of the Priest. That's going to force a pain suppression from Lexemic. Bouncy shot into Beckinsale's Howl of Terror. He goes for the Howl of Terror once again, trying to intercept the scatter shot with it, spamming Fear as well. And he eats the freezing trap. He's going to have to trink it out. It looks like Devour's not going to hit it. And it looks like Death Wish has been popped. J-Law's going to go for the kill as we see Shapes charge in. Nian charges away. Line of sighting Shapes on his clone. Shapes trying to go for another clone. Over onto J-Fat. J-Law reconnecting. Death Wish is still up, but a Cyclone. No spell reflect on that one. Nian gets cycloned up. Lexemic pulling behind the pillar, but he's next to Shapes. Shapes might cyclone him low health here. J-Law intervenes
Nice
to
intervene.
Shapes to reconnect. Beautiful teamwork from Shapes here. Love this offensive play. Lexemic in so much trouble. They fear away Shapes to try and duck for cover. J-Law into the bash. Flash shield's coming up from Lexemic. He fear wards to avoid Beckinsale's fear, but Nian is the one that gets feared away. Lexemic line of sighting, freezing trap. Looks like it's not going to get devoured here. Lexemic should be able to recover. If Shapes can drink here, the pet's moving forward on him. He's getting mana. He's getting mana despite the pet being right there. Shapes with that drink right there puts his team for a little bit of an extra battery in this match.
Yep, definitely. Now J-Law turning his attention onto J-Fat as Lexemic crosses the map, looking for a potential drink. J-Fat getting incredibly low. Yeah, stop the Cyclone at all costs. Shapes has to help him out. He's going to be looking to actually eat the trap, and he does. Mortal Strike goes up. Unfortunately, does not. J-Fat is going to be dodging that one, or it misses or something, but now he's able to recover a little bit. Big intercept here onto J-Fat. Nian almost completely tapped on mana. Beckinsale has all kinds of pressure in this match. A full Cyclone on Lexemic. Nian across the map. This is exactly what you want to see if you are playing WLD in this match. All these offensive Cyclones and Roots coming in from Shapes, paying dividends for his team.
A low clone. J-Fat's held in position here for J-Law to reconnect. Scatter shot. They have to eat this. They have to devour this. They could win it. Shapes charges in. They can't eat it. Where's the devour? J-Law trinkets to go for the kill onto J-Fat. Can he finish it? Cyclone on Nian. Nian trinkets into another Cyclone, and he connects with the Mace stun. Almost in execute range. Palms are bouncing back and forth. Howl of Terror into full clone. Full offense. Kick, aim shot. Pull it back. Tying it 2-2. That's what you like to see.
I mean, that is exactly what you want to see. Shapes just going all out aggressive in this match. All of a sudden, he is a massive threat, getting Cyclones on J-Fat, getting Cyclones on both healers, rooting people in place, not allowing them to develop any kind of momentum. And sometimes the best defense is a really solid offense, and that's exactly what we saw in this game. Kick, aim shot, look, that was their best game by far.
Absolutely looked very solid with that victory as well. They are able to tie it up 2-2, and we're going to see just how they did that right here, Zico.
Yeah, this was very nice. And another one of those counters to, the fact that they're spam fearing the pet with that Psychic Stream is, well, that's the main thing that stops a Druid from charging in and going for bashes, going for Cyclones on the Priest, and just in general pushing forward is the threat of being caught up in one of those fears. So definitely Shape stepping up here, as you guys already mentioned, getting low Cyclones. Every single one of these highlights you can see, like Semix in a DR clone, they get a trap here. J-Law does get devoured. They have pressure onto J-Fat. Beckinsale's pushing in, looking for the crowd control. Now Nian is out in the open, which means that he could be susceptible to CC. He gets Mace stunned. They get more pressure onto J-Fat. They get those Cyclones. Here's another one. Cyclone onto Nian. Full fear onto J-Fat. They got pressure onto Lexemic. Lexemic traces out the PS, and then they go for the Cyclone on the PS. Beautifully done there. Now they go after J-Fat. J-Fat has a trinket. They get that fear onto Nian. Basically, every single time you look at these replays, you see somebody's in a clone. There's Nian, and Shape's pushing in on top of Lexemic. He wouldn't do this if he had fear, but now the fear does come back off of cooldown, but he's already done his job. He's allowed his warrior to reconnect there with that intervene. And then, of course, Shape's also eating the trap there for his team, realizing that all he needs to do is just make sure that J-Law can stay as mobile as possible. And at this point, Nian is completely tapped. Lexemic is under so much pressure, and J-Fat is going to be the target of choice here. The low Cyclone here on J-Fat was beautiful. And then Nian trying to shut it down, but once again, Shapes is there to deflect it. J-Law trinkets out of the trap instead of getting cycloned, trinketing a Cyclone into a full trap. So the fact that he's there to stop another CC just allows J-Law to have more uptime.
Nice
and of
howl.
course, Beckinsale there as well with a beautiful howl, hitting multiple people there, spamming out the fears, keeping up the dots, keeping the Devourers up as well on the Warrior, and all of them just playing a lot more aggressive, playing more as a team. And that's a big thing they were missing for sure was Shapes. We said it earlier, Druids are the playmakers in TBC. They can do so much, and here we got a glimpse of that and of what Shapes can do.
Yeah, and you know, the more that we can see these teams like what we just saw with Kick Game Shot sort of, you know, adapt mid-game or mid-series and sort of make those implementations and get out those victories, the more success we're going to see with them long-term. So very well done with them. Let's see if they can keep it going. It's game number 5. They just tied it up in that last one, and now we're heading to Ruins of Lordaeron.
All right,
Sid, you
well, it's going to be
wanna-
game 5. Yeah, it's going to be game 5 here between these two teams. Kicked aim shot.
match
playing
point
very
yet, okay?
No,
True.
it's going to be
Good.
hyper aggressive.
You thought I forgot, and I need to clear that up. It's not match point.
Thanks. Well, thank you
Right.
so much for clearing the air. I was wondering.
Clear comms. No. Great. So we are going to see it. Ruins of Lordaeron actually kicked aim shot. Did lose on this map. So we kind of said that this is not a too bad map here, but we'll see what they're going to go for. JFAT getting immediately Cyclone
Love the
here.
clone.
They're going after the pet, but JFAT is going to sit through that one. That means J-Law can sit through the trap, and he won't fall too far behind. So once again, you know, like we talked about yesterday, it's really hard to heal through damage in TBC, but you can prevent damage, and that's exactly what we're seeing Shapes do here. They got a fear onto Nian, looking for some pressure here. Get a bash onto Nian now. Shapes could go for a Cyclone here as well, and it doesn't look like he wants to do it just yet. And now J-Law can have some uptime onto Lexemic. Nian looking for the Cyclone. J-Law not going to be able to find the Spell Reflect right there. Beckinsale looking for the fear. Gets it onto Nian. Gets dispelled there by Lexemic. And Lexemic now getting caught up in the DR Howl. JFAT once again actually getting Cyclone there on the scatter shot, which means that J-Law will not be getting trapped unless it's off of a improved wing clip or something like that. You can see JFAT is spamming those wing clips, and he does proc a root there, and Beckinsale immediately on top of him trying to eat that trap. So as a team, they are stopping a lot of those traps, and they're doing a phenomenal job, and the result is J-Law here smacking Lexemic with his mace.
Yep, it's the things you love to see if you're a Tauren warrior. Just a priest at 50% health. Fortunately, he's got no Sunders on him right now. J-Law just going for all-out damage. Doesn't want to commit that rage just yet. 1 Sunder going up, 2 Sunders going up, a lot of rage, 3 Sunders. And if you're Lexemic, you are horrified. Right now, J-Law, he has his trinket. So if he needs to, he can trade out his trinket, keep up those Sunders, put up Mortal Strike. There's the pain suppression. This is a great position to be in if you were kicked aim shot. And they basically have to hold on. PhD and Misery, they need to hold on as long as they possibly can. A little bit of a swap here on the end as well. A bash, and as well as an intercept, I do believe. Now a fear on Lexemic. Take the aim shot, really keeping them guessing. That NS Cyclone was massive, but it gets coiled back. And if they can prevent any more crowd control on J-Law, if J-Law can intercept, doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Is the trap going to land? It does. It gets devoured! Nightmare situation for Nian. It gets intercepted. Lexemic there to potentially heal him up. And it looks like they will be able to hold on, but that was a great offensive push there by Kick Aim Shot. And Lexemic is tapped. He's got no mana left whatsoever. Do believe he has the Innervate right now, so Innervate is going to be rolling, recovering his health, but once that fades, if they can burn through that mana again, Kick Aim Shot's going to be in a prime position.
Beckinsale actually went for the offensive devour right there, try to snag that Innervate. If he got that one, I mean, he's got a billion different, buffs and healing over time effects on Lexemic, but if he got that one, like a 1 out of 10 or whatever, it would have been the game right there and then. So they're definitely on the cusp of winning this one on the side of Kick Aim Shot. And here we go, another situation where they're looking for the scatter trap. They're gonna get shut down. Nian in a Cyclone, J-Law all over Lexemic. Can he find the pummel? He does. Beautiful damage coming out here, and J-Law ready with the Spell Reflect right there as well. Gets caught up in the root there from the wing clip there by JFAT. Lexemic still trying to duck around the corner. He's got Mortal Strike effect on him for a couple of more seconds. If they can refresh that one, it could be big. They're just going to swap over to JFAT here. J-Law looking to line of sight Nian as much as possible. Just keep that uptime. Shape's doing a great job as well with that entangling roots. And now they're going to try to scatter trap him. They do get the scatter trap. They do get the fear there, but the Fell Hunter, I believe, resists it, and they do dispel it with that Devour Magic. And J-Law, look at his cooldowns. He's got Death Wish, he's got Trinket, and that Death Wish got popped immediately before he can even reach the target. There's the Trinket immediately from J-Law. He smells blood in the water. He wants to finish this game. I think he might have popped his cooldowns just a little bit too early there. Maybe want to get to your target before you pop those, but J-Law is not even wasting a second here. He wants to end PhD's misery right now.
Yeah, but unfortunately, he is not going to be able to. So JLaw gets controlled quite a bit there. He trades out a Trinket into a follow-up Cyclone, into an Entangling Root. Really nicely done there by Nian. That could have been a really scary situation. Beckinsale just trying to sit on top of JLaw. He eats the trap once again, gets devoured out himself. And now Lexemic, remember, there's no Innervate, there's no Shadow Fiend. This mana, all this uptime that JLaw has, he's burning through the mana of Nian and Lexemic very quickly. Every intercept on Lexemic, every Mortal Strike that is up, devastating. Mortal Coil on the end, and it gets swapped to in a bar skin. Can the execute land? It does. Kicked aim shot. They pulled a 180. I mean, game number 2, game number 3 looked absolutely terrible. Let's be completely honest. They were not playing the matchup correct. Shape's getting aggressive. Shape's going for crowd control. Has really set his team up to play more aggressive in general. And this series is looking really one-sided these last 2 games.
Is the sound
I
working
mean,
for you guys?
just I don't know. Did you see there? But we got the replay here, so I'm going to talk as if we aren't. We see Nian. Look at this crowd control from JLaw, just swapping to the priest, stunning the druid. Nian tries to come back and peel. I was really waiting for that moment where we saw, I think it might have been the second Death Wish of the fight, because JLaw popped it so prematurely. We're thinking like maybe he got overexcited, like, oh my god, we can win. I have Death Wish. He popped it while he's still wing clipped. Like two feet away. He popped it, and then he got CC'd. He couldn't even keep hamstring on the target. I was actually really worried that he might have thrown the game at that moment, so I'm hoping that we caught it. That was kind of one of the big moments. But here you see the pressure that they have. Was this just maybe the end of the game? I don't think so. But the pressure across the board, like Beckinsale is tearing in. Look at this dude. You know, you called him the old man, but like old man.
I said
bringing
old
big
timer
damage here. Okay, he is pumping big damage right now. Like this coming from pure experience. Like the whole team is just getting destroyed at the moment off the back of Beckinsale, and JLaw is there to try and finish them off while he's just softening up the targets. Shapes is going for lots of cyclones, and I think we're getting to that point here with Death Wish coming up in 8 seconds, where JLaw, I thought, had thrown the game. I think it's like right about here. He's like, oh man, Lexemic is so dead. I'm ready to win. And he popped it. Oh, we skipped right past it. We're lucky, JLaw. I was gonna call you out a little bit, but we're gonna skip past that straight to the point where he looks like the hero executing Nian for the win here. I thought it was over. Like Shapes assumed that Death Wish didn't get value, but they just turn it around. They keep going aggressive, just more aggression, and I really like that from them when they were playing really passive. And we've seen this with a lot of teams now where they're hesitating to do things that are higher risk because they don't want to lose. And we saw that in the open bracket with Druids not cloning and only focusing on healing. But you need to be able to balance the offense and the defense. You can't just exclusively only do one.
What do you think it's going to take then for Kicked Aim Shot to win this next one?
Well, I think Beckinsale is equipped Void Star because his Fell Hunters aren't getting feared every single time. Or he was the most unlucky Warlock I've ever seen in the game in that one specific match. But because the fears aren't landing, and because they're trying to fear the pet, and Zico said already, that means that Shapes can clone. So maybe they should. I don't even know really, because I don't think you can just kill any of those targets. Like if you were going to try and trap Druid and play aggressive or something, because I really don't think that's going to work for you. Stalling, that's the only option. Going back to Nagran potentially here, although I thought they wanted Runes of Lordaeron to kill the pets. They weren't able to do that. They were just kind of getting owned. And it's just, I don't know what they can do, honestly. I feel like if Kick Aim Shot play like they're playing, they're just going to walk away with this.
Were you going to say something, Zico?
I was just going to say, I didn't call him old. I said he's an old timer. He's been around the scene for a long time, okay?
Old timer, old man. That's the same thing.
Come on.
That's
Who are we talking
not
about?
the same
Sorry.
thing. Beckinsale.
Oh, okay.
Beckinsale.
Okay. I was just wanted to make sure because he has an emote that everyone is using in chat called Boomer. So I feel like it's okay.
It is okay, but
If he has his own emote called Beck Boomer, then it's fine.
All right. Well, this is a potentially game point here for the side of Kicked Aim Shot. They managed to battle it back and really taking advantage of the fact that there's no rain, there's no interrupts. Besides Nian using his Feral Charge, if Beckinsale is just free casting Fears the whole game and Shapes is just free casting Cyclones, that is really hard to deal with no interrupts whatsoever. Big Howl of Terror once again coming in from Beckinsale. Absolutely massive. Nian in a lot of trouble. Can they get a fear over onto Lexemic? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Back in sail right now in the middle of the map, looking for a fear. The Fell Hunter is down, so that Fell Hunter not going to be alive. Good offensive start there for PhD and Misery. They can stop the Fell domination. They're going to be in a prime position.
Yeah, they need to keep that pet dead. That's their only way to victory. But Lexemic is getting pressured. Full fear onto Nien. Dispelled out. Pain suppression trades. Now JFAC trinketing out of crowd control. Lexemic feared with no trinket. Clone onto the Druid. Nien has to trinket. Although they got the Fell Hunter down, offensively, Kick Name Shot are still putting up the pressure. They need to protect this second Fell Hunter at all costs. Keep playing aggressive. Keep going for clones and fears. Keep getting the cross. Shapes is doing it. Clones over onto the Hunter. Fears over onto the Priest. Just trying to CC him as much as possible. Roots over on J-Law. Doesn't look like Devour's going to hit on that Entangling Root, or if they're even going to try to at this point. Fell Hunter out in midfield. JFET's going to have to set up. He's got cooldowns to dunk this Fell Hunter right now. They can pop big damage onto it if they can get some good cross here and get it out in the open. Lexemic, is he going to go for the fear on the pet here on the scatter? Scatter shot, where's the fear? Fear lands onto the pet. Pet is getting feared out into the open. JFAT, he pulls the trigger on his cooldowns. Nien's going for a clone. Clone onto the Druid. They need to pop this pet right now if they want to stay in this tournament and go to Game 7. They're popping Shadow Fiend on it. They're going all in on this Fell Dom Fell Hunter, but it's still alive, I believe, at this point. Running next to Beckinsale. JFAT's caught in a fear. That was their big all in on the pet. This is their last chance to try and kill the pet. Is it going to be able to stay alive? Lexemic's completely out of mana, needs to get innervated. If he gets unlucky here and purged on it, devastating. He's trying to sit down for a drink and hold on to the innervate. Watching Beckinsale, where did the Fell Hunter go at this point? Looks like it's on JFAT. Looks like it's A-OK. Shapes keeps the Fell Hunter alive. Now he's trying to sneak in a drink, and I like this. This is what they need to do. Switch a little bit of offense for defense, and mostly the defense is drinking and managing Shapes' mana.
Beautiful stuff so far. Can he get that Devour magic there on to J-Law? Doesn't look like they can find it right now. And it looks like Shapes is going to be able to get that Cyclone here. Yen going to be taking some damage here. And it looks like he is going to get Cyclone here on low HP as well. Can they connect onto him? And J-Law is right next to him. I think he is going to try to continue the pressure here. Yen taking a massive swing. There's the Mace stun as well, proccing. They have a Cyclone onto JFAT. Pain suppression coming back up. It's match point. If they lose here, PhD and Misery is going to be out here of the tournament. This is the lower bracket. Beautiful cross pommel here onto Lexemic. They follow it up with a Cyclone. And can they get this Devour? It's a huge Devour if they can get it. But it looks like the Fell Hunter is feared here. Unfortunately for Beckinsale, it finally comes out now. Doesn't get the Devour there onto J-Law. And it looks like Nien is going to survive. But what an insane amount of pressure coming in here. Another Devour though on the route there onto J-Law. Now J-Law is free and he will be going after JFAT. But JFAT is in a Cyclone here. Shapes doing a good job here rolling the Innovate. Nien as well rolling his Innovate. Lexemic at full mana here. Howl of Terror being casted here by Beckinsale, but Beckinsale going to get interrupted there. And now once again J-Law going to connect onto Lexemic and aim shot on the pet, but the pet does survive here. Beckinsale just kiting around that little tomb with the pet, making sure that it doesn't go down, doesn't get too overly aggressive. Beautiful Psychic Scream there, hits the pet, hits Beckinsale, and he's going to stop him from actually getting that Devour magic, as well as stopping him from eating the trap. So Lexemic doing a great job there. Nien now in a Cyclone. Still pretty even game, I would say. Kick aim shot though in the driver's seat. Nien is running out of mana. Lexemic still has a little bit to work with. They already forced out the Fell domination. If they can just send that pet home, they could potentially take the game. But J-Law with a nice intercept is going to slow down that aim shot. And now JFAT going for the Scare Beast. Shapes doing a great job shape-shifting out of that one. And they are going to keep that Viper Sting up on Shapes as well. So not the worst situation for PhD and Misery, but still an uphill battle.
Another trap fear here. That gets devoured. J-Law can get uptime on Lexemic. JFAT's caught in a fear. Shapes is moving up for Cyclone. Cyclone's onto the Druid. Lexemic feared in place for J-Law to catch up. He is going to be tearing in on match point. This is terrifying for Lexemic. JFAT's in Cyclones. Is he going to trinket out of this? Lexemic's trying to duck around the corner. J-Law gets peeled away at the last possible second. Shapes is on top of Lexemic, going for a Cyclone. Cyclones them so they can reconnect. Actually going after Nien out in midfield. Clones the trinket into the death cool. Perfect cross CC. Engaged by kick aim shot. Bash for follow-up. If J-Law gets out of this trap right here, his trinket comes up in 4 seconds. And they've still got Nien out of mana. He's almost dead. As soon as J-Law can get to anything, he's sitting in the freezing trap, choosing not to trinket at this time. But Nien is actually drinking in the room, giving his team a second chance here as he is regenerating mana. But J-Law's making his way to Lexemic. If they can stop this scatter trap, actually got trinket. You just trinket out and kill Lexemic at this point with 0 mana left on him. Just spam Clones of Fear. But Shapes is out of mana. It's such a tough choice. Do you keep going for it even though the priest is That Hunter's pet is going to stop Shapes from drinking. J-Law's just rooted. He can't finish the game for his team. Like Semic slips away. They're tagging him out to go for a drink. Nien's going to tank them in bear form. Like Semic's going to regenerate mana, and if he does, it's going to put their team in a good spot to kill that Fell Hunter and potentially still win and take it to a game 7.
Can they do it? Full fear on Shapes. He's going to trick it out. The Fell Hunter did resist
the
it right there. Full fear onto Lexemic. And there's the trinket from J-Law coming out on that freezing trap. And now a Cyclone onto Nien. Can they get the pet down though? Aim shot coming out from J-Fat. I'm not sure. The pet is on down to half HP. Shapes has a little bit of mana to work left with. The pet is on 1%. It might go down here. Just a little bit more damage. Can he get a Shadow Word Nerf? Can he get something on that pet? They call it back. Beacon Sales with that health funnel is going to be able to keep that pet top, and that was J-Fat's trinket all in there. Shapes now going for the War Stomp into the Cyclone onto J-Fat. J-Fat in a Cyclone there, running around with his Spirit Staff out. There's everybody running on fumes here. Shapes barely has any mana left to work with. Same thing goes for Lexemic and Nien here. Can they get some mana for Nien here? He's looking to try to potentially get a little bit of mana. Uses that Life Bloom drink macro right there, getting a Life Bloom off at the same time as he sits down for the drink. Gets a little bit of mana, actually gets a lot of mana here. This could be the turning point here for PhD and Misery. Now they have a little bit to work with. Lexemic has some cooldowns as well, and they're starting to get a little bit of control here. It's going to be all about J-Law here. If J-Law gets uptime, then Kick Aim Shot can still win this one. They get a beautiful Mace down into a Death Coil there onto Nien. Full fear onto Nien. Beautiful damage coming in here onto Lexemic. They get the pain suppression. Can Lexemic recover? Nien has a lot of mana. He's out of crowd control. Beautiful low Cyclone here, and that should actually proc those Life Blooms as well. Beautifully timed there. The pet dropping quite low, but so is J-Fat. Nien as well, taking a lot of damage. So much pressure coming out from Kick Aim Shot.
Oh, full freezing trap. Nice. The Devourer hits the freezing trap. J-Law looking to charge downtown. Intercept over to Nien. Shapes is trying to jump behind the pillar, but it's on him. He can't drink at this point. Like Semic has totally tapped on mana. Beacon Sail's right on top of him, dotting him over and over. Cyclones onto Nien, removing the Druid healing. Fears onto the Priest, out into the open potentially. J-Fat is rotting down. They're trying to kill Shapes. They're going after the Resto Druid, who has no mana. Can they take him out in time on match point? Big stunts coming in. J-Law gets cycloned by Nien at the last possible second to save Lexemic on match point, but now he's feared out into midfield. Shapes is dying to J-Fat. He cyclones J-Fat to hold on for a little bit longer, but J-Fat's going for the kill of the pillar. Nien gets swapped to both J-Fat and Nien down to half. No mana remains for Lexemic. 2 minutes away from Internet, but they bash Shapes. J-Fat's going for the kill on no mana left. Silence out of the bash. Can he finish Shapes? Shapes line of sights him, and now Nien down to half. Shadow Word Death crashes into Shapes. Shapes is going to get taken out. Nien could die in a cross kill. They're totally out of mana. J-Law's right on target, smacking Nien on match point, taking this likely to a 2v2. He gets rooted up. Oh no, he connects. We're going to 2v2, but they're out of mana. There's no mana left, and J-Fat's doing whatever he can, slowing down Beacon Sail, but Lexemic has nothing. J-Law, Beacon Sail on match point. Scatter Trap. No, Drain Life is going to take it. That's it. Shapes holds on to the bitter end for his team and gets them the win to Championship Sunday.
What an insane match right there. They do find the kill there onto Shapes, but they just barely are completely out of mana there. J-Law just having a field day right there at the end, manages to close the gap and get that counter kill. And then of course with that Warlock rotting everything down, and J-Law having his trinket, they couldn't go for that freezing trap. Instead they went for the frost trap, and it wasn't enough there.
Oh my gosh, I mean, what a way to end the day. Look at the damage there as well on the scoreboard here. I mean, that is just wild. Ben, what do you make of that?
I mean, that's what you would expect from a Warrior Lock Druid. That's kind of the main strength of the composition is you have a Warrior basically just intercept mortal striking targets that the Warlock kind of primes up. And Beacon Sail, Shapes, J-Law, all three of them did a great job in this match. Honestly, at the beginning of the series, it wasn't looking so good for them. I don't think they were necessarily implementing the right strategy, but once they kind of flipped the switch, played a lot more aggressive in the match, it gave them a lot more flexibility. I think J-Fat, Nien, and Lexemic, especially in this last game, played a phenomenal game, but this is just such a difficult matchup for the Double Healer Hunter. But at this point of the game, I mean, this is the early stages of the game. Beacon Sail, he still has his Fell Domination, but you can just see the pressure is just so much better. Shapes does a great job throughout this entire series. Well, the second half of the series, getting a lot more crowd control out and just making it a lot more difficult. because the first couple of games, Beckinsale going for those fears, trying to set up targets, it's difficult. He's just getting line of sighted, and if he's the only threat as a caster, it's difficult to take down these beautiful offensive cyclones coming in from Shapes, denying some of the incoming healing, getting the full cyclone on Lexemic, but that full trap lands, and unfortunately, J-Law isn't able to connect. Great peels coming in from JFAT there. That could have easily been a lethal situation. At this point, about 5 minutes in, Beckinsale, he doesn't have his Feldom, and he doesn't have his Feldom for quite some time. There's a few close calls on that Fell Hunter. If that Fell Hunter goes down, this matchup, I would say, is basically a guaranteed going in favor of PhD and Misery. There was one moment where it lived at like 10% health. Beckinsale had the presence of mind to pull it out of line of sight and actually health funnel it to keep it alive, and just allowed them to continue this momentum for later on in the game, where basically everyone is fully primed up by Beckinsale. They're all dotted up. J-Law, he can just basically pick his target at that point, just go after whoever he wants. Beautiful Devour coming in here, and it's just this ability for them to keep J-Law enabled in the match is what allows them to get all this pressure. Like Zemic just so low. This is what we were talking about for Shapes. He just is completely tapped on mana. He literally has nothing left. He needs to buy a bit more time, though, for his team to seal the deal. Lexemic, basically no mana in the end, no mana whatsoever. Shapes, it just, you can see, has 1 life bloom on himself, 2 life blooms on himself. He gets bashed up, doesn't even have enough mana to get his bark skin up. He's going to have to sit all of that travel form out of line of sight, and it's these clutch plays that allow his team just a bit more time, because JFAT, if he's able to get there, get a snare perhaps on J-Law, this game could have been completely different. But in this kind of 2 versus 3 situation, if you're the Warrior Warlock, you are so happy. I mean, everyone's fully dotted. The healer's got no mana. Beckinsale could probably just 2v1 at this point in the match, but he's more than happy to have J-Law there, backing him up, kick, aim shot, take the series, eliminating PhD and Misery.
Wow. I mean, what a crazy turnaround from how we saw them first starting out and how they ended that series. I mean, that something must have clicked with them, Supatis.
I think it's just a matter of switching gears and strategy. Sometimes you get stuck in this mode of thinking like, oh, we need to play safe. Just play safe. We'll win. Just play safe. Just play safe. And then this comp is the comp that you can't play safe into, right? Because they're not a threat. It's double healer and a hunter. And you're all tanky targets of Soul Link, Plate, and Bear Form. Like, you don't want to be playing defense, because then you're giving them space to breathe and chip away at you, right? You just want to swat the fly right off and just end the game. Just go, just full send it and go, rather than let this guy just poke away at you slowly but surely until you're eaten alive. So I like that they switched gears there and were able to pull it off.
Yeah, I'm honestly, I hope they can keep it going. I'm excited to see if they can continue that development in tomorrow's games. We are continuing North America as well as Europe tomorrow. On Sunday, we can look at the bracket here for the NA region, that series that we got just finished up, last one of the day, kicked, aim shot, moving forward. Now they're going to be facing Surfs Up tomorrow at the second half of the day. That is when we're going to be seeing these NA teams face off against each other. But Zico, who makes it out of the lower bracket, do you think?
I mean, kick, aim shot, they definitely looked pretty convincing here at the end, but if I was a betting man, I would bet my imaginary currency on Surfs Up. That's right. Yeah, I would say, yeah. They've been a shark down in this lower bracket. I mean, look at them, 4-0 against Bing Bong, 4-1 against Congrats FLABERZ. They've already taken down 2 really strong teams, and I think these guys can go all the way. And I think out of these teams that are left, they have a pretty solid chance against Subfresh as well, taking it to an RMP mirror. Anything can happen there. They're definitely qualified to make it a very exciting final there. So if they could make it all the way through, I think we're in for a very exciting final against Subfresh. FISHSTICK Gaming as well. I haven't seen exactly how well they do into Subfresh here, but I think that's going to be a very interesting game as well. It's hard to say though which one of those two is going to win.
North America is really funny because you basically have like the 2 quintessential TBC comps. You have 2 RMPs and 2 WLDs. I'll have to see who can end up coming out ahead. In North America last time, it was RMP that ended up winning. It was Snuts, Sam I Am, and Toes. And I kind of agree with Zico here. I feel like we're going to end up seeing an RMP mirror in the finals, Surfs Up versus Subfresh, but we'll definitely have to see what these WLDs can do.
Definitely tune in for that tomorrow, second half of the day for Championship Sunday. We're starting off the morning, however, in the European region. We can take a look at the bracket for that first match of the day. It's going to be Noxy Demon King versus Scarabs. And if you miss those games on Fridays, Super Tees, I mean, what would you just say real quick to kind of summarize this region? I feel like we've got a lot of really strong teams in this pool as well.
We got Chaz business as usual, double O Chaz. Going in here and getting some work done. Curious to see what he's going to bring in terms of an outfit, but it's a very similar in terms of comps. Got renamed though is a wild card with the Shadow Priest team, so it's only one WLD with the Scarabs and then two RMP. Well, not two RMPs, RLD and RMP. So a little bit more variance in comps here left in Europe. If I was betting, I would. It's so close, right? Because I just watched RMP versus RLD, and I'm thinking like, wow, RMP has a good shot here, but at the same time, it's Blackwater Gaming. Am I really not going to bet on Minpoike, Chan, and Mir? Like, that doesn't sound right. I should be betting on that. So it's really up in the air. If I have to make a concrete prediction, I think I am sticking with Blackwater Gaming. But it's still anyone's really able to do it here in Europe.
Yeah, a couple of question marks with Chaz's team. What is he gonna wear? First of all, he was teasing. He was talking to me a little bit yesterday, and I'm not gonna spoil it, but if he goes through with it, he's gonna have a new outfit for everyone. That's not a suit. You guys will just have to see. But also, apparently, in his stream the other day, he was teasing. Oh no, that's Chan. Chan was teasing at possibly a double rogue comp. I was reading that as Chaz. Chan teasing for a double rogue comp tomorrow. So maybe we see that. We'll see what kind of comps we see at all tomorrow. Anyways, here is the schedule. Noxy Demon King versus Scarabs. Like I already said, that's going to be the first one of the day. And then already we've got North America for the second half. That's Sunday. Tune in tomorrow. It's the same time as well. We're going to start here, youtube.com/Warcraft or twitch.tv/Warcraft. Definitely don't want to miss out on any of that action, but who are we liking? I mean, I feel like it's quite a bit different, Ven, between the North American region and the European region. Is there one that you kind of had a favorite of watching Friday or Saturday? Maybe I shouldn't ask you because you're just going to say North America because you're Canadian, but...
What? That's not true. I feel like I'm very
Am
unbiased.
I wrong?
Yes.
You're very unbiased.
You know what?
Okay.
I don't think I am biased. Yeah, I like watching the European region. We got some top tier gameplay in Europe. We had some exciting turbo mirrors. We do have a turbo cleave still in the tournament. The shatter play was very impressive as well. I would still have to say that likely it's going to be Chan, Mir, and Minpoike that walk away with it, but anything can really happen. We'll see if any team can really test them. And I'm curious to see if some of those wildcard teams, especially that Shatter, can kind of rise up and take them down.
Yeah, I think the European teams, they also surprised us a little bit, at least me. Like, they kind of pulled out these comps that we weren't exactly expecting them to play. But also something I have to mention, really special thing that we're going to be showing on the broadcast tomorrow, right before the finals. It's going to be a interview that we had Ven here actually do with the lead software engineer for Classic, Brian Birmingham. It sounds like it was a pretty good interview. Is there some good juice in there, Ven?
I think it's something
anything,
yeah, I'm not going to spoil anything, but it's definitely not something you want to miss. If you're a fan of Classic, you definitely want to check it out.
Absolutely. That's going to be before the European finals, and we know that the EU region is in the first half of the day. So about midway through the day, if you want to see that interview, definitely make sure you guys are tuning in. And if you want to know exactly when it is, I'm sure there's going to be a notification on Twitter, WoW Esports on Twitter. You can hit the notification bell on YouTube so you know when we go live, or you can follow on Twitch as well. So thank you guys, everyone, so much for watching. We are going to be here at the same time, same place tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CET. Thank you guys so much for watching. We will see you tomorrow.